No, not from up here, but in downstairs in the field, yeah. Yeah. Oh, well. That's a fun one.
No, it's fine. I was just trying to get hold of Andy, but sorted. Thanks, mate.
I mean, it didn't really matter.
Yeah.
probably, like, depends on how quickly overrate he's. I don't think there's going to be a lot of spin ball. I'll just do this piece. Hang on. Might be more like that, I think. Yeah, possibly. This is Mike Taylor at Edgbaston, where play on the second day between Warwickshire and Nottinghamshire will be delayed, but hopefully not too long. An 11:30 start is now in prospect as the ground staff finish mopping up the rain from yesterday and overnight. Warwickshire had a tricky 40 minutes of batting before it rained yesterday to reach 34 for 2. When they resume, it'll be the youngster Hamza Sheikh and Sam Hain in possession, but the ball nibbled around yesterday for the Nottinghamshire seamers and might well do so again. Warwickshire to resume at 11:30 then on 34 for 2. This is Mike Taylor at Edgbaston. Right, hello. Can you hear me there? Okay, thanks, Matt. Cheers, thanks. Right, let me turn it on again. Sorry, 3, 2, 1. 3, 2, 1. I've turned the mic on again now. No, still nothing. Okay. 3, 2, 1, 3, 2, 1. It must have been awful long. What Warwickshire knows though, because they've got cable knit jumpers back to do it anyway.
In the old days, the scoreboard used to have row of lights underneath it. So they all picked it up when light came on.
And they were really good for it.
I've still not seen any times or anything.
Well, he said 96 overs.
96, 44 runs.
Yeah, so that, yeah, the so more than presumably he would have been on before, but then we lose half
We
an
started
hour.
half 11, it's 96, 24, and I think tea at lunch is 10 past 4. Is it?
No, half past one.
Is it half past?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Oh yeah, it's going to have to be then. Oh yeah, it was 96. 96.
Can you still remember all the sponsors' tackles I had to read every 10 minutes?
Well, a very good morning, everybody. Welcome to Edgbaston. A delayed start on day 2, but delighted to say that we are going to get some cricket. It's almost 24 hours. We're 10 minutes away from 24 hours since we last had cricket in this Rothesay County Championship Division 1 game between Warwickshire and Nottinghamshire here at Edgbaston. Just about 20 to 12 they went off yesterday, and they didn't return. The light drizzle just hung around all day. It was at no stage really heavy rain, anything you'd sort of call heavy rain. There were a lot of people who sat out in it for a while, but it just went on and on and on, and eventually play was called off at 5:10. The umpires gave it that long because it really was just steady light drizzle, just needed it to blow away and we could get some cricket in, but that didn't happen. So Warwickshire 34 for 2 overnight, 2 wickets for Brett Hutton, and Hamza Sheikh and Sam Hain are the 3rd wicket undefeated partnership for the Bears. Here they come. Sam Hain in his short sleeved shirt. Hamza Sheikh has got the cable knit woolly pulley on today. It's a chilly day. Very good morning to you. Should introduce us. I'm Dave Bracegirdle from BBC Radio Nottingham. Mike Taylor's here from WM and CWR. He'll be hovering behind us, just making sure that we're all ticking along nicely, and he'll be with us just before 12 o'clock. Phil Britt's here, museum curator at Edgbaston and all round. All round. What's the phrase? Jack of all trades. That's it. Master of many. He'll also be with us just before 12. But delighted to say she had a day off yesterday to play cricket, and that's fair enough. Grace Ballinger's with us, the opening bowler from the Blaze, a Birmingham native, a Blaze cricketer. Very good morning, Grace. How are you?
Morning, Dave. Yeah, glad to be back. First bit of commentary for the season, and good that I'm back with you, isn't it, Dave? We've done plenty together at Trent Bridge, but we've never done it together at Edgbaston.
Your two sides, these, aren't they? Your home county against your adopted county. We are, as regulars will know, into a Josh Tong over. He came into the attack ball, 2 deliveries, and then the drizzle set in, and here comes Tong to get us underway, and it goes through to the keeper, Kyle Verena. Notts have got 3 slips. Joe Clark, Freddie McCann, whose birthday it is tomorrow. He'll be 20 tomorrow. I very nearly wished him happy birthday this morning. Easter weekend got me days wrong. I thought it was Saturday yesterday and Sunday today, but it's his birthday tomorrow. Lyndon James is at 3rd slip, and then a fairly traditional offside of backward point, extra cover mid-off on the leg side. 2 out, and skipper Hamid is at mid-on. 34 for 2. As Josh Tong bowls to Sam Hain, and it's pushed into the offside. So this is an unfinished over. We've already got James Hayes running on. Subfielder handing something over to Ben Slater. Would that be a hand warmer this early?
I thought it was sunglasses
okay,
for a second.
yeah.
I thought there's no doubt of needing those, is there, at the moment?
No, but Slater doesn't go very far without his sunglasses. It's like you and your mobile phone. They're seldom parted. I'm surprised he's gone out there without them. So 2 balls in, Ben Slater calling for his sunglasses. There's Josh Tong in once more on this wide of the off stump through to the keeper. We'll talk about the Blaze. We'll talk about Grace's start to the season. We'll obviously talk about the county championship and all sorts of things as the morning ticks on. The first thing to say, though, is there should be 9 matches in the county championship this morning. 6 started on time, and the other 3 were all due to get underway at 11:30. So that's good. That represents decent Saturday value for the cricket watchers, those of you that like to flick around the games and keep abreast of the other scores, as Josh Tonk comes in and ends the over. So as we were, 4 dots this morning, 34.2, and in terms of the allocation for the day, that didn't happen. We've still got 96 overs to go. We would have had 104.4 overs had we started on time at 11 o'clock, but as it is, 96.4 overs. We've had the 0.4, so we can crack on now. We're going to get Brett Hutton, and I'm sure Grace would like to talk through this over a new ball, a swing bowler, somebody who enjoys taking wickets, enjoys celebrating taking wickets. It's tailor-made for you, Grace.
Something like that, Dave, yeah. yeah, had a decent start to pre-season. Actually, been enjoying it. Been fairly fortunate with the weather. I was saying earlier off radio that we played a full game yesterday down at Lady Bay, a warm-up game. Obviously only an hour away, but didn't get a single bit of rain, albeit it was very cold.
Who was that against?
That was against Essex. So that was our last pre-season game, and then
You win?
yeah, we did.
Wickets?
3.
Good stuff.
All right, actually, but let's see how Brett Hutton goes here as he's in. Good first ball there. Hamza Sheikh defends watchfully. Just getting it to do a bit yesterday. In this
Yeah,
spell.
I mean, tailor-made conditions for Brett Hutton, and I guess it's just nice for Notts the way it's sort of panned out. It's not nice for Dylan Pennington, obviously, that he's picked up a side strain, but last week Brett Hutton was first change behind O'Neill, and Pennington gets the new ball here in ideal conditions, and straight away 2 wickets.
Absolutely, and in again, and this one Hamza plays into the offside. Is that Ben Slater at backward point? Does the field? And it is, yeah. Now he's got his sunglasses, you can see.
Just having a little look here when I can find it. I've been sent the women's preview for the season, and the Blaze. Here we are, the Blaze. Captain Kirsty Gordon, head coach Craig Cumming. A lot of change with the Blaze this year.
Hutton in again, and this one on leg stump turned into the onside, but another dot ball.
Let's take that then in order. Captain Kirsty Gordon, you tell me she's injured at the moment. She's been down to Australia, a bit of cricket, bit of sun, come back injured.
Yeah, unfortunately, I think she's just got a little bit of a back niggle, Kirsty. She's a shame. She's a big loss with her left arm spin, but not sure she'll be out for too long. I don't really know the ins and outs of it yet, but obviously gutted to have the skipper probably unfit for start of the season. Another good delivery from Hutton, again challenging the stumps, and just a tidy start here. He's gone for a slightly straighter channel, hasn't he, than Josh Tongue, just looking to attack those stumps, and looks like he's getting a bit of movement too, as to be expected.
Umpire at this end is James Middlebrook. At square leg, Tom Lungley, former Derbyshire seamer. Our unrelated scorers, the Smiths, Mel Smith for Warwickshire and Ian Smith doing it for the visitors Nottinghamshire. Here's Hutton, here's Grace.
And again, and similar to the last, on the leg stump, defended into the leg side.
So is there an appointed vice captain? Has that been announced yet?
Nothing announced just yet,
Right.
Dave.
Because amongst your new players, Georgia Elwis has come to the Blaze, and of course she's got plenty of captaincy experience.
Yeah, G's a great signing. Played for England for years, genuine all-rounder.
Yeah.
She's been a brilliant addition to the group. Signed well, in fairness. It's Hutton in again, and this one left outside the off stump. First one that wasn't targeting stumps, and end of the over, another maiden. Warwickshire 34 for 2.
No stranger to the East Midlands, played for Loughborough Lightning, didn't she? Is that a factor? She's got so many mates in the area and what have you, or is it, you know, the obvious ambition to be trophy winners once again of the Blaze?
I think so, yeah. I mean, she came from a very successful team. She came from Southern Vipers, now Hampshire, who won a lot of trophies. But yeah, I think she just fancied a new challenge. She's fit into our group really nicely, and she's from Wolverhampton, so it was a pretty long commute, I think, Wolverhampton to Southampton, but a little bit closer now.
Warwickshire yet to get their first run of the morning. We've had 10 deliveries. Here comes Josh Tong to start the next over, the 12th of the innings. Bowls wide of the pegs, and Sam Hain lets it go through to Kyle Verreina. Yesterday, I'm sure you've caught up with the brief amount of play, everybody. The 2 Bears openers both dismissed in a whisker of the start. Rob Yates, LBW to Brett Hutton, second ball of the match, and Alex Davis in the 5th over, LBW to Brett Hutton for 5. So it was a tough old start for the side that were going to bat yesterday, whoever it would have been, as Tom comes in. Again, wide enough, a little bit of extra pace there, and it absolutely smacked into the gloves of Verreina. He was very, very lively in the one match he's played so far, Tong, against Durham, and very much the match changer, those 4 wickets in 12 balls in the second innings.
It's great to see him in action for Notts, isn't it? A really good signing. seam attack just seems to keep getting better and better, but obviously struggled with injury last season. But yeah, it's good to see him back and bowling.
Comes in again. And, bat on ball this time from Sam Haynes, eases it into the offside. We'll talk about other things in a moment, but just sticking with the Blaze for a moment. Amy Jones, latterly these parts, has joined you as well.
Yeah, decent sign in that as well. Just for me, I think I'm happy I just don't have to bowl at her. She normally hits me to all parts. But yeah, another vastly experienced player. I mean, just adding those two into an already pretty strong batting lineup, and hopefully we'll be in a good place.
Yep. Grace Ballinger with us over the weekend here at Edgbaston as Sam Hain just guides us to backward point, fielded by Ben Slater. And there's no run. I've not seen official confirmation, although Mike at the back of the box believes this is going to be a 2-hour session and we'll have lunch at 1:30. So it's going to be that sort of day where we have different session timings to what we normally have. I think late on in the evening it'll be just a case of getting in as many overs as we can before the gloom descends. There's Tong. Bowls, and first runs of the morning is a boundary out towards the Holly stand, square of the wicket on the offside, slightly over pitched and wide enough there from Josh Tong for Sam Hain just to put his bat through it and stroke it into the fence.
Yeah, not a massive miss, was it, from Josh Tong, but Sam Hain isn't going to miss out on those. He's so strong on that offside and just guided it through there. There's a lot of vacant space and good shot again. Not a massive miss, but one that you'd expect Sam Hain to put away.
These two sides began this round of matches yesterday morning, locked at the top of the table along with Sussex. Sussex have just gone 1 point clear. They're 254 for 2 at home to Surrey, so they've got a batting point. So Sussex at the moment sit 1 point clear of Notts and Warwickshire. Tong in again, and this time it's left alone. End of the over, 38 for 2. Here on BBC WM, BBC CWR, BBC Radio Nottingham, and online via the BBC Sport website and app, and also on your smart speaker. Just ask BBC Sounds to play Warwickshire versus Notts Day 2. Very quickly, elsewhere this morning, Yorkshire lost their last couple of wickets at Chesterley Street, all out for 307. Durham have just started 4 without loss. Essex all out yesterday for 179 at Chelmsford. Worcestershire 126 for 5. Somerset continue to struggle. 96 for 7 at Hampshire. Lost a lot of play there yesterday as well. Sussex 54 for 2 against Surrey. They're the Division 1 scores.
And that's Hutton in again from the pavilion end and back of a length, defended watchfully by Hamza Sheikh.
4 games in Division 2. Derbyshire 235 for 6 against Northants at the county ground. Gloucestershire racking up the runs. Centuries yesterday from James Bracey and the Australian Cameron Green. They're 416 for 9 at Canterbury. Lancashire 68 for 3 against Leicestershire. Lost a lot of cricket there yesterday. And Middlesex 75 for 1 at Lords. Replying to Glamorgan's 199.
Passing in again and full and straight and shake forward in defence.
Got my old mucker Luke Fletcher as one of your coaches. Specifically, I guess he's going to be working with you and the fast bowling group, is he?
Yep.
Bowling coach for the Blaze.
Come in as team bowling coach. Yeah, he's been a brilliant addition. Just so skillful, isn't he? He played a pretty long career at Notts, and it seemed pretty natural for him to fall into that role when it became vacant. And Hutton in again, and this one left a 4th stump line. Strong lead from Sheikh, but nothing too wide.
Now Hamza Sheikh on 12. Yet to add to his overnight score. Sam Hain on 21. Bears batting lineup. Dan Mosley likely to come in next. Ed Barnard, Kai Smith, Michael Booth, Ethan Bamber came up from Middlesex, Vishwa Fernando, and Ollie Hannon Dolby.
Hutton bowls this one slightly back of a length. Sheikh defends on the back foot. Yeah, what a signing Ethan Bamber's been so far for Warwickshire. Came up from Middlesex and he's bowled well with the new ball and he's taken a few wickets, hasn't he? And he scored the winning runs from in the last game. Got on a decent partnership in the last wicket stand.
Yes, up at Durham, both these sides have had a win and a draw, and they've both Actually defeated Durham.
Yeah, struggle. Poor start to the season from Durham, and Hutton's in again, and much like the last, just defended off the back foot. Just finding a good area here, Hutton. We'll expect him to get some in the air and off the pitch, Dave.
Yeah, it's grey and gloomy out there for the spectators, but sort of ready-made conditions for Brett Hutton. If there's a little bit of cloud cover, can just get this ball, which of course is still relatively new. We're only in the 13th over. Just continue to get it to wobble around.
Nice looking drive to finish the last, but can't get past mid-on. Another maiden then for Brett Hutton. Warwickshire 38 for 2.
It's 7 overs, 3 maidens, 2 for 22. Brett Hutton 38 for 2. The Bears here at Edgbaston. If you'd like to get in touch, I'm on the old Twittery thing, X, @Brace Cricket. I know Mike, when he comes on, he's got an email address that you can all use to get in touch with the commentary team, so we'll let Mike give you that. 38 for 2. It's going to be Josh Tong to continue. Saw Fergus O'Neill yesterday open the bowling, just had 4 overs before he came out of the attack, the Australian. He will, I'm sure, take over after about half an hour, 40 minutes of cricket this morning from one or other of these bowlers. Here's Josh Tong in again, and that was a sharp, short delivery from Tong that went past the nose of Hayne. There's a little bit of pace there, Grace.
Yeah, great delivery. That whistled straight past Sam Hayne. It's quite nice, isn't it, this this partnership? You've got, I suppose, the skill and the slightly slower movement in the air from Hutton, then you've got the out-and-out pace from Josh Tong. So it's a challenge here, although it seems like Hayne's facing all of Tongue and Shake with Hutton at the moment. There's been no strike rotations so far.
Tong making up for lost time, didn't play at all in 2024. Bowls now, and Hayne has got this wide of the 3 slips. Lyndon James, the 3rd slip, throwing himself to his right, couldn't reach it. Had there been a 4th or a 5th slip there, they might have had a chance of stopping it, but it went away very quickly, disappearing down below us to 3rd for 4 runs. And Sam Hayne gets his 2nd boundary of the morning. It was just the pace there of Tong. Found the outside edge, but it went along the ground and very quickly over the ropes for 4.
Absolutely not much wrong with the delivery, was there? Just caught the edge. Wasn't a convincing shot from Hayne, but when you bowl that quick, you're bound to find the boundary, aren't you, sometimes? Not a problem I face, Dave.
42 for 2. Tong bowls now, and he's got his man. Verena takes the catch. Not celebrate to a man, but Sam Hayne stood there, and Tom Lungley, the umpire, the man whose decision ultimately it is, shows no signs of giving him out. Not obviously thought there was a feather on that one, a scratch on the ball as it went through to the keeper. It was a very confident shout, wasn't it? And Josh Tong came rushing all the way down to celebrate, but had to turn and disappointingly make his way back.
Was a confident shout, but they don't look too disappointed, do they not? So I don't know if they've just taken it well, taken it better than I would, definitely, but it's a good delivery, and Sam Hayne might count himself lucky to still be at the crease.
Well, not if he didn't hit it, as Tong comes in and bowls, and Hayne drops it down on the leg side, but it's a no ball. Josh Tong overstepping there. So a couple of runs to the total, 44 for 2. Yes, in all probability, the umpire was spot on. The amount of mistakes they make are relatively few compared to the number of decisions that they're asked to make during the day. Sam Hayne certainly showed no indication of packing his bag under his arm and trooping off. Next one's just dropped on the leg side and away for a comfortable single, so they do change ends here. 45 for 2, and Hayne on to 26. Brings Hamza Sheikh down to this end, and he's not been on strike from this end this morning. Takes guard from umpire Lungley. Got the camera on his coat, on the front of his coat. Both umpires have the little black box that you can see. Those of you watching the live stream, you'll See the cameras on the front of the umpire's chest. Here's Tong in to bowl, and that one just shapes away. Now, for all the world, if they'd gone up for that one appealing, for all the world, I would have said he nicked that one. There was just so much movement after it had beaten the bat. I thought it must have been the edge, but clearly not. Good bit of bowling.
Absolutely, looks a real threat to the outside edge, doesn't he, Josh Tongue? He's getting it through at decent pace. He seems to be finding a good length, an aggressive length, where batsmen don't look really sure whether to go forward or back, and he's definitely got the field set for it. 3 slips there, ready to go.
There's Tong to conclude his 3rd over. Bowls nicely. Hamza Sheikh gets his first run of the morning, just helping it down to Brett Hutton at long leg. So one more from that over. Tong, 3 overs now, none for 14, 46 for 2. Don't know if the umpires in your matches have these cameras on, but whoever you speak to gives a different reason for it. They're coaching aids for the umpires, they're coaching aids for the coaches, they're coaching aids for the players. They're there for any disciplinary measures that might need to be addressed, but they're fairly although they're light, it's still a cumbersome thing, isn't it, for the umpires to have to strap on every day on the front of their coats. Sammy King is out there as a sub-fielder for Notts. I didn't see who popped off the field, but he's gone in there at shortish mid-wicket.
In comes Brett Hutton, and that's a great delivery and an edge, and they've gone for an appeal and it hasn't been given again. Well, Hutton's got his head on his hands here. I didn't hear a noise, but well, Notts looking threatening at both ends, but they look like they might have thought he got an edge on that, Dave.
Again, it's impossible, obviously, to say for certain. All I will say, having watched Brett Hutton bowl virtually every ball since he came into the Notts side way back in 2011, he's not one to run down to the other end and try a bit of kidology. You know, there's maybe 1 or 2 bowlers up and down the country. You know what I mean. And, you know, it doesn't cost anything to ask the umpire.
Hutton in again, and this one Fuller, and driven nicely through the onside. It looks like it will race away for 4. Ahmed gives chase, and it does. Frustration then for Brett Hutton. Is there anything worse than when you think one's out and then it's not given and you hit for 4 next ball? It's probably not. One
of the unwritten laws of the game, isn't it? If you have a drop catch or you have a decision that goes against you, the next one will be hit away for 4. Yeah, just on that, I don't think Brett is one that would be trying any kidology on with the umpire. He ran down celebrating, so I think he genuinely thought there might have been an inside edge. The umpire didn't, so that's the end of that. The 50's been brought up for the Bears. Began the morning on 34 for 2. Slow, difficult first 2 or 3 overs. They're just starting to get a bit of momentum.
Hutton bowls again and rectifies length there. Good delivery. Hamza forward in defence.
So when do you start your fixture list, your competitive matches?
Wednesday. First game Wednesday at Trent Bridge. That's against Lancashire, so...
Let's pull this up. 10:30 start. The Blaze versus Lancashire women. I think they were in town Thursday evening. I had a little wander outside the hotel, and all these cricketers came past me with cricket bags.
Again, Hutton in. Good length defence from Sheikh.
You know they had. You know what a cricket bag is, but you know, you can see the bats and everything. I knew it was a cricket team, and I looked, and obviously the unmistakable sight of the red rose there. So Lancashire's women were clearly in town Thursday evening in Birmingham. I don't know if they just arrived or were just leaving or what they were doing, but they were en masse and they were in kit and in their training kit, and they had all their bags with them.
Hutton in and full. And defended by Sheikh. Not too convincingly. I think he just read the line slightly wrong there, but danger from both ends here. Very different types of seamers, these two, but both looking a threat equally, in my opinion.
New regime in the women's game, not only for the Blaze, but also with England. You've not had a phone call from Charlotte yet, have you?
No.
She got your number?
Probably. As Hutton in again for the last body over, and that's another good delivery, a genuine play and miss from Sheikh. And End of the over, another good one for Notts, 50 for 2.
Yes, we're inside, we're behind the glass. It's a fabulous commentary position here from up the top of the newish pavilion. Still call it the new pavilion, but it must be 13, 14 years old. Fergus O'Neill it was, who obviously had gone off for a comfort break because he's just come back, and Sammy King has gone. Yeah, fabulous commentary position, but we are shielded from the elements. I think it's probably a lot colder out there than in here, although it's not particularly warm in here, is it? But I think it's a cold, chilly, but still day. The one flag I can see is just barely rippling at the far end. There's Josh Tonk. Will come in past umpire Lungley's left shoulder now from the Birmingham end bowls, and Haynes squared up a little bit with an outside edge, pushes it into the offside. 50 for 2, Birmingham. Beg your pardon, Warwickshire here at Birmingham.
Thinking of the 100, aren't you, Dave? Your favourite competition?
No, I was just actually looking at the scores, and I was looking at matches being played in Birmingham. Tong bowls and Hayne runs it out onto the offside, and there's no run. Worcestershire have lost a 6th wicket at Chelmsford. I think they had an unbroken day's cricket yesterday down there. Essex 179, Worcestershire 131 for 6, so relatively low scoring match. Anything but down at Hove. Sussex 263 for 2, in many senses one of the surprise sides in the early weeks of the season. Tom Haynes is 114 not out. Tom bowls wide of the pegs and it goes through to the keeper. Sussex at Trent Bridge next week. Derbyshire racking up the runs at the county ground Derby. They're 242 for 6. Just had 3 overs from Calvin Harrison, who's on loan with Northants. He had a terrific first match for Northants last week. I don't know if you saw that, Grace. He got 11 wickets and a half century. So you know, that's a sign of the loan system working for somebody. Wasn't needed by Notts for last week or this week. Allowed to go out for Northants and career best figures with bat and ball as the next one goes through to Verena.
Yeah, I was quite surprised actually when I saw Calvin go out on loan. He was a bit of a staple, wasn't he, last season? He's a pretty good player in all 3 parts of the game. But yeah, I was pleased to see him do well.
Fateh Singh has been allowed to go to New Road to join Worcestershire. Still Liam Patterson-White at Trent Bridge, of course, and Farhan Ahmed has got the starting berth, at least for the time being. Beginning of the season here, so difficult to squeeze Calvin into the side. Next ball is pushed out by Sam Hayne into the offside. We're inching towards 12 o'clock. We'll have a switcheroo here in a couple of minutes with Mike Taylor and Phil Britt joining us. 50 for 2. 1 ball left in this over. Fingers crossed, everybody, that the worst of the weather has left us. We get a full day's cricket in. I think for today and tomorrow things are certainly much brighter in every sense. Monday looks at the moment a little bit indifferent weather-wise as Josh Tonk bowls again to Sam Hayne, drives down the ground. The dive of Asiba Mead is unsuccessful. He's now scampering after it. He loses his floppy son out as he always does, but I'm afraid it's just a retrieval job for the Nottinghamshire captain. 4 down the ground. 54 for 2. Nice looking shot from Sam Hayne. He's on to 30. More from Grace Ballinger, and sliding into my seat in a moment or two will be Mike Taylor.
Yeah, lovely shot there from Sam Hayne to finish the over. He's just such a classy player, isn't he? I really enjoy watching Sam Hayne bat in any format. He just gets his timing right and he gets it very right there. Slightly full from Josh Tongue, nothing too bad with the ball, but Sam Hayne times it beautifully.
Hello, Grace. He likes playing against Notts, Sam Hayne. It's excellent, good record against all sorts of counties, but exceptionally so against Notts.
He scores a hell of a lot of runs, doesn't he, Sam Hain? One of the better players out there, in my opinion, as Hutton continues, and good line and length. Sheikh happy to defend.
Tend to be quite attractive runs as well, which I think is what wins him a lot of admirers. Because there's good run makers and there's makers of good runs, if you know what I mean. And well, Sam Hain's proved to be both. So our friend Brian Halford was showing me a few minutes ago, averages I think 48 in first-class games against Notts, 47 in one days, and 87 in 2020. I might have got those mixed up, but anyway, a lot.
Hutton in again. Had to Ben Slater out there. Sorry, I wasn't sure who that was there at backward point, but dot nonetheless.
There's been a few awkward moments, haven't there, this morning with the ball zipping around a bit. Hutton was pretty confident with that catch at the wicket, wasn't he, in the last over against Sheikh. So it is still nibbling about like it was yesterday.
It is, yeah. It's been a good contest at the moment between bat and ball, as this one again defended by Sheikh. Yeah, there's been a couple nice looking shots, hasn't there, from both batsmen, and also both Hutton and Tung have beaten the batter on multiple occasions. So it's a good contest here early doors at Edgbaston, the second day. Yeah,
and the moment it is still overcast, but the forecast is improving for the rest of the day, so there might be reward if you can just stick around for a couple of hours.
It's Hutton in again, and this one Fuller. Sheikh pushes it into the offside. Another dot ball. Yeah, if I was a batsman in this game, I think I'd be happy to be waiting for my turn right now. I don't think I'd want to be out there. It's got to be the most difficult point, hasn't it?
Yes, I mean, it was really quite tricky yesterday, and Hutton is such a skilled practitioner in these conditions. No great pace, but a great deal of craft.
He's in again, and again, line and length, and Sheikh defends into the offside.
Reminds me, just literally as we were going off yesterday and never to return, I had a couple of emails, but one from Simon, who I don't know whether he's listening today, said, "Is it me?" said Simon, which is always a good way to start an email, isn't it? Is it me? Because the answer is invariably yes. But he says, "Does Brett Hutton have a bowling action much like the great Ian Botham?" Which hadn't occurred to me, and then you might be right.
Hutton's in again, last ball of the over, and much like the last, a dot to finish then. Hutton hitting some nice areas there. Warwickshire 54 for 2.
So, yeah, it hadn't occurred to me before that. But there is something of a similarity about Hutton, who is, I mean, Botham was a great bear of a man. And he changed halfway through his career. Early in his career, he really tore in. And then he had quite a nasty injury on a tour of Australia. And after that, sort of bowled at about the pace that Hutton does now. And it was much more sort of craft and swinging about. So I can see that, Simon. It didn't occur to me before you said it. But yes, I do see it now. If he takes half as many wickets as Ian Botham, then he'll be very happy. It's 54 for 2. You're going to be with us throughout the weekend, aren't you, Grace? So
yeah, both day 2 and day 3.
Okay, I'm going to. Our friend Phil Britt will come in and take over from you, I think, in a few minutes. Then we'll cycle round, do an update for local radio during this over. It's Fergus O'Neill, who bowled 4 overs yesterday. He's going to have his first go for today from the Birmingham end, and his first ball sort of droops after pitching outside Sam Hain's off stump, and it's taken quite low down by Verena. With 3 slips with hands firmly in pockets. It's that sort of morning. Joe Clark at first.
It's not a day to be filled in the slips, is it, at all?
Yes. I don't want to say it looks as though he's got very deep pockets there, because that's implying something entirely different, but buries his hands in them. As Hain turns the next one off his pads and doesn't think for very long about the possibility of a run, as Haseeb Hamid, still with sun hat in place, moves around to his right. Height of optimism to be wearing a sun hat at this point.
is a bit. It's the same as them having their sunglasses on there. I'm not sure they're going to need that for today, are they?
It's a statement of will rather than of need. O'Neill turns and heads in again to bowl Hayne, full and straight, and Hayne defends slightly on the walk. Up to Hamid again at mid-on. He's arranged. It's a fairly orthodox attacking field with 3 slips, but 2 men out on the hook, and it's a slightly long boundary on that side. The pitch is just a little towards the Holly stand side of the ground, which means that on the other side, the Priory side, it does have the illusion at least of looking quite a long way out to the deep square leg and long leg, and now Hayne does tuck one off his hip, and this time he does get a single. He's seeing it wide enough of Hamid to pick up a run, and it's 55 for 2.
They've got the field set, haven't they, for if they do want to bowl a shorter ball and try and catch either Sheikh or Hayne on the pull. We haven't seen it implemented yet, probably no need with the ball probably swinging round in the air, but it is there. Do they want to surprise the batsman?
55 for 2. Radio update coming in just a moment. O'Neill bowls, and now Sheikh repeats almost exactly Hayne's movement of a moment ago, and turns it into the leg side, just wide enough of Hamid. This is Mike Taylor at Edgbaston, where play has begun half an hour late on the second day of Warwickshire's County Championship fixture against Nottinghamshire. The Bears continuing their innings for yesterday. There were only 40 minutes cricket yesterday, and so far today they've added 22 more runs to get up to 56 for 2. There have been a couple of alarms for Sam Hayne and Hamza Sheikh. Sheikh in particular has had to survive a fervent appeal for a catch at the wicket off Brett Hutton, who took the 2 wickets yesterday. But for the time being, they are still in possession after 35 minutes today, with Hayne 31 and Sheikh 18. Warwickshire 56 for 2. Commentary continues on the BBC Sport website. This is Mike Taylor at Edgbaston. And this is Phil Brith at Edgbaston. How are you, sir?
I'm very well. Morning, or good afternoon, sorry to be correct. Mike, morning everybody. They've survived that first half hour quite well, I think. A couple of those little shouts which Nottinghamshire thought they got caught behind, a couple of caught behinds, but apart from that, no real major worries. I thought the ball might be dipping about a bit more this morning with the conditions, but it's been fairly reasonable. As Hutton comes in from the pavilion end and bowls, and Sheikh is solidly in defence, back and fielded by the bowler as he runs through.
I mean, I think it's still nibbling a bit, but they've handled it quite well.
Yeah. Important, these two, after those 2 wickets going down yesterday morning, 13, both openers gone with just 13 on the board, so these two have added 43. 31 of them to Hayne, as Hutton in to Sheikh, who is playing off an outside edge to second slip, just bounces in front, about a yard in front of second slip. And Hayne comes down, not quite to that one, over the top of that one. Sheikh gets a little bit of a let off there. Hutton looks to be the danger man.
Oh, for sure. He, I mean, that was the first one that he has found the outside edge today. He's been close 2 or 3 times.
And he comes again. Back, and this one, Sheikh goes chasing outside the off stump. Wider delivery. Sheikh played down. His foot went straight down the wicket, but his bat went across to chasing the ball, and it was like an open face bat, looking to sort of play it away through third slip, and in the end, very fortunate not to get an edge on that one.
It's a tough game, this, isn't it? he doesn't know whether to play or pass at the moment. And Hutton equally thinks what a tough game it is, because he's comprehensively beaten his man twice, and he still hasn't got him out.
Here he comes again in, and this time Sheikh drives beautifully. That's the shot he was looking for in the previous ball. This time he gets it away, and it runs away through the covers, down to the hover cover, one bounce and into the hover cover. Nicely timed. Takes Warwickshire on to 60 for 2, and that was a much better looking shot. Sheikh goes on to 22, and the total goes on to 60 for 2.
Well, look, if Hamza Sheikh is going to fulfil the talent that I think most people really agree he's got,
Yep.
then these are the little moments that are going to show it coming through.
Yep.
Because he's been up against it a bit this morning against Hutton. He survived one appeal for a catch. He's nibbled one and missed one in this over, and then unfolds a shot like that. It's really good.
Hutton into him again. This one's taking his off stump. There's no question this time. And Hans the Shake is bowled for the 4th time this season. Every time this season he's been out, he's been bowled. And keeping up that run, he goes. The Warwickshire lose their 3rd wicket. So just talking Shake, so that shot up. But Hutton quite deservedly gets his wicket. 60 for 3. Shake goes bowled by Hutton for 22. Warwickshire lose their 1st wicket of the morning. And a point on the board for Nottinghamshire.
Yeah, and a point on the board for Brett Hutton as well, because that was some response to being cover-driven, wasn't it? Yeah. What a gorgeous delivery that was. And Hamza Sheikh's walking off, still sort of playing it in his mind, holding the bat there, but he was beaten all over the place by that. There's a craftsman at work here in Hutton, and perhaps there'll be times later in the season when the weather is drier and on harder pitches, and it'll be more difficult for a bowler of his pace.
Yes.
But on a day like this, and I know international cricket, and he's about developing fast bowlers, and he's the county champion. I hear all of that, but I quite enjoy watching a craftsman at work like this. In much the same way as Ollie Hannon-Dolby has been for year after year for Warwickshire, it's not dissimilar.
He's. I've seen him play over the years, because this is his 2nd spell at Nottinghamshire, isn't it? He played, then went away, and then has come back, I think. Yeah, 3 years at Northampton, Dave's saying. And I don't think he's ever been a prolific wicket taker against Warwickshire, but he's bowling as well this morning as I've seen him in all the years which we've watched him.
Yes, with great skill, and that one was looking at the replay. It pitched about middle and off, and left Shake off the pitch as well as in the air. That was a pretty tasty delivery, whether it was 70 mile an hour or 80 mile an hour. You've still got to hit it.
It's not one, as you're trying to develop your game at number 3, that you really want to be having to face. So it's part of Hans the Shake's learning curve.
Shake gone for 22, and Dan Mosley, who he's such a talented player, but about due a big score, I reckon.
Yeah, he got 63 in the first game. The first ball from Hutton, he leaves outside the off stump, no shot needed. He got 63 here against Sussex in the first match. Warwickshire only batted, or he only batted once. Up at Chester Street last week, he got a 24 and then a duck in the 2nd innings when Warwickshire fell away to 90 odd for 5 in their 2nd innings. So he's still looking, of course, for his maiden first-class century, Dan Mosley. Big expectation this year. I think this is a really big year for Dan. Yes, I wouldn't disagree with that.
He's, what is he now, 23, I think. So he's full of talent, and I like his personality for the game.
Yep.
The most exciting thing about talking to Dan Mosley is that you're talking to a fella who loves the game and loves all about it. And I spoke to him about this time last year about he'd been going abroad and playing overseas, and he was revelling in it. O'Neill starts a new over and drags his first ball wide of the off stump, and Hayne looks at it slightly disdainfully as it goes through to Verena. So he's intoxicated by the game.
And of course, he's been recognised at white ball, international level. It's the red ball that he needs to really, if he's coming in batting at number 5, Warwickshire need somebody who's going to replace the 1,000 runs from Rhodes and the 700 or 800 from the wicket-keeper, which they lost as well. So there's some big gaps which Warwickshire have got to find the runs replacement from.
O'Neill's next delivery is left stylishly by Hayne, twirling his bat out of the way. Yeah, look, we are in an era now where you can make a perfectly good and honourable career playing largely white ball cricket, and it's possible that ends up being Dan Mosley's route, because he's obviously got the bowling ability as well. O'Neill bowls and skids this one through a little bit quicker to Hayne, who's in position nice and early and defends it just to the onside of straight. And Hamid fields 60 for 3. But I think there's more to Mosley's game than that. I think he can aim to be a better player in all forms than that.
Well, you would hope so, and I think there are times where you think he's going to actually kick on and get the 3-figure score, and it hasn't quite worked for him.
O'Neill bowls, and Haynes squirts this one a bit, off a thickish inside edge, down to long leg, where it trundles down to Hutton, and they take a slightly inelegant run to take Haynes to 32, and it's 61 for 3.
I don't think that was quite where he was intending to play that shot, but got away with it.
And Mosley taking a guard from umpire Lungley to face O'Neill for the first time. Wearing one of the is it? I can't tell whether it's entirely a traditional cable knit, but the sweater is it?
It is
the
a
Warwickshire
cable knit sweater, which is causing a little bit of an issue.
Well, yes. O'Neill bowls, and forward comes Mosley and turns away into the leg side. I know what you're going to say here.
Well, it's not me. I'm just repeating what a number of people said to me yesterday in the museum. Why, when you come to watch the cricket, can't you tell who the players are, the Warwickshire players?
Well, look, I'm going to...
And in the field, it's even more of a problem.
I'm going to abstain from taking a view on that, except to say that, do you remember what a stink there was when they first put numbers on? O'Neill bowls, and Mosley's beaten by a ball there that skidded through a little bit low outside the off stump, and Mosley wasn't, just jabbed at it a bit as it went almost under the bat, it seemed, from here. But it missed the off stump, and it's through to the keeper, and it's 61 for 3 at the end of an awkward over from O'Neill. But I mean, it was going to be the end of the world because cricket is wearing numbers on, and now here we are saying it's the end of the world that they're not.
No, I don't think they're saying it's the end of the world, but I do think that if you put somebody's name and number on the back and then put something on so you can't read it, what is the point? And if you did it in any other sport, every other sport has the player's name on and number. You should be able to see it.
I know.
I think it's
personally
from the crowd point of view, I think it's essential that you see.
I agree.
If you're going to do it.
And of course, as a member of the Commentators Union, I entirely agree with that.
I'm just ignoring it outside.
Yes, but I'm just pulling your leg. Right, here's Hutton again.
He comes in from that pavilion end as he puts the soapbox away, and this one is turned to mid-wicket, and there's no run. I used to like just pursuing that point to the final point. I like the Nottinghamshire sweaters. They're perfectly adequate.
They're smart.
Numbers on, and also I still don't understand why you can't knit a number onto a cable knit.
Oh,
do you know, my grandma put tractors on the front of my cable knit sweaters when I was a kid, and she could do it. So why can't they put numbers on the back? If this one from Hutton is outside the off stump and through to the keeper.
Look, if the knitters of the world unite and email in your angry complaints about that, I don't know. I've never picked up a pair of knitting needles in my life, Phil. So I'm going to abstain from that, but I invite the Knitters Union to email at mike.taylor.02@bbc.co.uk and tell us precisely how difficult that is.
Here's Hutton in bowls, and this is run away to backward point, and there's no run. Hayne follows that, has a little walk down the wicket. And,
yes, that's true. Yeah, you see, Dave always thinks more practically than me. He should be on The Apprentice. He says, look, you can't, if you're not mass producing them, you'd have to do them individually.
No, you get the sweater and then you give it to somebody to put the... no, I don't
Tell you what, there's an Apprentice episode with you two on the same, so I'll be tuning it in for that.
This one down the leg side, Hayne tries to flick it away, but can't get bat onto it, and that goes through to our keeper, Virend.
Meanwhile, back on cricket, David tweets me to say, do you any idea what time lunch is at Edgbaston today? Because he's hoping to pop down later. At 1:30, we've been told, David. So 1:30 until 2:10 if you're looking for post-luncheon session, by which time, hopefully, it will be tropical here at Edgbaston.
It's going to have to warm up a bit, though,
Yes.
in the next hour and a quarter as this one outside the off stump. Hayne ends up face on, one leg akimbo, and no shot offered, just getting out of the way of it really as it goes through to the keeper. 61 for 3. Hutton in his 11th over, 3 for 30. He's got obviously all 3 wickets to fall, bowled beautifully, and could easily have had 4 or 5 as he comes in again. And to the right-handed Hayne, who is beaten outside the off stump. Another ball which pitches and moves away from the right-hander through to the keeper. Good way to finish the over. 61 for 3 it remains. 32 to Hayne. Mosley still to get off the mark, and the one man out today was Hans Sheikh, who was bowled by Hutton with a beauty. Took his off stump out the ground for 22 when the score was 60, and that was just a single ago.
It's pretty tricky out there still, and the bowling's been good, isn't it? It's one thing for the conditions to be difficult for batting, but it's quite another to actually make it difficult. And Hutton in particular has done that with his spell 5 overs yesterday and 6 today. 11 overs, 5 maidens, 3 for 30. We've seen Tongue for a spell this morning, and now O'Neill from the Birmingham end at 61 for 3. And Mosley, he very nearly plays on unwittingly there. He went forward, jabbed it into the ground, but seemed unaware as to where the ball was spinning to until maybe even alerted by the gasps of the fielders as it bounced past the leg stump.
He was very slow reacting there, wasn't he? The ball had spun back.
Don't think he realised where it was.
No, how close it was, no.
That would have been a galling way to get out. Mosley yet to score. 61 for 3. 3 slips weight, and Mosley's on the back foot here, playing this firmly up to mid-off, where that's Hutton coming in to do the fielding. Clark is still at first slip with his hands buried in his pockets. McCann at second. I hear you saying, Dave, McCann 20 tomorrow, is he? 20 tomorrow. Gosh, those are the days, eh? And he waits, slips pretty close together. He bowled here by a full delivery, and Mosley drove right over the top of that. 61 for 4, and Mosley gone for naught with he's cross with himself. It was an accurate full delivery, but it was a loose stroke, and Mosley just missed it. 61 for 4.
Yeah, Dan Mosley, really, that one was probably right for the drive. I think the shot was right, the application was wrong, and Mosley was loses his off stump. Turned away, and Dan Mosley goes for his consecutive zeros. He got naught in the second innings at Chesterland Street last week. He goes for naught here, so Warwickshire in trouble here. 4th wicket going down for 61 for 4.
Yeah, they're under
just a little bit. The ball's moving around a little bit, but there'll be one or two just looking at this top order and just thinking, is it a little bit frail, Mike?
Well, I mean, I'd be reluctant to say that on the evidence of this in difficult conditions, but that one didn't look. I just missed it.
Yeah.
I just looked at the replay. I'm not sure that one did dart all that far. Examining the different replays, it was well bowled by O'Neill, but he just looks as though it held its line, drove straight over it.
Straight over it, I thought. Yeah.
So, it's a galling one for Mosley, gone for naught, and
well, the new batsman is Ed Barnard,
who has been particularly dependable in the last year or two. He's made the one-day cup. He's owned that competition, been the overall most valuable player award in that tournament now 2 years running.
And he started the season well. He got 82 here against Sussex and 101 in the second innings against Durham, so he's opened the season in good form.
Well, a match-winning 100 as it turned out.
Yeah, absolutely.
In partnership, or largely in partnership with Kai Smith, who I do think is a talented lad.
Yeah.
At the moment, there is a repair job to be done for the Warwickshire vice-captain Barnard, who he's, I think, beaten by the first ball. He was trying to shield the bat a little bit behind the pad, as if to suggest that he wasn't really playing at it. But I think he might have been. And it's gone through to Verena, and suddenly the conditions, which feel sort of just bland and April benign, are looking very difficult. With the ball not hooping miles, but moving just enough.
Yeah, just enough to cause a little bit of concern.
Then occasionally it's the one that doesn't, that causes the problem. This one from O'Neill is just wide enough of the off stump for Barnard to leave it. And O'Neill with a really sort of loose-limbed follow-through, just as if he's been able to relax all his muscles and bounces through almost as far as Barnard himself.
So big requirement here from Sam Hayne, who's to continue his form, his excellent form he has against Nottinghamshire. He really does need to stick around and hold this innings together for Warwickshire.
O'Neill bowls and Barnard is very gently forward, just poking this into the offside. And it's a wicket maiden for Fergus O'Neill to leave Warwickshire after the successive dismissals of Sheikh and Mosley at 61 for 4. Hayne 32, needing some support.
Yep. It's 0 for Yates, 5 for Davis, 22 for Sheikh, and 0 for Dan Mosley as the 4 wickets who have gone this morning. 2 LBW yesterday and 2 bowled this morning. So that ball just doing enough and causing those doubts in the batsman's mind.
Hutton's going to carry on. This will be his 7th over this morning, but I think he's pretty keen.
I think they'll probably have to wrestle the ball away from him at the moment as he comes in. And Hayne taps the ground and waits and leaves this one outside the off stump, a bit wider outside the off stump. So Hayne not tempted and just takes the bat out of the way. 3 slips, the waiting, a deep backward point, and then a short extra cover, mid wicket. There's a man down at long leg, and we've got a deepish mid on, mid off. But fairly attacking field as for Hutton as he comes in again and bowls, and Hayne turns this one away through square. You'll get a couple of runs here as the ball is retrieved and thrown back in by Fergus O'Neill down back to the keeper. So 63 for 4. Hayne moves on to 34.
And has looked very, well, not overconfident, just composed in making them. He made the conditions look less difficult than they apparently are.
In and bowls, and Hayne is initially tempted to play and then sort of twirls the bat out of the way and gets a couple of oohs, but in the end he was probably safe enough at it. He'd left it reasonably late, but did get everything out of the way. Decided that was not one to go chasing.
He has developed a slightly extravagant leave, Sam.
Yes.
Added little flourish.
Waits Sutton into him, and he was looking initially to angle that one away down through the gully area, but in the end changed and just brought the bat down on it and ran it out into the offside, and there's no run. The Warwickshire flag over at the far end of the ground, blowing this morning across. No Nottinghamshire flag here at the moment. I don't know whether they brought that with them, but so it's not up on the flagpole. Hutton in. Hayne turns this away through mid-wicket. This will race all the way down to the Hollies stand through mid-wicket and crosses the ropes. And nicely timed by Hayne. The moment Hutton strays onto the leg stump, Hayne gets into position and plays that shot beautifully. Very reminiscent, going back some years, from Jonathan Trott, how he could work that ball through the onside and with such accuracy and power, and Hayne playing that similar sort of shot.
Well, he was always compared with Trott when he first came into the team, wasn't he?
Yeah. He was like the sort of mini Trott, wasn't he? And even some of the mannerisms were very similar. But that was a lovely shot. Hutton in, and this is run away. They can take a single in, play square on the offside through point, and there was a little bit of hesitation, but Hayne ran through, keeps the strike. End of a over, 68 for 4, 39 that takes Hayne to. Barnard still to get off the mark, and it's that was a little bit more comfortable for the Warwickshire man.
Yeah, that felt like the last one of a spell. That one,
I
maybe
think so,
a good
yeah,
spell, jolly good
just
spell it's
about,
been.
You
but
would think, that he's getting towards that. It looks there as though Josh Tongue is warming up again at mid-off.
yeah,
So whether he's going to come into the attack.
Hayne picked him off a couple of times yesterday, just when Hutton went ever so slightly to the leg side of straight and just flicked him through square leg like that. 68 for 4, O'Neill bowls wide of the off stump, and Barnard turns to face him and then lifts his bat out of the way. Well, there was another email I had yesterday, literally just as we went off, and I said, we'll mention this when we come back on, and then we never did. So Gary, I don't know whether he's listening today, but I hope you're well, Gary, asks simply this. It says, how many players have played for Notts and Warwickshire?
Ooh.
I'm not sure we can say how many, but we might be able to name some. Mark Waugh, yeah, he was a good player, wasn't he? In comes O'Neill, bowls, and forward goes Hayne.
Eddie Hemmings
Defends. Eddie Hemmings. Well, that was Gary got back in touch to name Eddie Hemmings, who would have been the first one I'd have more associated with Notts, I think, afterwards. But he was here for quite a while at the start of his career, wasn't he? He had such a long career, Eddie Hemmings.
Yeah.
Derek Murray, says Dave very confidently. He
Yep.
was such a fine wicket keeper in the 70s largely, wasn't he, Derek Murray, I think. In comes O'Neill, and Hayne is defending this from the crease, back where it came from. And Hamid goes to field. Ollie Stone, of course, yes, who, alas, he's injured once again. Heart breaks for Ollie Stone, doesn't it, every time he has these injuries? Such a lovely chap.
Well, his career here was riddled with problems, wasn't it? It never really got... The moment he started to get back in, he broke down again. He arrived here with the injury he picked up celebrating at Northampton.
Still think he's one of the best sights in English. When all the gears are meshing together, he's a terrific bowler to watch. But alas, that's been so rare. Hopefully he'll be okay again soon. Hayne defends the next one back up the pitch, and somebody's tripped over the stumps at the bowler's end, so umpire Lungley comes to fix them. Vasbert Drakes, yes.
Yeah.
It's a good one. Was not here for very long.
No, I was going to say that.
Make a huge impression.
I was thinking more of
Hayne jabs the next one away into the covers.
He obviously did play for both sides,
yes.
so it does qualify. But I was thinking more of, sort of home-developed ones who went on to play.
Okay. Well, look, Dave's starting to come off his long run, so I'll get him in here in a minute. You come back in, Dave, in a minute. Anurag Singh. Yeah, I suppose so. Yeah, he was open the back. Didn't have too many games here, but he might have had more at Notts than he had here, I think.
Yeah, he came up through the system here, didn't he?
Yes.
Yeah, so good player. I liked Anurag.
Dave's in form at the moment.
He is,
get him back on. O'Neill bowls wide of off stump, and Hayne lets that go. It's the end of the over. It's 68 for 4. I'm still waiting for the sun to come out.
I think you could wait a long time.
So yes.
You're going to go out on the deck outside, are you, and on the lounger?
Nobody needs to see that. Right. Well, Dave will come in. We'll get Grace back in a little while as well. But while Dave's in approaching peak form already, so early in the season, he can come in there.
Peaked, actually. I think Dave may well have peaked. Going back a few years, I'm just trying to think of some who may have played. They didn't move around counties quite so much as they do now, did they? As Dave rejoins us. Let's see if I can think of any others. We'll do this over and then Grace will replace me and join you again, Dave, okay?
Okie dokie.
As Josh Tongue is going to replace Brett Hutton, who's had a splendid morning. Again, to follow up with the 2 wickets he got yesterday. Did you say yesterday, Dave, that his best figures were 3 for something against Warwickshire, Brett Hutton?
Yes.
Thought you did. Here's Tongue from the pavilion end in full toss, which is put away. Probably got exactly what it deserved. Put away through backward point by Barnard to get him off the mark. It was a very loose opening delivery from this end. And thank you very much, says Ed Barnard, and go and fetch that one back from the just past the hover cover down to the fence.
Yes, it was very loose from Tong. Did that not necessarily over pitching. It was more short deliveries in the first innings against Durham. He just seemed to need an over or 2 before easing into his work properly. But in the second innings, he was right on it.
Here comes again. Barnard waits, and this one is a bit shorter and through. No shot offered by Barnard. It goes through to the keeper. So a similar field to the one that Brett Hutton had. 3 slips and the backward point. Oh, deep gully. It's and mid-wicket. Man out, perhaps a little more around a cover rather than extra cover. That's Jack Haynes out there. There's Tong waits. Barnard twirls the bat, gives it a tap, and then holds it up as he waits and gets over this and runs it down to backward, that deep backward point position. And there's no run. So Ben Duckett, when's he going to be available to play, Dave?
Hopefully matches 3 and 4. I think that was the plan.
4 and 5.
4 and 5.
Can you imagine? We're already talking about matches 4 and 5 out of a 14 match season.
Yeah, it's a shame, isn't it?
Isn't it just? That's why Warwickshire have gone for these cable knit sweaters, Dave. They're only playing in the cold weather. In and bowls, and this is turned away through square. They get a single. Ahmed goes chasing round and does the fielding. Keeps them down to 1. Brings Hayne on to strike. Barnard moves to 5. 73 for 4. A few more people have come in, but I have to say it's a countable crowd at the moment. I don't think it would take us too long to actually count the number of people down at the Birmingham end. It really is a bit thin on the ground this morning. There's a couple of people sat on top of the press box. I bet they're quite cool up there because it's quite a stiff breeze blowing across. His Tongue is in and bowls and left by Hayne. An extravagant leave outside the off stump.
I've got a couple more players' names who've played for both counties back in the day. Dilip Doshi, the Indian spinner.
Yep.
Imran Tahir, who's played for everybody. I think you can chalk him down for all 18 counties.
It's easier to say the ones he hasn't played for.
And another overseas player, Daniel Vittori. I don't know how much he played here, but I think he played 1 game for Notts.
He played 1 game at Middlesex for Warwickshire. This one is glanced away down to long leg for, I think, off the pad, just for 1. And yes, indeed, it's been single. Yes.
Funnily enough, I think Vittori's 1 game for Notts was away against Middlesex. Maybe he only liked playing at Lords.
I think he came here with an injury, which manifested itself into his career with Warwickshire ended at that point. Right, I shall bring Grace back in to join you.
Thank you, Phil. Thanks to everybody that's taken the trouble to get in touch. Last time I was on commentary, I'd left my laptop next door, so all the lovely people that got in touch, I've only seen during my stint off commentary that you've got in touch. Just a 53-year-old's with us. Julie James is on the ground by now. Alistair's following. Jiggs, who spends his life going up and down the waterways of Great Britain. A breezy start to dry the ground this morning. Hopefully, a reasonably prompt start. Yes, that's what happened. We were half an hour late. Maybe too breezy for the big bowling lads. Here is Fergus O'Neill bowls, and this is dropped on the leg side. Grace Ballinger slid in alongside me, and appropriately enough, Mark the Mod from Sevenoaks in Kent asks, Dave, I'm awaiting the arrival of the grandsons to unleash some chaos in the house, but can you ask Grace, did she ever complete her Russian lit studies?
I did, yeah. So I've graduated from Loughborough now. Got a first, actually, just scraped.
75 for 4 here at Edgbaston. Fergus O'Neill bowls, and a bit of a loose-looking drive from Ed Barnard. Works it up to the not skipper Seba Mead at mid-on. 75 for 4. So that was all, what, Dostoevsky and all that you were doing?
Yeah, it feels like a long time ago now. That was my
Mark's
dissertation,
remembered.
Yeah. No, I enjoyed writing that. So, yeah, I've graduated now.
You just copied it out of book, presumably?
Huh?
You'd have just copied it out of book somewhere, would you?
All new ideas. All new ideas from me. Yeah.
75 for 4. O'Neill bowls wide of the pegs and goes through to the keeper. Why Russian lit? I must have asked you that a couple of years ago. But
my A level, I did philosophy in school, and I wanted to do it at uni, but they didn't do it at Loughborough, so I did English instead, which is probably a bit better in the end for what I wanted to go into. And my A level teacher recommended it to me as a philosophical novel, and I read it when I was 17. I thought, write my dissertation on it.
There's Fergus O'Neill. Plays in Australia for Victoria. Bowls a delivery on the off stump that's driven into the covers. Nicely fielded by Jack Haynes. So you said you did have prospective career plans if cricket hadn't worked out. What would that have been then?
Probably just like writing. Some sort of, I don't know, like probably not like fictional, maybe like sports journalism and stuff. I wrote an article for Covered, actually, the Trent Bridge magazine, the edition that's just come out.
Ed Barnard on strike, former Worcestershire player, has a big ton against Notts on his CV at Trent Bridge, I think in his last year with Worcestershire, 2 or 3 years ago now. This goes through to the keeper. It's so easy, isn't it, sports journalism? That's what everybody tells me. Well, there's 60, 70 kids at university taking journalism courses because they all want to be sports journalists.
Wouldn't know.
It's difficult. It's difficult. There's not that many jobs to go around, is there? Same in most professions, I guess, as Barnard eases this back to Fergie. It's the end of the over. 75 for 4. Paul Taylor says, I think this is on the live stream. I'm not seeing a live stream, Paul. I'm just gawping out of the window. Good to see the bowlers' speeds for a change on the live stream. And Josh Tong this morning's been working up some decent pace. Yeah, I've not been able to see that. David Carroll was with us earlier. He was watching on the stream and wondered what the lunch and tea times were. Yeah, I was the same, Mike, because I've not seen it either tweeted by either club or on the boards, but I might have missed it. But Mike has heard a tip off that it's a 2-hour initial session, 11:30 till 1:30. Then obviously the 40-minute lunch. So we'll have to go along with that for the time being. Here's Josh Tong, and there's the equally fast Grace Ballinger.
If not quicker. Tongues in this one. Good on the stumps. Haynes slightly squared up in defence. Yeah, he's looked quick, hasn't he, Josh Tongue? He's bowled great areas. I'd be interested, Dave, if they've got the speeds on the live stream. I'd be interested to see if his pace stays consistent throughout his whole spell, because they bowl long spells, don't they, these seamers? Bowl sometimes 20 overs in a day, so it'd be impressive, wouldn't it, if he could keep his speed up.
Bears 4 down, 2 wickets lost this morning.
Tongue in again, right arm over the wicket, and this turned off the stumps nicely by Sam Hain into the onside. Will be a couple. Hamid gives chase and prevents boundary. It's a well-timed shot that, but did look like he took it off the stumps, not directly behind bowler's arm here, so can't be sure.
There's a surprise of me losing his floppy son at Chris the Outlaw. Morley says the delivery that Hutton got shake was the best ball of the season bowled so far. You just don't keep them out. Very true, Chris. Mark Mugaseth, come on, Notts. There's Tonk.
Again, Hayne tries to work, delivering to the onside. This one just looks like it might have caught him on the thigh, I think, Dave, and that would hurt, wouldn't it? I mean,
sting a bit, yeah.
It hurts off gentle meadows, let alone off the pace of Josh Tongue on a cold day like this. So,
Sid Jenkins, I don't know if Sid's not had an Easter egg this morning or whatever. Oh, odds on a draw, he says. Odds on a draw. Keith Havers more optimistic. Yeah, he says, not too early wickets this morning. And one or two more. Keep them coming at Brace Cricket. Still can't remember Mike's email address, but we'll get him signed up to some book club or other next time he gives his email address.
Tongue bowls and this one full. Driven by Hayne, not convincingly. Mead does the fielding.
Elsewhere, I saw in Division 2 this morning that there's nothing like a number 11 having a little bit of fun, as Grace knows too well. Or are you optimistic of rising up the order this year?
Always rising.
Always rising. Well, Marchant de Lange, who gives it a bit of biff now and again, went in at number 11 for Gloucestershire. He whacked 51 from 27 balls this morning, 3 4s and 4 6s. This is wide of the pegs and it goes through to the keeper. Sorry, Grace. 472 all out Gloucestershire. That's at Canterbury, Kent to 26 for 1. That's how you do it. That's how you get the coach's attention. Go in at number 11 and biff 51 off 27 balls.
Prefer a watchful 20 off 20, me, Dave.
It's not going to do it, though, is it?
And it might do.
It's not going to do it.
You wait till the red ball comes into women's cricket. I'm years ahead.
Got you down as a night watchman.
Yep. Tongue in again, then final ball of the over, and it's full again. Hayne keeps that one out. End of the over then. Warwickshire 77 for 4.
No likelihood of you playing any red ball this year? Who's your club? Sutton Coldfield?
Yeah, I don't think I'm allowed to I don't think I'll be allowed to play that with the amount of cricket we've got. Fixtures always increasing.
Oh, you're playing too much cricket, are you? We're going down that line early on, are we?
Plenty cricket, mate.
Play too much cricket. Is it consistent this year all the way through the season? Because I know towards the back end you didn't have many games last year.
Yeah, it's pretty consistent. Play home and away in the 50 over comp, and then home and away in the T20 as well. Plus the 100 in August, all being well.
There's Fergie in and bowls, and this is pushed out on the offside. We've mentioned Imran Tahir and all the county clubs he's played for. Have you played for every team in the 100 now?
Played for 2 out of 8.
I thought you'd played for London Spirit. Have you not played for the Rockets? Because you played for the Northern Doodars as well. I did 1 year at London Spirit when I was about 19, and then I'm going into my 3rd year at Superchargers this summer. And you're still with those, this year? Yeah. Next one is edged. Oh, that's a good catch. That's a sharp catch from tomorrow's birthday boy, Freddie McCann at second slip. That was whistling through the Birmingham air. And Ed Barnard goes. A wicket for O'Neill. Catches the outside edge. Barnard went hard at that one, and that was sizzling. That'll warm your fingers on a cold day. Good catch, McCann. 77 for 5 now, the Bears, losing their 3rd wicket this morning. That was a stinger. That was a great catch, wasn't it, from Freddie? Sometimes it's easy to forget how young he is with how comfortably he's come into this team and performed with the bat, and now also in the slip cord and low to his right bat, and don't think I'd have even moved before that had got to the boundary rope if it was me, but Nottinghamshire on the charge now. 3 wickets in this morning session. Really was a sharp catch. With the naked eye, thoroughly expected that to... I'll be perfectly honest, I expected that just to bisect 2nd and 3rd slip, because it was dropping all the time, was going very, very quickly indeed. But McCann just took half a pace to his right and clung on low down. there's a number one out there. Sammy King, the subfielder's out there, number one. You've got to be good to have number one, haven't you, Grace?
I reckon so. Got to take plenty of wickets, haven't you, to have number one on the back of your shirt?
I don't know, you've got to be a bit in the face of the coaches, haven't you? I want number one, coach. What do you make of your new coach, Craig Cumming, former New Zealand Test player?
Yeah, Craig's good. He's come into the environment nicely. He actually was with us for a month last June. He came to get a bit of experience because we've got a bit of a partnership, I suppose, with Otago, which was where he was in New Zealand, head coach of the women's team there, and just like obviously didn't know what was to come with Chris Guest moving on and taking a role with the ECB, and applied for it, and yeah, he's come in since January and he's fitted in nicely.
Yeah, I met him on media day. Seems like a nice fella. Here's Fergus O'Neill. The new man is Kai Smith, the Bears wicket keeper, and there's a rare one. It went through to Verena, the South African Test keeper, and didn't take it cleanly. It's a very, very good glove man, and a very good bat as well. 77 for 5, 3 wickets to Hutton. The first 3 to fall, and the last 2 have been taken by Fergus O'Neill, bowling from the Birmingham end. Just feel like it's going to be how many can Sam Hain get and how much support can he get as this goes through to the keeper. That's not to take anything away from either Kai Smith, who's out there with him now, or those that are to come. Ethan Bamber, good runs last week up at Durham in the victory, but Sam Hain is the, I don't know, as an outsider should I say it and how well it would go down with the Bears fans. He's a fantastic player. Is he the best player in the team? Some would say so. I could say as an outsider, I think he's a terrific player, Sam Hain.
I think he's one of the best players in the league, to be honest, Dave.
Yeah. Don't think I'll get too many people arguing wide of the pegs. This one through to Verena. That one nestles nicely in those white gloves.
If the ground staff are expecting a bit of rain, Dave, it doesn't look like it. It looks just as it has for the whole day, really, but they're all over by the hover cover.
They are. It's a good point, Grace, because they're not. There's one sat on the big sheets and tarpaulins, but there's 2 at each end, looking very much primed and ready just to start it up and wheel it on. Should we get a shower? Let's hope it stays away as O'Neill bowls now, and it's wide of the off stump. Through to the keeper, 77 for 5. Fergus O'Neill not too happy with that last delivery as he kicks away at an imaginary football, but he will be delighted with the ball that got Ed Barnard, and particularly the sharp catch from Freddie McCann this morning. Starting at 34 for 2, Hamza Sheikh bowled Brett Hutton for 18. That was 60 for 3. Dan Mosley bowled Fergus O'Neill for 0, 61 for 4. And Ed Barnard has just gone. Court McCann bowled O'Neill for 5, 77 for 5.
Just looks bitter out there, doesn't it? I was just having a look round at the players. Josh Tongue looks freezing cold and he's in the middle of his spell. Slip Cordons have got their hands in their pockets. All other players got a jumper on. It's not a day for it really, is it, Dave?
I'd rather be playing than watching.
In comes Tongue and turned into the onside here by Sam Hain. It should just be one. I mean, gift chase, and it is just one. That floppy hat bothers you, doesn't it?
Floppy hat or Nottinghamshire cap, whatever he wears, as soon as he takes 2 steps, it flies off. It's just, I don't know, it's just the wrong size. Week in, week out, all I commentate on is Nasiba Mead losing either his floppy or his cap. The man who put the harm in pharmacy says, great to see the game back on this morning. Nice to hear Grace on comms as well, watching the live stream, but I'll be back at Trent Bridge next weekend. Not Sussex next week at Trent Bridge, not starting with 4 out of their first 5 at Trent Bridge.
Tongue into Smith then, who's hit on the pad. I'm not sure if there was a bit of bat involved, but going down leg nonetheless. And Tongue yet to pick up a wicket. I think he deserves one with how he's gone so far, Dave, but all in all, the seam attack here that Notts have put forward looks very well rounded, doesn't it? Looks like it's got a bit of anything. We haven't even seen Lyndon James just yet. the all-rounder.
No, just the 3 bowlers used so far. Sport, Grace, you don't necessarily always get what you deserve.
I know all about that, Dave, and this one's guided nicely by Kai Smith. That will be his first runs, and it's a 4.
Hmm.
I know all about not getting the wickets you deserve, toiling.
Will you have your England teammates with you for the first few matches?
I think so, yeah.
Nat and Tammy?
Yeah, we've also got Amy Jones, who we've just signed, Sarah Glenn.
Oh, so Nat might skip the side.
I'm not sure, because Nat's not long had a child, so I'm not sure with her maternity how long that is. But yeah, I think there should be some pretty strong sides out all round, really. Most England players available, and again catches the outside edge of Smith, but not dangerously.
You've got some T20 double headers as well with the men's side at Trent Bridge this year, so that should be good for you all. The double headers, you generally start with maybe the ground half full, and then you can see people coming in through the course of your game and whatever.
Yeah, it's good. Like a bowl second in the double headers, because you've got more of the crowd there, haven't you? But no, enjoy them. Good to be playing on the first class grounds, and this one's left outside off. That one whistles through from Josh Tongue.
Memories of playing here? You've played here a few times.
I like playing here.
What's your end? Which end do you bowl from?
I bowl from either end here, to be honest. I don't really have a preference.
Both 22 yards, aren't they? Well, they are, aren't they? When I used to try and play, which end do you want? Both 22 yards. Whatever, Skip.
I don't like bowling against the wind. It's more that for me. I don't mind bowling uphill. I think typically in T20 cricket and in the 100, you're probably going to have to bowl from both ends anyway, so you've got to be comfortable bowling from either, but I normally go from this pavilion end where Josh Tongue is running in from now, and this is just down the leg side and no bat on it, and dot ball then. Forget the rules, isn't it? It's not leg side wides in county. Red ball cricket, end of the over then, 82 for 5.
Not rules either, they're laws. Laws of the game, aren't they? The laws. 82 for 5. Been tough going for the Bears this morning. Began on 34 for 2. Brett Upton winkling out the 2 openers yesterday, and then after about 40 minutes play, 9.2 overs, we had the light drizzle, which we couldn't see, but we understand was falling pretty much from the start yesterday. Just got a little heavier. The umpires took them off, and we didn't return off for almost 24 hours before we got back underway today at 11:30. And since then, Notts have picked up 3 more wickets. Really good toss for Asiba Mead to win. Here's Fergus O'Neill. 10 overs, 4 maidens so far. Fires this one into the pads of Sam Hain. Figures of 2 for 14. That's hugely impressive, given very little away. O'Neill, has been 1 or 2 from Josh Tongue that the batters have been able to feed on, and towards the end of his spell, understandably tiring a little bit. They got 1 or 2 away from Brett Upton as well, but O'Neill's given nothing away. Here he comes again. 1 more match to play for Notts after this one, as this one is left alone by Sam Hain. Bails out at the last second. It goes through to Verena. Elsewhere, Yorkshire made 307 in the North East. Durham in response 77 for 1. They lost Ben McKinney early on. Worcestershire have a first innings lead at Chelmsford of 20 with 1 wicket left there. 194 for 9. Somerset also 9 down in the first innings of the match at the Utility Bowl. Southampton, they're 167 for 9. As O'Neill bowls a bounce, that's too high, surely. It is called a wide eventually. Called that from up here, but eventually it's called by umpire Longley. And Sussex have now retaken the lead of Division 1 because they've got a second batting point there, 302 for 3. Down at Hove against Surrey. Division 2, Derbyshire 284 for 9 against Northants at Derby. Kent 47 for 1 at Canterbury, replying to Gloucestershire's 472. A lot of play lost yesterday at Old Trafford, but getting on with it this morning. At Old Trafford edged, is it? No, it's taken well by Verena. Prodigious movement, Grace. He did me there.
Yeah, it looked like he got an edge on it. Dive into his right there. South African keeper, but no edge. A bit of a rash shot from Sam Hain, not one we see often, but it was kind of there to be hit,
Yeah.
wasn't it? It was short and wide outside off, and they've both got away with it there.
Lancashire 139 for 4 against Leicestershire in Manchester, and at Lords, Middlesex 115 for 1. Glamorgan yesterday made 199, 83 for 5. Next ball is defended stoutly by Sam Hain. Back to the bowler. 2 balls left in this over. We're knocking on the door of 1 o'clock, so we'll be getting Mike Taylor back. Remind Mike to give the listeners the email address, will you, Grace, when he comes back? I'm sure there's people out there with more names to add to the list of players that have played for Nottinghamshire and Warwickshire that have slipped down memories. O'Neill bowls again. Hain born in Hong Kong, I think, if memory serves. This goes through to the keeper, looking around for confirmation from our Warwickshire experts. 83 for 5. I think Sam Hain was born in Hong Kong, or yes, we're getting the nod. 1 ball left in this over, the 30th of the innings, so it's been tough going both yesterday and today. Warwickshire haven't been able to rattle along at 4.5, 5 and over, as I'm sure they'd like. Next ball is defended by Sam Hain, and he's the key to any future success in this innings for Warwickshire. 83 for 5. More from Grace Ballinger, and then it'll be Mike Taylor.
Just seeing here if Josh Tung's going to continue. Sammy King back on subfielder, and it will be Josh Tung to continue from the pavilion end. Not a major surprise. He has looked threatening with ball in hand, particularly in his first spell, I thought. I'm not sure who Sammy King's come on for here, but he's just going to slot into the covers there, I think.
Don't think we're going to see much other than seamers being rotated today by both teams. Well, Warwickshire gone with an all-seam attack, so suits the conditions, suits the pitch.
Tung in then is 8th over of the game, and that's a full one to start, and pushed into the offside by Smith. It looks like it may run away for Sammy King, gives chase, and he attempts an excellent diving stop on his first ball on the field here for this little spell, Sammy King, but it's in vain in the end as that races away. Nice looking shot there from Kai Smith, the young wicket keeper. He's impressed, hasn't he, for Warwickshire to start this season?
Yes, he has, and he did a little bit last season in the... I think he played all the one-day cup games last season and made 100 here in the quarter-final against Worcester in a game that looked lost, and played with great freedom. Hit the ball miles as well, because he's not a big fella, but he timed it wonderfully.
Tung in again, and this time left outside the off stump. That's a nice looking delivery from Tung, and again pushing that through at decent pace there. How old is he, Kai Smith? Is he a teenager?
He's only around 20. I'll check to be sure, but it was a lovely occasion that when he made the 100 here against Worcester, because I found out at the end that his family were here and they'd all come up to see the game. And Mark Robinson, the Warwickshire coaches, took them in the dressing room with him. They did a sort of big presentation at the end because it was a special occasion. It was lovely.
It's lovely, and good delivery there from Tung. Smith forward in defence.
So they were posing for family photos. His mum was in bits, bless her.
Oh.
But it was a special day. So he certainly got something, Kai Smith. But he'd be, let me see if I'm right. He's about, he's indeed 20. But he has some ability, but it's quite a responsible position, isn't it, to be not only keeping wicket but batting at 7 for a young player.
Absolutely. He's certainly impressed so far. And this one down the leg side, I thought he might have got a tickle on it there, Kai Smith, but no bat involved, and that's a second ball down the leg side, and a few balls here from Josh Tung. Maybe he's tiring slightly, but just pushing them down the leg side at the moment.
Yeah, he's zipping them through. He's been clocked on the gun at sort of mid-80s now, 83, 84 miles an hour. So he'd be, I haven't looked at O'Neill's, but I think he'd be the quickest of the bowlers that we've seen.
Certainly looks it to the eye. as he's in again, and it's a good delivery. I think it just wraps Kai Smith on the hand there. He can find a good length here, Josh Tongue. I think he finds a really difficult length for the batsman, and Kai Smith may be in a bit of pain there, but he'll have to carry on.
Yes, that just caught the glove, didn't it? It was an awkward length, and it just kicked up a little bit on Smith. There is a little bit of light rain on the radar in the next 20 minutes or so, and just of late the light hasn't been that great. The weather's coming from a slightly unusual direction here. It seems to be coming more from the southeast today rather than the southwest.
Tongue's in again, and that one's back of the length and left alone by Smith. A good couple of deliveries there to end the over. Josh Tongue's 8th, I believe it was. Warwickshire 87 for 5, looking to rebuild.
Yes, he's had sort of 4 from either end. Today, Josh Tongue, as the seamers have been rotated, into local radio update in about 60 seconds or so. We are due to carry on until 1:30. That was the announcement, but it's slightly in question as to whether we'll get another interruption before then, because it's hard to tell the difference from under the sort of canopy here, but it's just my impression that it's the cloud is a little bit thicker than it was. But yeah, the weather on the radar coming from the southeast side, which is away to our right. It's all from behind the pavilion, so it's hard to tell. As O'Neill starts a new over, he's 12th and 8th of the day, and this is pushed into the covers by Hayne, the first delivery. And they don't take a run, but it's all very cautious at the moment. Just do this update. Yes, this is Mike Taylor at Edgbaston on day 2 of Warwickshire's Championship game against Notts, and the visitors continuing to have control in difficult batting conditions. Warwickshire 87 for 5 have lost 3 wickets in the first 90 minutes, and now it's 4 as Sam Hayne, who's been the mainstay of their innings, has pushed across a full delivery from Fergus O'Neill and is LBW, the Australian's 3rd wicket. He's already dismissed Dan Mosley, who drove over a straight ball and bowled for naught. Ed Barnard sharply caught in the slips for 5, and earlier Hamza Sheikh was beaten by a very good delivery from Ben Hutton. His 3rd wicket. O'Neill now also has 3, and Warwickshire's first innings listing badly now at 87 for 6. This is Mike Taylor at Edgbaston. And as you heard me say during that update, Sam Hayne played across a full delivery from O'Neill, and that's the major blow that Notts have struck now.
Yeah, that's a massive wicket in the context of the innings, isn't it? And potentially in the context of the game. I mean, day 1 washed out, it looked more likely to head to a draw, it always is, but at 87 for 6 and Notts bowlers firing, they've got to fancy their chances here early doors, and especially with, I suppose, the anchor of the Notts batting attack, the Warwickshire batting attack, Sam Hayne out. It's 2 new batters in. Again, the responsibility falls on the youngster, doesn't it, Kai Smith? Just 20 years old, and is that Ethan Bamber that's gone out to join him there?
Yes, I think this will be Bamber. Oh, it's Michael Booth, slightly bigger frame than Bamber, who also made runs in the Durham game, so he's taken the number 8 slot now. So Bamber will be next, and then it won't be Fernando and Ollie Hannandol will dispute 10 and 11. But are going to need some lower order runs. Got plenty of them last week at Durham, but they're vulnerable at 87 for 6, and Booth waiting now for O'Neill, who has 3 for 15 in this his 12th over of the innings, and Booth is defending his first ball away into the leg side. And this is a shaky time now with the possibility of a weather interruption. But there's a danger this innings is going to fold up for not much more than 100 here, because it's really difficult.
Yeah, Notts seamers have bowled excellently, haven't they? I mean, very seam-friendly conditions, but you've still got to bowl well, and they certainly have. The line and lengths have been brilliant here. 4th slip has come in, and Booth has squirted this along the ground wide of 4th slip and away for 4 runs. And
I'll be happy to accept any bonuses like that, but he did play it responsibly there, Booth. So although it did take the edge, it was a sort of a controlled edge. It stayed low. He's away with 4, and it's 91 for 6. And there's every possibility that it will still be just as tricky when Notts come to bat, although there is some brighter weather forecast for this afternoon. Haynes has come into 4th slip, and O'Neill bowls slightly on the pads of Booth. He gets a run up to mid-on. He doesn't get a run up to mid-on, rather. He's straight at the fieldsman.
It's a real test of character, this, isn't it, for the Warwickshire middle lower order? I mean, they've got a very young. I don't think Michael Booth's too old either.
No, he came out of Durham University a couple of years ago, so he's a little bit older, but not hugely experienced.
No, exactly so. It's a good test, difficult conditions, difficult score. It'll be good if they can get through it and get some runs.
Rocks his way one foot to another and then misses a ball that cannons out his off stump, and that's 4 for O'Neill. And Booth is looking mystified at where that went. Well, he knows where it ended up because his off stump is flat. Booth bowled by O'Neill for 4, and it's 91 for 7. And he didn't have any answer to that.
No, he didn't. He looked at the pitch, didn't he? I don't know if it was.
Yeah.
We're not directly behind the bowler's arm. I'm not sure if it did anything off the pitch, or he didn't look too sure, did he, Michael Booth? But he has to go, and Warwickshire are in a lot of trouble here. 91 for 7, and well, Notts just keep on firing, don't they? We'll have to take a look at the replay to see what happened, really, if there was anything in the pitch.
Yes, Booth looked properly mystified by that, and it was a pretty good ball. It pitched off stump and straightened to hit the top of off stump. So I think he's just missed it. It's beaten by a good delivery, but was entirely bemused by it. So the umpires had a short discussion in the last few minutes. I think the light is okay. It's not great, but it's okay. And for the moment, any drizzly rain that's around is staying away. But it was a bit like this yesterday. It was hard to tell from in here whether it was raining or not. So Bamber has come out to join Kai Smith at 91 for 7. And Smith's going to face up to Tungian.
Tungian then from the pavilion end, and that's a good delivery. It whistles through to the keeper, and he just keeps hitting that length, Josh Tongue. Wicketless so far, just almost holding up the end while the Australian overseas picks up the wickets at the other end. But he's bowled well here, Josh Tongue, and as we've seen, he's taken wickets in the opening games of the County Championship, and it's good to see him back and bowling and firing after missing out last season.
He looks in a better rhythm since he switched to this end.
This one straight, turned into the leg side. Thought was a quick single, was taken pretty comfortably in the end, and that will be Ethan Bamber then, signed from Middlesex last season to face his first ball, and difficult time for the bowling all-rounder, shall we say?
Yeah, well, I think he would like to be called that. I mean, they've signed him primarily as a bowler, but he has made some runs. First class average of 12, I think, doesn't necessarily speak to the ability he's got, but he made some useful runs in the win at Durham last week.
Looks like it's been a good signing.
Oh yes, I think so. I think that they were quite keen on him and got him signed up good and early in the middle of last summer.
See what he's got here. It's just a slight field change. 3 slips in play then. Bamber, there's a few on the leg side here. Fine leg out on the boundary. Almost like a leg slip in for Bamber. As Tongue's in, and this one's flicked off the pad straight to that. Would you call it a leg slip? It's
leg
almost like a
golly. It's a bit wide, isn't it? It's sort of almost at 45
yeah,
degrees.
I was going to say it's like the 45 that you'd have
Yeah.
to a spinner, but looks like there might be another change here as Sammy King runs on the helmet and the pads.
He's getting some work out, isn't he, young King?
Yeah, he's been on and off his field, did a few deliveries, and yeah, he's working hard. Where's 13th? I've only seen Sammy King running out. They normally bring 13, don't they, to a game?
I'd have thought so. It's probably Dave. Oh, do you know, Dave's just left the box, so that's probably it's probably it. I think the leg golly is going to come in close. Oh, they found a helmet. No, it's going to bring a man in at short leg now. So they obviously fancy him turning one off his hip in that direction, don't they?
Ben Slater, I think, under the lid, and there, well, not fancy field in there one bit, and tongues in, and this one again races through, just misses the outside edge there of Bamber, and well, they've certainly got the pressure on him, haven't they?
Yeah, good ball, man.
Why wouldn't they at 92 for 7? Difficult batting conditions here at Edgbaston.
That one fairly rattled through.
Tongue. The end of his mark. Right arm over. A relatively wide angle, actually. His run up as he comes in. And that one's turned and it's gone straight to Ben Slater there. It was hit pretty convincingly, but doesn't manage to hold on to it. I mean, I guess that's what he's there for.
Yeah, but that was a reaction job. He was either grabbing that, he was either going to stick in his hand or not. I think he went so quickly, but it showed the theory is right.
Absolutely.
That's exactly what they'd got him there for. But he's about 15 feet away from the bat.
Must have hurt him as well. And this time, Bamber on the back foot in defence, watchful to finish the over. Warwickshire struggling then. Lower order resistance needed at 92 for 7.
What they're also going to need, well, they're going to need the conditions to stay as favourable when it's their turn to bowl. But they will have to bowl with as disciplined a line as, in particular, O'Neill and Hutton have done. And they have the bowlers to do it. Hannon Dolby's record is excellent. Bamber, of course. Fernando's been not made quite such an impact in the 2 games as the overseas so far. It's tricky coming into entirely alien conditions. But as a test bowler, O'Neill bowls and they're claiming a catch at the wicket against Kai Smith, who is looking innocently back at umpire Lungley, suggesting that maybe it just brushed his forearm. But that wasn't the most convincing appeal. They had one earlier on that was rejected where they really fancied it.
Yeah. I think he's just excited, isn't he, O'Neill? And I think I would be
yeah, well,
bowled 12 overs.
Bowling like this in these conditions, and he'd be all over it.
4 for 19. He's looked excellent, and well, it was a good ball regardless. Don't think there was any bat on it, and Smith stood firm.
Now he bowls, and Smith shaped as if he was going to play, and then quickly pulled the bat back behind his ear, out of the way. It's been there've been so few deliveries where they've released the pressure. That's the really telling part about this Notts effort. It's been a very consistent bowling effort, because in these conditions you'd imagine there is always going to be the odd really difficult ball, like the one that got shake. But they haven't given any gifts away to ease the pressure. O'Neill bowls full and straight to show Smith, who defends from the crease.
Yeah, it just looks really difficult to score runs, doesn't it? They look a good unit here, Notts. They struggled in general last season in both red ball and white ball format, but they've looked really strong.
Well, they laboured pretty badly, didn't they, against relegation. For a lot of the season, it looked like they might be going back down again. But in the end, finish with a little bit in hand. But both these counties who fell short of their own expectations, I think it's fair to say, last year. Obviously, that resulted eventually in a change of coach with Warwickshire. Peter Morse has been installed for he's been now about a decade now, hasn't he, at Trent Bridge. O'Neill bowls wider of the crease, and Smithy's properly beaten this time on the forward push.
I thought he'd edge that. I mean, he was obviously nowhere near
Yeah.
it, but just from the angle we're at, I thought he'd got a genuine nick on it, but there's absolutely nothing from bowler or keeper, so I haven't really got a clue with that sort of thing. Even when I'm bowling,
Really?
half the time I'll appeal, like, sure, they nicked it and everyone else is silent, and then...
Listen, it was so rare did anybody nick any of mine that I definitely knew if they ever did. Anyway, Warwick should be saying not before time, but the umpires have decided that if there is any drizzle, we can't tell in here whether there's any drizzly rain. I don't see anybody with an umbrella up, but nevertheless, whatever the conditions are that have been marginal, whether it's light or drizzle, the umpires have decided they've now crossed the threshold, and I haven't seen them checking the light, so maybe it is just a little bit of drizzle. So they're going to go off for what I presume will now be the lunch break, because it's a little over 10 minutes before the scheduled break. I'm sure Notts would be quite happy to stay out there for as long as they can, but the hover cover is now being moved into place after a thoroughly satisfactory hour and 3/4 for Nottinghamshire, in which, after Hayne and Sheikh made a steady enough start, but once they'd removed Sheikh, Warwickshire losing 5 for 31 after that, and 92 for 7 the lunch break. Warwickshire, I'm sure, Warwickshire batters will have gone and locked themselves in the loo, I think, or something, to make sure they can't be called out. But we'll leave that. You'll hear the sound effects in the background. But for the time being, we're off the field with Warwickshire 92 for 7 in the 34th over, having lost today. Sheikh 22, Mosley 0, Barnard 5, Hayne 43, and Booth 4. 4 wickets to O'Neill and 3 to Hutton, 2 of them yesterday. But we are on hold pending the lunch interval here. So if they do go to lunch, umpire Longley's pointing up at the sky and saying, I think that cloud might move in, and he might be right. So we will leave you in peace there, probably for 40 minutes. But if they come back out, or as soon as they come back out, we'll be back with you then.
Mostly I cover Wolves at the moment. Done a fair bit with Villa because there's only 3 of us. Yeah, in Man United Wolves for WA. So I mostly do Wolves.
The ultimate foot down.
No, it's all right.
The ultimate foot down.
They've done their best this season to come out of it, but unfortunately the 3 teams more determined to get relegated than us. Well, it won't be long till Birmingham are back up there with the money they're throwing around. Yeah, I think it wouldn't surprise me. Not with the current. It's not about how good the current team will do in the championship. It's how what the team will look like. Speak to all you people. Why is he a big you Warwickshire? Do you know what? I can believe you did.
get from Hassan Ali. There is simply nothing that the Bears cannot do.
Cookie, the big day's getting nearer. How are you feeling?
Yeah, it's been a bit of a challenge to get my head around it all, but I think I'm looking forward to it now. It's going to be very different, very much something I've not experienced before, not been at Edgbaston. But I think I'm ready to go.
You sure you're making the right call?
I suppose only time will tell with that, mate. Yeah, I think so. I think 51, touching 52 years is enough for anybody now. You can't go on forever, can you? As much as you're enjoying it, I think your body starts to tell you when it's time to give it up. But yeah, I think I've about judged it right.
What are you going to miss the most?
Obviously, apart from you, Ed. But,
right, yeah.
Yeah, I think the team spirit, you know, being part of the group in there with these boys, that's the thing that you just don't get in any other walk of life. And I've been really fortunate to have that for so many years. So, not having that chat in the morning, the banter, and just that fun that you have in a dressing room, I think that's really hard to replace in your life. Really, won't be quite the same up in the allotments, I'm sure.
Mate, you've done most jobs since you've been here, haven't you?
Yeah.
Tell me something that stands out from the 52 years.
Cool. I suppose I've been lucky because not just domestically, I've also worked for the club when we've got international matches on the ground. So, you know, being part of that setup as well with England and all the international teams, I mean, that's always been a real thrill. But, you know, being around the group when we've had big successes and going to finals days, things like that, those are real special memories. Trips to Lords, winning county championships here, and actually being able to walk out and hand the trophy over to the captain at the time, that was pretty memorable.
Oh, you've done well. So I was worried then. You were basically saying when we get lost and the big dogs come in and you do the international matches, that's the highlight, is it?
No, that's definitely not the highlight, mate. No, but it's one of those things that sticks in your mind because it's so different. And then, you know, there's a complete flip around. The Warwickshire move out. There's international matches move in. That does push you quite hard. It's a lot of hours and a lot of days.
So more importantly, from a selfish point of view, who am I going to call when something goes wrong?
Well, you'll always have my number. You know, I'll always be on the end of the phone for you. But I know we've got some good guys in there. They're really looking forward to getting stuck in. And we've got a great setup. You know that. There's not going to be anything that they can't deal with. You've got it covered, I know, Wes.
You're too kind, Cookie. Look around, mate. Changed a bit.
Yeah, well, this is a bit different, isn't it? I mean, it was a two-level porter cabin, I think, when I first arrived. There was nothing on this side. It was the old Hillbank stand. This was the Raybank stand. We didn't have floodlights, so it was all a bit different. It was in the days when they used to play cricket in black and white, I seem to remember, in my mind anyway.
Uncovered wickets?
Uncovered wickets. We've had it all, haven't we? 3-day cricket matches and 4-day games, playing Sunday cricket in between. There's been a lot of changes, not just on the field, but off it as well.
You must have seen a few characters pass through the gates over the years.
Oh yeah. I think those are the things you'll take with you. The memories of the people that you've worked alongside. They'll be something you cherish. Been some real characters. It's hard. I wouldn't mention names, but there's been a lot of very interesting. Let's leave it at that.
So I mean, I feel like I've been here a long time. You looked a bit different when I first turned up. Who's been the main culprit for all this grey?
I'd put it down to probably our physio, Mustard. No, I think it's just a combination of things. But I mean, yeah, we've all changed, haven't we? I probably didn't have any grey hair when you turned up. Maybe it might have something to do with you. You never know.
Yeah, could be. I did hear a rumour. Was it your first day that you were late for?
It was, yeah, it was. I came for the interview August 1973, just after I'd finished school. and came along, and I thought this is a great place to at least start and try and get a job. And I was fortunate; they gave me the job pretty much straight away. What I didn't realise after the interview was that we didn't have email in those days. It was they posted me a letter.
Carrier pigeon.
Carrier pigeon. It didn't turn up till quite late in the day, but the letter asked me to start on the Monday morning, which was the Monday before the England-West Indies Test match in '73. So I headed into Birmingham, jumped on the bus, but the heads along Bristol Road, and I said to the driver, "Could you drop me off at the point I need to get off for Edgbaston?" And the driver forgot. And then suddenly, by the time I got to the University of Birmingham, he realised he'd forgotten, shouted to me, "Edgbaston's back there about 5 stops." So I had to run from the bus stop all the way back. I was sweating like an absolute pig by the time I got to it, and walked in pretty late for my first day. So it wasn't a great start, but it was quite a challenge because everyone was really busy, and they didn't even have time to explain to me where the gents' toilets were in those days. So I think it took me 3 days before I realised there were toilets in the building.
We better check we're not walking behind the bowler's army, Heath, so we'll get absolutely crucified for that, wouldn't it?
Imagine getting the stick from the
52 years, you still don't know not to walk behind the bowler's army.
The boys would love that, wouldn't they? Especially Haney out there, he'd be giving me some stick.
Mate, so I can only imagine all the trophies and the big nights you've had. What is there a day or a certain year or anything that stands out? Obviously you've had like the team in '94 and '93, all those trophies, but any particular day that stands out?
Yeah, there've been so many. I mean, obviously that team of the '90s was incredible. It almost felt like we got a regular booking to go back to the hotel at Lord's because we were there. It seems to be every finals day. But the strange thing is, the one thing that sticks out for me, which is more recent than all of that, all of the memories, was the day that Liam Norwell kept us up in Division 1 and bowled out of his skin. It was one of the most moving things I'll ever remember because it didn't feel like it was going to happen. And then just some sort of superhuman effort. I don't know how that works, but I remember I walked out of the office because I was getting really nervous, thinking it wouldn't happen. And I came across to the stand here behind us, and I went into one of the emptied old dressing rooms that we used to occupy. And I watched from the window from there. And I thought, if I move, it's not going to happen. The magic's going to break. But by the time I realised it was, I got myself back round there, and then the celebrations just went crazy. So, although it was avoiding relegation, it was that sense of being part of something special with the Bears and that fighting spirit. And I thought that was lovely.
That's great. That's great, mate. Well, I didn't have you down for the superstitious type. Do you get nervous when you're watching, or?
Oh yeah, I do. I try not to let you lot know because that's not going to help the situation. But yeah, I get very nervous. I try and sort of keep an eye on what's happening without spending my time at the window watching all the time. But a lot of times there's a nervous energy going on behind the scenes, without doubt. So, but I'm not superstitious generally, but I do tend to keep my fingers crossed.
I'm going to put you on the spot now. Who's your favourite overseas player that you've worked with? It's got to be a tough one, isn't it?
Oh, there's been so many.
I know you don't like upsetting people.
No, this is a problem because
you've got to get off the fence.
There'll be lots of them saying, "Why didn't you pick me, Cookie?" I have to say, I've always had a fantastic relationship with my old mate Anton Ferreira, Yogi, we called him. He's been back to Edgbaston quite a few times, and we've had some real good catch-ups, and I think that was a special relationship as well. But now I've been blessed with meeting some fantastic people.
And how many captains have you seen come and go?
Oh wow, that'd be an interesting trivia quiz. How many captains have I think the captain when I started was A.C. Smith. So I've seen a lot since that time. Obviously not many as good as
I was going to say, who's been your favourite?
Well, I don't want to embarrass you, Wes, but well,
It's not me, is it?
No, I'd find it very difficult to find anybody better than you to deal with.
Cookster, I think it's fair to say that you're going to be missed around here, mate. I would like to persuade you to do another couple of years. But I guess from me and all the players up there today, like, just a huge thank you again for everything that you've done, the service you provided, and done it always with a smile on your face. And you know, to leave after 50 odd years and nobody will have a bad word to say about you is testament to what a great man you are.
Thank
so
you,
from everyone at the Bears, around the world. We love you, mate.
Thanks, mate. It's been a privilege and a pleasure.
Don't go. Come on.
April 1882. Queen's Hotel in Coventry, Warwickshire County Cricket Club was formed. Over 140 years of wearing the bare and ragged staff, the triumph,
people swarm onto the field here at Edgbaston,
the ecstasy, the agony.
Disappointment for Warwickshire, who can't secure the domestic double.
But throughout, we've been together as Bears. We're now ready for the next chapter. History will be made. Are you in?
When I play cricket, I feel unstoppable.
This is our turn to be in the spotlight.
When I look at myself, I see this.
I can tell by the looks on your faces, some very special memories.
They really were. Really special.
Really good days. Hard work, but enjoyable. And I think it was, we really were quite a close team as well, weren't we?
The team sort of formed in 1999, but you played your first ECB competition as Warwickshire Women in 2001. Take us back to those early days, and maybe I remember you told me the story about how you turned up for selection day at the indoor school.
It was very much self-selection. If you could breathe and hold a bat, you were in. It was a little bit like that, wasn't it?
It was a little bit, yeah.
Because it was the start. They wanted to pull together a team to work with.
I came back from university, which was in Liverpool, and there was nothing, no women's sides anywhere in the Midlands. And the first club side that I actually ended up playing for was Wootton Bassett, which is Swindon. So I used to travel 75 miles for a home game, never mind the away matches.
I think that's what made it special, is the fact that they pulled together a group of sort of 13 people who had played cricket, literally from beach cricket or something in the garden, through to Louise, who played some boys cricket and then obviously women's cricket at university.
I mean, we didn't really have our own pitch to call our own either, so even our home matches tended to be whatever you could.
Whatever I could.
Club or schools as well. We played at school pitches, didn't we?
School in Halesowen.
Yeah,
King Edward's 5 Ways.
So it never felt like we had a home ground. And obviously, teams do get a bit of an advantage of playing at home because you get to know the pitch, don't you?
Yeah.
But we never had that luxury, unfortunately.
You've obviously had a look around the facilities here for the Bears women, who'll be making their professional debut in 2025. How does it compare to your day?
Poles apart. It's like a different era.
It's like a different world, isn't it, really?
Because this is
fantastic.
so different. It's absolutely fantastic. It really is.
Yeah. I think just the fact that the ladies have got their own space is really important as well, because I think we always, even the clubs that were quite good and accommodating of women's cricket, you always felt like you'd been, they can have that room there, or we'll put them in this changing room. But I mean, on many occasions we'd get to a ground and we'd ask where the pitch is, and they'd just point into the distance. The pitch sometimes looked a bit like it had been grazed recently.
And I think it's been recognised now that the women's game is just as important now as the men's, and what's the point in having club cricket and developing that if there's no extra tier to go. There wasn't that opportunity. Now they've got that, and it's fantastic. I don't think that they've got it easy, because I think we looked in on the gym when they were doing some core stuff, and we just both stood there and said, hips are starting to hurt just looking at it, you know.
Yeah, definitely. The last 10 years has really seen it kick on, because I think if you go back to sort of 2015, it probably hadn't moved that far forward from when, you know, from 2000.
Meeting, you know, sort of bumping into Georgia Davis and Wongi. You know, the last time I saw G, I mean, she's actually an adult and she's had a job and everything. You know, and Wongi, you know, I remember coming across them when they were probably 12, 13 and thinking, yeah, they're pretty good, aren't they? And I think that they've become sort of icons to younger girls that are into cricket.
I think that was part of it. There was nothing that was visible to the younger age groups, and I feel as if we've contributed to it, because there's always got to be somebody that goes first, hasn't there? Somebody's got to try and lay the foundation for those that come after them.
Would a Louise Campton and a Natalie Williams in their prime been knocking on the door for Bears women these days with the right support and coaching?
I'd like to think so, I'd like to, so. I'd have risen to the challenge.
I think there's probably a handful of that team that we played in that if we'd had the development from the younger age groups and the support and the coaching, then I think we could have challenged them quite reasonably for their places. Given them a run for their money.
I think so. I think so.
Get the flag out.
Good as it gets from Hassan Ali. There is simply nothing that the Bears cannot do. Oh my goodness! Oh yes! Oh
yes! Cookie. The big day's getting nearer. How are you feeling?
Yeah, it's been a bit of a challenge to get my head around it all, but I think I'm looking forward to it now. It's going to be very different, very much something I've not experienced before, not been at Edgbaston. But I think I'm ready to go.
You sure you're making the right call?
I suppose only time will tell with that, mate. Yeah, I think so. I think 51, touching 52 years is enough for anybody now. You can't go on forever, can you? As much as you're enjoying it, I think your body starts to tell you when it's time to give it up. But yeah, I think I've about judged it right.
What are you going to miss the most?
Obviously, apart from you, Ed. But,
right, yeah.
Yeah, I think the team spirit, you know, being part of the group in there with these boys, that's the thing that you just don't get in any other walk of life. And I've been really fortunate to have that for so many years. So, not having that chat in the morning, the banter, and just that fun that you have in a dressing room, I think that's really hard to replace in your life, really. Won't be quite the same up in the allotments, I'm sure.
Mate, you've done most jobs since you've been here, haven't you?
Yeah.
Tell me something that stands out from the 52 years.
Cool. I suppose I've been lucky because not just domestically, I've also worked for the club when we got international matches on the ground. So, you know, being part of that setup as well with England and all the international teams, I mean, that's always been a real thrill. But, you know, being around the group when we've had big successes and going to finals days, things like that, those are real special memories. Trips to Lords, winning county championships here and actually being able to walk out and hand the trophy over to the captain at the time, that was pretty memorable.
Oh, you've done well. So I was worried then. You were basically saying when we get lost and the big dogs come in and you do the international matches, that's the highlight, is it?
No, that's definitely not the highlight, mate. No, but it's one of those things that sticks in your mind because it's so different. And then, you know, there's a complete flip around. The Warwickshire move out. There's international matches move in. That does push you quite hard. It's a lot of hours and a lot of days.
So more importantly, from a selfish point of view, who am I going to call when something goes wrong?
Well, you'll always have my number. You know, I'll always be on the end of a phone for you. But I know we've got some good guys in there. They're really looking forward to getting stuck in, and we've got a great setup. You know that. There's not going to be anything that they can't deal with. You've got it covered, I know, Wes.
You're too kind, Cookie. Look around, mate. Changed a bit.
Yeah, well, this is a bit different, isn't it? I mean, it was a two-level porter cabin, I think, when I first arrived. There was nothing on this side. It was the old Hillbank stand. This was the Raybank stand. We didn't have floodlights, so it was all a bit different. It was in the days when they used to play cricket in black and white, I seem to remember, in my mind anyway.
Uncovered wickets?
Uncovered wickets, we've had it all, haven't we? Three-day cricket matches and 4-day games, playing Sunday cricket in between. There's been a lot of changes, not just on the field, but off it as well.
You must have seen a few characters pass through the gates over the years.
Oh yeah. I think those are the things you'll take with you. The memories of the people that you've worked alongside. They'll be something you cherish. Been some real characters. It's hard. I wouldn't mention names, but there's been a lot of very interesting. Let's leave it at that.
So I mean, I feel like I've been here a long time. You looked a bit different when I first turned up. Who's been the main culprit for all this grey?
I'd put it down to probably our physio, Mustard. No, I think it's just a combination of things. But I mean, yeah, we've all changed, haven't we? I probably didn't have any grey hair when you turned up. Maybe it might have something to do with you. You never know.
Yeah, could be. I did hear a rumour. Was it your first day that you were late for?
It was, yeah, it was. I came for the interview August 1973, just after I'd finished school, and came along, and I thought this is a great place to at least start and try and get a job. And I was fortunate; they gave me the job pretty much straight away. What I didn't realise after the interview was that we didn't have email in those days. It was they posted me a letter.
Carrier pigeon.
Carrier pigeon. And it didn't turn up till quite late in the day, but the letter asked me to start on the Monday morning, which was the Monday before the England-West Indies Test match in '73. So I headed into Birmingham, jumped on the bus that heads out along Bristol Road, and I said to the driver, "Could you drop me off at the point I need to get off for Edgbaston?" And the driver forgot. And then suddenly, by the time I got to the University of Birmingham, he realised he'd forgotten, shouted to me, "Edgbaston's back there about 5 stops." So I had to run from the bus stop all the way back. I was sweating like an absolute pig by the time I got to it, and walked in pretty late for my first day. So it wasn't a great start, but it was quite a challenge because everyone was really busy, and they didn't even have time to explain to me where the gents' toilets were in those days. So I think it took me 3 days before I realised there were toilets in the building.
We better check we're not walking behind the bowler's army,
Yeah.
Keith, so we'll get absolutely
Imagine
crucified for that, wouldn't it?
Imagine getting the stick from the
52 years, you still don't know not to walk behind the bowler's army.
The boys would love that, wouldn't they? Especially Haney out there, he'd be giving me some stick.
Mate, so I can only imagine all the trophies and the big nights you've had. What is there a day or a certain year or anything that stands out? Obviously you've had like the team in '94 and '93, all those trophies, but any particular day that stands out?
Yeah, there've been so many. I mean, obviously that team of the '90s was incredible. It almost felt like we got a regular booking to go back to the hotel at Lords because we were there. It seemed to be every finals day. But you know, the strange thing is the one thing that sticks out for me, which is more recent than all of that, all of the memories, was the day that Liam Norwell kept us up in Division 1 and bowled out of his skin. It was one of the most moving things I'll ever remember because it didn't feel like it was going to happen, and then just some sort of superhuman effort. I don't know how that works, but I remember I walked out of the office because I was getting really nervous, thinking it wouldn't happen, and I came across to the stand here behind us, and I went into one of the emptied old dressing rooms that we used to occupy, and I watched from the window from there, and I thought, if I move, it's not going to happen. The magic's going to break. But by the time I realised it was, I got myself back round there, and then the celebrations just went crazy. So, although it was avoiding relegation, it was that sense of being part of something special with the Bears and that fighting spirit, and I thought that was lovely.
That's great. That's great, mate. Well, I didn't have you down for the superstitious type. Do you get nervous when you're watching, or? Oh
yeah, I do. I try not to let you lot know because that's not going to help the situation. But yeah, I get very nervous. I try and sort of keep an eye on what's happening without spending my time at the window watching all the time. But a lot of times there's a nervous energy going on behind the scenes, without doubt. So, but I'm not superstitious generally, but I do tend to keep my fingers crossed.
I'm going to put you on the spot now. Who's your favourite overseas player that you've worked with? It's got to be a tough one, isn't it?
Oh, there's been so many.
I know you don't like upsetting people.
No, this is the problem because
get off the fence.
There'll be lots of them saying, "Why didn't you pick me, Cookie?" I have to say, I've always had a fantastic relationship with my old mate Anton Ferreira, Yogi, we called him. He's been back to Edgbaston quite a few times, and we've had some real good catch-ups, and I think that was a special relationship as well. But now I've been blessed with meeting some fantastic people.
And how many captains have you seen come and go?
Oh wow, that'd be an interesting trivia quiz. How many captains have I think the captain when I started was AC Smith. So I've seen a lot since that time. Obviously not many as good as
I was going to say, who's been your favourite?
Well, I don't want to embarrass you, Wes, but well,
it's not me, is it?
No, I'd find it very difficult to find anybody better than you to deal with.
Cookster, I think it's fair to say that you're going to be missed around here, mate. I would like to persuade you to do another couple of years, but I guess from me and all the players up there today, like, just a huge thank you again for everything that you've done, the service you provided, and done it always with a smile on your face. And you know, to leave after 50 odd years and nobody will have a bad word to say about you is testament to what a great man you are.
Thanks,
so from everyone at the Bears around the world, we love you, mate.
Thanks, mate. It's been a privilege and a pleasure.
Don't go. Come on.
April 1882. Queen's Hotel in Coventry, Warwickshire County Cricket Club was formed. Over 140 years of wearing the bare and ragged staff, the triumph,
people swarm onto the field here at Edgbaston,
the ecstasy, the agony,
disappointment for Warwickshire, who can't secure the domestic double.
but throughout we've been together as Bears. We're now ready for the next chapter. History will be made. Are you in?
can try. Well, the happy news from Edgbaston is that after a delay, it's about an hour and a half since the players left the field, and we've had the lunch interval since then. But now we have got the sun is out, the covers have been removed. It did rain quite heavily for a short time. But we're going to resume. How delighted Warwickshire are about that is a moot point. At 92 for 7, but in probably the best, at least overhead conditions for batting in the match so far. They are going to resume with Fergus O'Neill midway through and over. And here he is to complete it, bowling to Kai Smith, and the first ball that curves prodigiously away from him, and Verena takes it in front of the slips. Grace Ballinger is with me to try and see what Warwickshire can squeeze out from what has been a very difficult, 33 overs across 2 days.
Absolutely, yeah. 2 wickets lost yesterday and 5 this morning before the rain came, and yeah, it's been difficult, hasn't it? Notts have bowled well, but equally it looks like the pitch has maybe helped them out a little bit, but as you say, brightening slightly, but difficult times for the Warwickshire lower order.
O'Neill bowls and Smith is forward and defends back on the offside. 92 for 7 at the end of 34 overs of Warwickshire's first innings. The pitch it's still got just a tinge of green to it. But there is now some sunlight for the first time in the match. Warwickshire yesterday lost Rob Yates for 0 and Alex Davies 5. And then today, Sheikh for 22, bowled by a good ball from Ben Hutton. That was his 3rd wicket. The other 4 to Fergus O'Neill, who had Dan Mosley driving over a straight ball for 0. Ed Barnard nicking off to second slip. A good catch by McCann for 5. Hayne LBW just pushed across an in-ducker for 43, and Michael Booth bowled off stump for 4. So 4 wickets for O'Neill, 3 for Hutton, and Hutton is back.
Yeah, maybe that little rain delay just gave Brett Hutton a bit of time to recharge, and he's back in now from pavilion end. Bamber awaits. It's a good first ball there, just watchfully defended on the back foot by Bamber.
And they're going to have to try and be careful and somehow score a few runs, which is sometimes it's impossible to ride those 2 horses at the same time.
Yeah, it's a tough task set here. Kai Smith, the young wicketkeeper, and Ethan Bamber, the new signing from Middlesex, at the crease, and Hutton's in again, and that's a swipe outside the off stump by Bamber. That's maybe not the sort of shot he needs to be playing when they're 7 down, but we wouldn't have been saying that if it would have raced to the ropes before.
It's ambitious. But scored a few runs since coming here to Edgbaston. Took 3 wickets in his first spell on the first morning of the opening game, which is a nice way to ingratiate yourself with the new employers.
Hutton in again, and this time Bamber much more watchful, defending to the onside off a straightish delivery.
92 for 7. Hopefully, this first bit of blue sky we've seen today, coming from the southeast, the weather in this game, or at least today. So that's over to our right. It usually comes from over our left shoulder in the pavilion here. But hopefully we're going to get through uninterrupted from now on.
It's turned into the onside. No run taken. Ben Slater there doing the work at mid-wicket. Yeah, it certainly looks a lot brighter, doesn't it, than when we went off just before lunch. Bit of blue sky creeping in on our right here. Don't think there was much rain forecast. It might have just been a little shower that caught us earlier, but
yeah, I don't think it rained. It wasn't like it rained cats and dogs yesterday. It just never stopped. It just sort of rained, drizzled. It was just not a very nice day.
Hutton in again, and this time turned in the onside, but it'll be a quick single between mid-wicket and mid-on. A good bit of running there from the Warwickshire pair. Gets Bamber off the mark and brings Kai Smith back onto strike for the final ball of the over.
93 for 7. Well, Smith, I think, might try and play 1 or 2 strokes here. He is, what we've seen of him in his fledgling career so far, quite an attacking player. And there's a reasonable chance you're going to get a good ball sooner or later. Knots have been very disciplined, haven't they? They've been so little to hit.
It's been excellent. 3 seamers we've seen so far, and this is a good ball. Played and missed outside off to finish the over. First one then, after lunch, Warwickshire 93 for 7.
So what has worked out exceptionally well for the Notts bowlers and for Hasib Hamid is that he's been able to keep the bowls pretty fresh. I mean, obviously had 40 minutes yesterday, then able to start all over again today. The session this morning was an hour and 3/4, so he only used the 3 seamers, and now they'll be had their lunch, refreshed, had 90 minutes off. I mean, that's just about perfect if you're trying to rotate a seam attack, isn't it? Have it like that. So O'Neill, he's on his way again from the Birmingham end and takes Bamber on the pad as he tries to push the ball into the leg side.
He's looked excellent here, hasn't he, O'Neill? I mean, he's gone for just 19 runs off his 13 overs. He's taken 4 wickets. He got the key man out, Sam Hain, and that really was the turning point, really, wasn't it? I thought that with him at the crease, there'd be a decent chance for Warwickshire to rebuild, but looks a tall task now. Not impossible, but a tall task here.
Here he comes again, and Bamber, he's caught at the wicket, very well taken down low by Varenne. Just an outside edge to the drive, and it almost didn't carry to Varenne. It seemed to go low, but he claims the catch. He's first of the match, and it's 93 for 8.
Yeah, another excellent delivery there. That's 5 for O'Neill. What a spell that's been. Just 13 overs, 19 runs, 5 wickets, and Ethan Bamber has to go for just 1 run, unfortunately. Warwickshire really struggling now with the not seam attack firing still after the lunch break, and it looks like it'll be Ollie Hannon-Dolby in to replace him. We've seen him hang around at the crease and frustrate a few opposition in his time, hasn't he?
Yes, he's developed. I mean, no offence to Ollie, he's a lovely man, but his batting is largely built on stubborn defence, and in the last couple of years he's developed a nifty slog sweep, but I'm not sure this is really the day for it. He's got long arms, and when he nails it, he's hit a couple of big sixes, but this isn't the day for that. But it's only really any benefit to be gained from hanging around if Kai Smith at the other end is able to play some shots. Otherwise, you might as well be bowling, I suppose.
Absolutely, and the Warwickshire seamers might be keen to get out and have a bowl. Maybe not with double figures runs on the board to defend, but it's definitely a day to be a bowler and a seamer at that, isn't it? Warwickshire have come in, as we said earlier, with an all-seam attack, so they have got the attack for it, but they're just struggling with the runs.
And Dolby's gently forward to his first delivery and pushes it away into the offside. So just Vishwa Fernando to come. I can't think who would have been the last Warwickshire player to go in after Ollie Hannon-Dolby. Then I'll have to resort to looking that up later, or unless somebody gets there first. Except when I think he was occasionally used as night watcher. But other than that, I can't immediately think. Chris Rushworth's been going in ahead of him in the last couple of years. And now he's forward, well, not very far forward. And they appeal loudly for LBW. But nothing given. Might have pitched outside the line of leg stump. He's not really committing to the big stride forward, is he, Ollie?
No, I mean, it looked decent from here, but we're not quite behind, are we? So we can't really see. Guess height could be a thing with Ollie Hannon-Dolby. I mean, he's pretty tall. If it hits him on the top half of the pad, it probably wouldn't be out. But
it's true.
Be interesting to see what Kai Smith does here and whether he just looks to put some runs on the board.
93 for 8. O'Neill bowls to Hannon-Dolby, who flicks at this down the leg side. There's been very little that's been off target from O'Neill, but that one was. And a scrambling take by Verena.
Yeah, it's been excellent, hasn't he? He just hasn't bowled any bad balls. To be honest, I don't think many of them have bowled bad balls. I mean, Josh Tongue bowled a couple of full deliveries, but nothing too bad at all. And it's been really, really difficult conditions here for the Warwickshire batsmen, made all the more difficult with this bowling.
O'Neill's going to switch and come round the wicket to the left-handed Dolby, and he beats him on the offside. So he does push forward at this. It misses the off stump. 93 for 8. And a fifth wicket in that over for Fergus O'Neill, 5 for 19. But the difference has been here, well, or at least the challenge that Warwickshire will have to match, whether or not the bowling conditions are quite as good when they come to do it, is that there's been so little to give away. Sometimes you're in conditions where you think, well, sooner or later there's going to be a ball with my name on it here. But in between times, you hit anything that's there to hit. But especially since the third wicket went down and O'Neill really got into his foot, there's been nothing.
Hutton then to continue from the pavilion end. 3 slips in play, and this one's full and driven at by Kai Smith. It doesn't get anything on it, and it races through to the keeper.
And Hutton here, he's still bowling bananas from this end. Yesterday he picked up Rob Yates in the first over with a ball to the left-hander, swung back into him, and then got Alex Davis with one that didn't.
Hutton bowls. Just hit watchfully out to third man, and they decide not to take the run here. Ollie Hannon-Dolby sends the striker back. Well, that maybe suggests the way that they're going to go about it. They haven't taken a single with 93 runs on the board.
I don't know when Ollie go and have a word with the youngster at the other end. Have you not seen me bat?
Hutton in again, and this one is hit by Kai Smith. It looks like it's gone straight up to mid-on, and it is. It's a soft dismissal there. He's just chipped it straight up to mid-on, who's not going to drop that. The simplest to catches, and Warwickshire really, really struggling now. They're 9 down with 10 and 11 about to be at the crease together. They're 93 for 9 now.
Well, I suppose there was going to come a point where he was going to have to either there's not really much to be gained from hanging around now, in that if there is an advantage to bowling in these conditions, it might not last very long. So I suppose there's a theory into you might as well scramble whatever runs you can.
Yeah.
But he didn't even get any of the big shots away. So what has been a tortuous first innings is, with respect to Vishwa Fernando, possibly not all that far from its conclusion.
No, I don't think there's much point in these two hanging around either. As 10 and 11 with the difficult conditions and the opening bowlers still firing, don't think they're going to be in for the long runs. They might as well try and score a few runs when they can and get out and have a bowl.
Well, if you simply ask yourself the question at the moment, would I rather be batting or bowling? And notwithstanding the fact that the sun has come out a little bit, I think you want to be bowling. So if you aren't scoring any runs and they're completely becalmed, then call them in, Alex. Get on with it. Anyway. But we'll see. If this pair are still together at 6 o'clock, then it'll be a different sort of triumph.
Be impressive. I'd like to see the odds on that. But Brett Hutton, now 4 wickets. Could be 2 fifers here for 2 of the 3 bowlers for Nottinghamshire in this first innings, and he's in, and he's bowled in first ball. It will indeed be 2 fifers for the Nottinghamshire team as O'Neill and now Hutton joins the party, and number 11's bowled first ball. It's been a very, very difficult innings for Warwickshire. They're all out for just 93.
Well, notwithstanding the conditions, I think you will do better to see too many more comprehensive bowling performances than we've seen there from Nottinghamshire over yesterday and today, and in particular from the 2 wicket takers, who, as Grace says, with 5 apiece, Fergus O'Neill and Ben Hutton, because that was another delivery that would have got out a rather higher ranked batter than Vishwa Fernando, I think. It was right on target. It pitched about middle and off and hit the top of off stump as far as you could see from here. So Hutton and O'Neill 5 wickets apiece, and a thoroughgoing undermining of Warwickshire's first innings for just 93, which I don't know what would have been a good score in those conditions, but it would have been more than that.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how Nottinghamshire go about this here, as we see the two bowlers walking off.
Yes.
Ball in hand, O'Neill, 2 5s in one innings. How good is that to see for the Nottinghamshire supporters? And it's time for the batsmen to have a go now and see if they can fare a bit better than the Warwickshire top order.
And also, given that that was the first championship innings I can remember for ages in which we didn't change the ball at any point, and if you were the bowlers in this situation, why on earth would you? Then I don't know what they're going to do with that. You can't take it. Can't take it home. But they walked off together in front of the team. An indication of what the conditions are like at the moment is the fact that the ground staff have moved the roller out to the centre, ready to do the 7 minutes rolling, but they can't do it yet because the roller's soaking, presumably from walking across the outfield. If you were Alex Davies, you'd say, well, get on with it anyway, but they're having to wipe the moisture off the roller first. So they're going to get on with that for a few minutes. All out Warwickshire for 93, and we'll see if Warwickshire's bowlers can be as effective as the Notts bowlers were in a few minutes' time. Well, with the sun now coming out, which will delight most of the people of Birmingham, but possibly not delight Warwickshire all that much, given that they've had to bat in such gloomy conditions, and now got to try and somehow protect a first innings of 93. But out they go to the middle all the same, with the Nottinghamshire openers Ben Slater and Hasib Hamid, who will be forgiven for thinking what an easy job captaincy is. All he did was win the toss and make, well, I've got to say, he's not the most difficult decision that he'll have had to do so far. And now he can go out and bat when it's nicer. And I suppose if you're playing or you're bowling, you've got to forget all that and just put it on a length like Notts did.
Exactly, and it'll be interesting to see how this goes. It's going to be interesting to see how much of it was excellence from the Nottinghamshire seamers, how much of it was a bit of poor batting from Warwickshire, and how much of it was the conditions. So yeah, it's interesting, but it does seem that even the conditions have seemed to go Nottinghamshire's way, with the sun breaking out now and a bit of blue sky ahead of us as well.
Yes, and that none of what I said is to suggest that they didn't bowl extremely well. Because I thought they bowled particularly well. It's one thing to have the conditions in your favour, it's quite another to actually execute as well as that. So they deserve all the credit they're going to get. Fergus O'Neill and Brett Hutton. O'Neill 5 for 19 in 14 overs, which is his best return in first-class cricket. And Ben Hutton's 5 for 38 in 13 overs and 4 balls. Brett Hutton. Did I say Ben again? I did, didn't I? Brett Hutton. And that's his best for Notts, I think we're saying, aren't we? Just against Warwickshire. Best against Warwickshire. Okay. Right, here's Ethan Bamber then, Grace.
Yep, Bamber to begin from pavilion end, 3 slips in play, and that's a good ball to start. Hamid, just not sure what to do with that. I think it just caught him on the pad or the glove in the end, but it's a good start from Ethan Bamber.
Like that length.
Great length. It's a bit like the one that Josh Tongue found sometimes on occasion. Yes. Just got it through. I mean, Josh Tongue wicketless on this occasion. His fellow seamers taking all 10, the two of them, but he just found a really good threatening length, I thought. Bamber's found it from ball 1. This is in again, and that's similar as the edge. That is a big appeal. The slip cordon are running, but there's no luck in the end, and it's not given. There's been a few of those, hasn't there? There's been a few.
Well, that one looked as though it zipped back and ducked in, and it beat him off, probably off the inside edge. Yeah. Whether it's gone past the flap of the pad and the glove, I don't know. I'm not sure they really. I'm not sure how convinced they were by that, but it all seemed to die a death quite quickly. That appeal.
They might just be excited to be out there with ball in hand instead of bat after this morning's session, but that's another good ball. Hamid forward this time and defends.
Well, he comes from theatrical stock, Ethan Bamber, doesn't he? I think his dad was quite a well-known actor, I believe, David Bamber. I recognise his picture. He's a sort of actor who's been in, you think, oh, I've seen him in stuff. And I think he was a very well-regarded stage actor. I was reading.
.54 then on the shirt. Ethan Bamber as he bustles in, right arm over the wicket, and that's another great delivery, genuine play and miss there, or maybe a leave right in the last moment from Hamid. Whistles through to the keeper, Kai Smith.
Yeah, he was a bit on the walk there. That's about where Bamber wants to be aiming, I think. And there seems to be enough sort of natural variation, the ball swinging and a little bit off, nipping off the pitch as well. If you can keep putting it in the right area, then in with a shout.
Yeah, it's been an excellent start for Bamber so far, and that again, just in that channel. I'm not sure what Hamid can do there. He can get forward and defend it. He might be the best, just keeping the bat away from that. He doesn't want to edge it there with the keeper and the 3 slips awaiting.
Definitely played to that one. And that really was a good length, because Hamid was forward to the point that he was slightly unbalanced by it. It's a good start here.
Last ball then of the first over. Bamber in. And again, Hamid struggles to find bat and ball, and an excellent start there for Warwickshire and Ethan Bamber. No runs scored from the first over.
But gave Hasib Hamid a fair bit to think about in the course of that over. Twice on the thigh pad, one that nipped back between bat and pad. So that's an excellent start. And now a hearty round of applause to welcome back Ollie Hannon-Dolby. 3 successive seasons in which he's taken 50 wickets. 50 championship wickets, which has not just been a good bowling feat, but at times in that period he's had to carry the burden of the Warwickshire attack, as usually as it's been a rotating cast around him with injuries. Yeah, and by far the tallest of the bowlers you've seen in the match so far, but not dissimilar in style to Brett Hutton, who used the conditions so well. A local radio update in a few moments in the course of this over. Not none for none, replying to Warwickshire's 93. And now Hannon-Dolby in from the Birmingham end. And his first ball is tucked off his hip by Slater for a short single to square leg. And the throw hits the stumps direct, but impresses nobody other than Kai Smith, who appeals enthusiastically into the air. And Ben Slater gets not moving. Quick single is going to be quite popular, I think. It's this sort of bowling that's best watched from the other end we've seen so far. So Hamid is taking great care to take guard here from umpire Lungley. Well, Warwickshire have had a very difficult day so far, difficult 2 days really, in between the persistent rain, and they are now just starting to try and defend their first innings of just 93. They were rattled out in good time this morning by the Nottinghamshire seamers, the opening bowlers, Brett Hutton and Fergus O'Neill, each taking 5 wickets in a splendid display of controlled seam bowling, using the conditions. Hutton in particular able to swing the ball at will both ways, and other than Sam Hain, who made a patient 43, there was nobody in the Warwickshire lineup that really had an adequate answer to that. Hutton 5 for 38 and O'Neill's first class best of 5 for 19. The conditions not really going in Warwickshire's favour, in that the skies have lightened. This is now by far the best overhead batting conditions of the game so far, although the pitch still looks as though it's a little bit green and he's offering some help, but Warwickshire's bowlers will need all the help they can get. Their all-seam attack, going to see what they can get out of this surface. Notts one without loss in the second over, replying to Warwickshire's 93. And Hannon-Dolby is moving in to bowl to the right-handed Hamid, who is forward, almost hiding the bat behind the pad, and he guides it off a thick outside edge between gully and backward point and picks up his first 2 runs. So 3 for none, but it's going to be a very cautious approach, I think, from Notts, and rightly so.
Yeah, I think it's sensible. I think if they can just see off the new ball, I mean, they know it's going to do, but they know it's going to swing in the air and probably move off the pitch, but they just need to kind of be patient. It's not like they're chasing a massive total. If they can get to the end of this day, still be batting, be maybe a few wickets down, they'll be pleased with their efforts.
Almost certainly be in the lead by then. In comes Hannon-Dolby, and Hamid is pushing this square on the offside and doesn't get a run. The weather forecast for tomorrow is better, so I sense that we're probably going to get most of the 51 overs that remain on the board in today. Tea will be at 4:10, and then they'll play for as long as the light holds. But I think we might get most of those in, and the weather forecast decent tomorrow, so there's a fair bit of time for Notts to at least put pressure on Warwickshire. Forecast for Monday is not so good. Hannon-Dolby bowls, and Hamid is forward and pushing away into the covers. At the end of the second over, it's 3 for no wicket, Notts replying to Warwickshire's 93. Grace Ballinger will continue. Phil Britt's going to come in alongside you, Grace. I would imagine that Notts will be thinking here, this is the only time they want to be batting in the match. There'll be no time, I would think, to bat twice.
No, I don't think so, with obviously forecast looking pretty poor for Monday and almost a full day's play wiped out yesterday. And Ben Slater's turn this time, left-handed opener. Ben Slater to face Ethan Bamber from the pavilion end. What a fantastic first over he bowled. Looked really aggressive. Getting it through at decent pace as well. So let's see what he has against the left-handed Ben Slater. 3 slips in play. Just the fine leg, the only man out near the boundary rope. So in comes Bamber. Round the wicket to the left-hander. That's wide outside off stump, left alone by Ben Slater. He won't be getting anywhere near that early on in his innings.
Bit of work to do here for Warwickshire to recover that situation. Terrific bowling yesterday and throughout the day today by Hutton and O'Neill. Really put Warwickshire under the hammer.
Bamber's in, and this is left again, this time straight to 4th stump line there. Looked for me like it was just tailing into the left-handed Ben Slater, but as we say, we're not directly behind the bowler's arm, so can't always tell without looking at the live stream. But good start here from Ethan Bamber, Warwickshire's new signing from Middlesex. His first season playing for the Bears.
Yeah, he started pretty well. He got started off batting. He was batting quite well.
It's proved useful against Durham with the bat, and that one just sailed through again.
Yeah.
Outside off leave by Ben Slater. He hit the winning runs, didn't he?
Yes, yep. He hit a 6 straight down the ground to win that game by 1 wicket at Chester Street. He's taken 4 wickets in each of his first 2 games, so started off pretty well. Warwickshire operating without Hannah Dolby in their first 2 games.
Banbury in again, and this time Slater forced to play straight delivery, back of the length, defended back to the bowler. Bamber yet to concede a run off his first 10 deliveries. Good line and length.
Sun shining over on the city centre as we look over the top of the city end of the Birmingham end of the ground. And you can see the buildings there behind the trees, but not shining actually here at Edgbaston.
Bamber's in again and turned down to fine leg by Slater. Be a single, bringing the skipper Hamid, right-handed Hamid, which causes change in the field. It's always good to have a left-hander in your top order, isn't it? Just put the bowlers off the line a bit.
Yeah. Yeah, both. Well, we didn't see too much of Rob Yates in this match. Warwickshire had this right and left-hander opening pair. And then Mousley coming in at 5 is left-handed.
Bamber in again, flicked towards fine leg. Should just be a single. It is. It's Hannon Dolby. Picks up an end of the 3rd over of the innings. Not 5 for naught.
So 93 is the total that they have to chase down on first innings, and they've already got 5 of those off those first 3 overs. Warwickshire had just 2 players, Hansa Sheikh, who made 22, and Hayne 43, who got into double figures. And I'm afraid it's a bit of a sorry looking card if you're a Bears supporter. Here's Hannon Dolby from that Birmingham end, comes in to bowl to Hamid, who is running this one away down into the gully, and there's no run. So Mosley does the fielding there.
Yeah, they actually started okay, didn't they, this morning? Obviously they came in 2 down, but
yeah,
Hamza Sheikh and Sam Hayne looked to be going quite nicely. I mean, it was a very good ball that broke that partnership. Brett Hutton bowled Hamza Sheikh, but it just kind of went downhill from there, didn't it? And it
was the slippery slope after that, wasn't it? nobody really. Only Sam Hain got any sort of shape at all. Here's Helen Dolby in. This is run between third slip and gully, and we'll run all the way down to the third man boundary for 4. So Hamid gets a boundary. His first. It's 9 without loss, and he moves to 7.
Nicely guided, wasn't it, by Hamid?
Just kept on top of it and just run it away through that gap. It was quite a deliberate shot. Yes, they found it very hard. The one which did get shake this morning, which was the first wicket to go from Brett Hutton, was an absolute beauty. Just moved away and took his off stump out the ground. This one from Helen Dolby is played into the onside, and Shake does the fielding at mid wicket. There's no run. There's a crowd, which there is, seem to have all grouped together. I don't know whether it's to keep warm, but we've got the whole ground which holds 20-odd thousand, and I would say from the ones at the Birmingham end, about 20% of them are all sat in 2 rows in one particular stand. So whether they're all chums or whatever it is, this one Mead plays out into the offside and there's no run, but there's vast expanse of empty seats and then a little clutch. I can understand the ones behind the bowler's arm, but the other ones, just as we look at it to the left of the sight screen, that must be a clutch of friends, I reckon.
They're making up half the attendance, aren't they?
It's not been. We opened the museum up through the rain breaks, and it was a bit thin in terms of footfall, I have to say. Alan Dolby comes into bowl, and Hamid is behind that one and playing that solidly up to mid-on, and there's no run. So you start your programme on Wednesday officially, your first match, and who's that against?
Yeah, so we start Wednesday at Trent Bridge against Lancashire. Pre-season all finished up yesterday, so yeah, excited to get into it now.
That's 50 overs, isn't it?
Yeah, start off with a fair 50 over block before the T20 Blast, which aligns with the men. I think that starts in June.
Alan Dolby comes in, bowls, the sun comes out, but that's played away. Lovely shot from Hamid. That's running away through the gap between mid-wicket and mid-on and up to the ropes for his second boundary of the over. 13 without loss. Hamid has moved on to 11 with those 2 boundaries, and Slater is on 2. And they trail by just 80 runs, Nottinghamshire.
Nicely timed shot that, just a little bit full from Hannah Dolby, not too much wrong with the delivery in all honesty, just nicely timed through mid-wicket, and I think that's always a sign of a player that's in fine form when they can time a ball early in their innings through mid-on, mid-wicket region.
That sunshine which was over the city is now over the ground, and the city has gone into shade, so we're getting the benefit of the sunshine. I don't think it's going to last for long, Grace, do you?
Don't think so. It's been pretty bleak morning, hasn't it?
Yeah.
It's at odds really with the spring we've had so far, which has been pretty pleasant.
It was a bit of a delay because it was Ethan Bamber had to go and chase that ball. He was the one who had to get after it. Now he's had to come back down here to the pavilion end to bowl the next over, so got him warmed up anyway.
Round the wicket then, Ethan Bamber to the left-handed opener Ben Slater, and he's in and left outside the off stump there by Ben Slater. He's happy to do that, watchful, outside off. If it's wide out there, he's been leaving him alone.
Haven't seen too much of that movement that Hutton and Neil managed to get. Ball really tight, hitting the stumps so much, and getting the LBWs. They really kept really Warwickshire pinned back.
This time Slater plays to front foot defensively to the offside, full of pitch delivery from Ethan Bamber.
Tea today is 4:10, so We've got 40 minutes. Not sure what that was. Somebody just giving the building a bit of a smack. So if you pick that up on the effects mic, apologies. I'm not really sure what that was out there. Unless you dropped your wage packet, but Grace.
As Bamber's in, and this is wide. Outside off again, Ben Slater. I promise you wouldn't be hearing that. Be silent. I thought Brace had booted the front of the box for some reason. I thought that was you, Brace. Was it not? That noise? No. Shake of the head from Brace. Guess we'll never know. Bamber in again. Just the 2 runs conceded off him so far, and this one, Ben Slater looks to have a drive at, misses it, misses the outside edge, and whistles through to Kai Smith.
Yes, he got was looking to drive that one away, but just got inside the line to whip past the outside edge, as Grace said. Bamber no luck, didn't get a touch on that. Slater will readjust. He's on 2. Hamid on 11.
This time does catch the outside edge of Ben Slater. I'm not sure if that was an intentional guide. I think it caught him a little bit on length, but nonetheless it will race away to the boundary for 4 through that vacant third man area between slip and backward point. I think it did shock him a bit on length, but I think he adjusted, and I'll give him the benefit of the doubt that that was intentional.
I think he adjusted very late, but I think you're right. I think it did surprise him. It came up a little bit more. He fended at it, and as so often happens when you get an edge, it just finds the gap. You put your slips in place, but how many times does it run along, particularly along the floor and through the gaps?
Bamber in again, and this time slightly straighter. Slater still leaves outside, and that's the end of the over. Knots going nicely here, 17 without loss.
I think one of the things so far, I would say, I've noticed, I think Hutton and O'Neill bowled a much tighter line, bowled at the stumps a lot more, made the batsmen play the ball, bring them into it. I think Warwickshire so far too much outside that off stump and allowed to leave quite a lot, particularly with the new ball. I think you've got to make this new ball really work, and you don't have any runs to play with. So but just need to tighten up a little bit. Make Slater and Hamid have to play the ball rather than being able to watch it harmlessly through outside the off stump. It's 17 without loss, and Hannon Dolby will start his 3rd over, back from injury, and looking to try and get a breakthrough for the Bears. Still 3 slips. Now Warwickshire have, with few runs to play with, put a 3rd man in to try and just patch the lead, because this one is left by Hamid. It was outside the off stump and offered no shots at all, covered up the off stump, and the ball goes through to the keeper, but again very quickly got into position and realised he didn't need to play that one.
Looks like there might be a slight change in field here as the fine leg sent squarer.
Yeah.
Very subtle change in field.
There he comes again, running in, arms flailing, and that one he gets a little bit of lift, and he sort of goes into that one and fends it off his shoulder down. There's no short leg, perfectly safe in the end. Hamster shakes in at mid wicket, but a long way from that one, and it was very quickly dropped to the floor, but just there forced him into a little bit of a defensive push. Stays on 17 without loss. And this game on tomorrow and Monday as Hammond Dolby bowls, and this is a beauty. This one really does go through Sheikh, who wasn't sure where to go, forward, back, and in the end it almost cut him in two as it pitched and just moved a little bit away from him and through to Kai Smith behind the stumps. That was a good delivery from Hannon Dolby.
That was a brilliant delivery. Doesn't look like Hannon Dolby's managed to get the movement off the pitch that he normally does and that the Nottinghamshire players did, but that one most definitely did. Maybe just coming back from injury, just taking him a couple overs to get into a spell, but that was a terrific delivery.
And he comes again, be encouraged with that, and this one is this time onto leg stump and turned away by Hamid through mid wicket. Hamza Sheikh is after it. He's going to get to it just inside the ropes, but not before Hamid has got back for 3 runs. Take the total on to 20. He moves to 14. That was a nice shot. He just little bit full onto leg stump, and he was quickly onto it, pushed it away through the onside, and good timing. Across a very green square, with the outfield is fairly green, but the uncut parts of the square are really a bright, vivid green over to, as we look out on it. Here's Han Dolby in and bowls, and this is left wide outside the off stump. And again, Slater not having to play a shot at it, just lets it go through.
Blue skies ahead of us now, a very different picture to what we were looking at here from the comms box at the pavilion end about 90 minutes ago, maybe even 60 minutes ago.
It rained quite hard. I walked around to the museum, and I'm surprised how hard the rain was for a bit. And Dobby's about to finish his 3rd over. He comes in, Slater waits, and that gets up and lifts and almost gets Slater playing at it. But in the end, he lets it go through to Kai Smith, a rising ball. Grace is moving out to let Dave Bracegirdle in with Nottinghamshire 20 for no wicket in reply to the Bears 94.
Yeah, just been
93 rather, giving them a run more than they got. They needed, Dave. I think I'll have to add it up.
Just been reflecting in an update for Radio Nottingham that this hasn't necessarily been the most fortunate of visiting grounds for Notts over the years. They've had some real pastings here, some real hidings. They've only won twice here this century, and the last time was 2010 when they went on to win the double. To do the double, winning home and away that year as Bamba bowls, and Hamid forces this through the offside. That's the biggest boundary. It is quite a big boundary actually. It must be get on for 85 if not 90 yards, but 4 runs there to Hamid. Takes him nicely on to 18-24 without loss. And still a long way to go, of course, in this game, not counting any chickens, but you know, you just have to sort of reflect that Notts, as I say, they've had 1 or 2 big defeats here in 2021, that year where they played the conference type system as Bamba comes in and bowls, and this is nicely fielded at 3rd slip by Sam Hain, and there's no run. I remember Danny Briggs on the final day bowling Notts out. Terrific performance from the left arm spinner there. That ultimately cost Notts a place in I think it was the Bob Willis Trophy final, wasn't it? It was Warwickshire and Essex in the end.
Warwickshire, Lancashire, wasn't it? Lancashire that year. But the year Warwickshire won the title.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was Lancashire they played. They won it against Lancs.
There's Bamba. Comes in again, lively, bustling, right arm, fast medium, and again it's played down to 3rd slip, fielded by Hain.
It was the because that was the competition where you brought forward the points, didn't you, into the last group, and it was the points Warwickshire had against Nottinghamshire which gave them such an advantage when they went on to win the title.
Yeah, the flip side of that was Notts had more wins and more points than anybody through that season, but the 2 defeats against Warwickshire ultimately cost them. As Bamba bowls, and on the front foot Hamid pushes this out onto the offside, no run. It was that same year, 2021, in white ball cricket, the 50 over competition. Hamid scored a century on this ground, and that was his last match before going off to join up with England. Sort of the second phase, if you like, of Asib Hamid's England career. As a young man with Lancashire, he got an opportunity and then fell out of favour. There's Bamba bowls again, and this is pushed back to Ethan Bamber. Cloud improving all the time here at Edgbaston. We've sat through an awful lot of rain over the last 24 hours. Welcome listeners to 5 Sports Extra, to the second city, Edgbaston, where hopefully we've run out of rain. We've had persistent drizzle here for much of the contest so far, but when we have got on, Nottinghamshire have dominated proceedings here. They've bowled Warwickshire out for 93, and now Ethan Bamber with a lovely delivery beats the tentative forward push of the Notts captain Hamid. Goes through to the keeper. 24 without loss. I'm Dave Bracegirdle from BBC Radio Nottingham. Phil Britt, the museum curator and just general all-round does everything and knows everybody and looks after everybody here at Edgbaston, alongside me at the moment as we wind our way through the latter portion of the middle session here. We'll have tea at 4:10.
Yeah, and Warwickshire looking to try and get a breakthrough. They've got 93 on the board from their first innings, and already 24 of those have disappeared, and they need to get wickets to give themselves a chance of getting back in. Hannon Dolby from the Birmingham end starts a new over, and this one is flicked off his pads by Slater down to the fine leg boundary. Did it come off the pad? Yes, it did. It signalled as leg bias and went very fine. But those runs coming along from Warwickshire's point of view a bit too quickly, as they were hoping to be able to replicate the way that Nottinghamshire had today really had Warwickshire under the hammer. Just 2 batsmen getting into double figures. Hayne top scoring with 43 and Sheikh 22, but everybody else in single figures. As Hannon Dolby again comes in to bowl to the left-handed, and Slater it's pushed into the offside. There's no run this time as the Sheikh comes chasing in quickly from the covers and does the fielding.
Yeah, Mike Taylor's been doing the old sums. He's been our de facto Rachel Riley, and he's just pointed out to me that the Bears were 60 for 2 to 93 all out.
Yeah.
That's what they call a collapse. That, you know, there's a lot of good things to be said about the way that O'Neill and Hutton bowled and the overhead conditions, but you know, there'll be 1 or 2 Bears players also looking at some of the shots they played.
Dolby in this one, he has Slater pushing at this one. Not a lot of foot movement. A ball which was rising outside the off stump. He went back to try and cut it, got underneath it, and nearly got a nick through to Kai Smith behind the stumps, but he survives. I think the conditions favoured Nottinghamshire, but take nothing away from the way the two Hutton and O'Neill bowled. They bowled a beautiful line. All they never let Warwickshire's bats get going at all. They made them play ball after ball, and they got prodigious movement at times. As Hannon Dolby in, this is wide outside the off stump, and he doesn't have to play any shot at it. Goes through to the keeper.
And of course he'll get next to no praise for it as well. The other bowler, Josh Tong, 9 overs, no maidens, none for 35. They got runs off him. He was bowling that quickly, but they had to sort of have a little bit of a go if they could at Hutton and O'Neill, because Tong was bowling. You know, I don't know. I don't know what pace he was bowling, but you certainly wouldn't have wanted to have been hit by any of them. He was,
no.
You know, he was mixing it up nicely, bowling very quickly. There were lots of bumpers. He was, you know, he was a one-man assault weapon at one end, and the seamer's got the wickets at the other.
Next one, Slater pulls out to Hamid. Hands Sheikh out in the covers, and again there's no run.
One of the greatest bits of foresight in the post-lunch session was when Kai Smith ran one all the way down to third man, and you said, "What happened there?" And I said, "He's refused a single."
And the next ball.
Well, you said he might regret that, and he hit the next ball straight up in the air, which just goes to show the befuddled thinking at the time. He refused a single, and then had an almighty heave at the next one, and it just went straight up in the air.
It was couldn't quite understand the tactic at that stage.
No.
And Dolby in as the sun comes out, and this one is Slater responds to a ball just short outside the off stump, and it was just played away beautifully, backward of square, through backward point, down to the boundary, and another boundary. Slater moves into double figures. He goes to 10. Hamid is 18, and Nottinghamshire, in reply to Warwickshire's 93 all out, are 32 without loss.
We thought this was a good toss to win for Notts yesterday, and they winkled out a couple of wickets. In fact, second ball of the match, Brett Hutton struck yesterday, and Notts were, I think, the unhappier of the two sides when the rain came. They'd got the Bears 30 odd for 2, but they certainly made the most of their opportunity this morning in equally cloudy conditions after a delayed start by half an hour. There's Ethan Bamber, close season move from Middlesex, bustling approach, and this is turned away on the leg side by Hamid. Elsewhere in Division 1 quickly, at Chesterley Street, Yorkshire made 307, Durham being led by an unbeaten century from their captain Alex Lees, 217 for 1. Essex in the third innings of the match are 115 for 3 at Chelmsford, leading Worcestershire by 92. At Southampton, Somerset made 184. Hampshire in reply 82 for 2, and Sussex bat on there 389 for 6 at Hove against Surrey, as Bamber in again to Hamid, who lets this go through to the wicketkeeper Kai Smith.
Sussex have enjoying their return to Division 1, certainly scoring plenty of runs.
Very much so, yeah. They come to Nottingham next week for round 4.
They looked a well-balanced side when they were here for the opening match of the season.
There's Bamber in and steered down by Hamid. I think he steered it down. Anyway, it went off the shoulder of the bat down, and Sam Hain fielded it third slip. This morning I erroneously said that Freddie McCann's birthday was tomorrow. A little bit of a check, and one or two people just prodding me in the direction of his actual date of birth. And he's 20 today, Freddie McCann. He's due in next. And the other Nottinghamshire birthday today, former Nottinghamshire player, an Australian, as this is driven down the ground. That's a glorious shot just to the onside of straight by Hamid. There's not been that many better shots in the match than that from the former Lancashire man. That was a glorious shot.
Yeah, I was just going to say exactly the same thing. He's not up against much competition, to be honest, so far. There weren't too many shots in the Warwickshire innings which were memorable, but that was a lovely shot.
Back in 2000, Phil, which 25 years ago now, but just seems like 5 minutes, Notts signed Shoaib Akhtar. You remember Shoaib Akhtar? Quickest bowler in the world, as this one outside the off stump goes through to the keeper, and he came to Trent Bridge. He was reportedly bowling at, the first man to bowl at 100 miles an hour and all this, the Pakistani quick, and he came to Trent Bridge and a little bit of an injury, but it won't be long, it'll be a week or two, and a week or two became 3 or 4 weeks, and then a month or two, and then eventually it was decreed that he wouldn't play at all in that season. So Notts had to look elsewhere. Shoaib packed his kit and off he went, and he never did play for Notts, as this one's hit back on the bounce, well fielded by Bamper. So Notts were left looking for an overseas player, and they brought in Paul Rifle, nicknamed Pistol. A lot of cricket watchers will know Paul Rifle is a very successful umpire.
Yeah.
He played 7 first-class games and 9 List A matches for Notts that year. It's his birthday today. He's 59. Pistol, former Nottinghamshire player. 36 without loss. Think we're going to get a bowling change.
Yeah, Barnard's coming on to replace Tandon Dolby at the Birmingham end.
All seam attack, isn't it, for the Bears? I know they've got Rob Yates and Dan Mousley who could turn their arm over, but they've left out Taz Ali, the spinner who's played the first 2 games, to make way for Anand Dolby.
Effectively, they've gone with the 5 seamers. They've Booth and Fernando to back up these Barnard, and then the 2 openers. Shoaib Akhtar, just going on to that one, he played little bit in the Birmingham League, and it was to get himself ready for Test cricket. His Barnard in, and his first delivery is whipped away for, has gone for 6. It's 1 bounce down to the Holly stand, but picked up nicely and hit straight over mid-wicket down to the fence. And these runs are coming much too easily, Dave, from a Warwickshire point of view. They're 40 for wicket now, Nottinghamshire.
Yeah. I don't know how much notice he had that he was going to bowl this over, but that was certainly a loosener, wasn't it?
Just a bit. He's in again. Slater is this time forward defensively. So yeah, you just imagine playing, turning up to play in your Birmingham League match, and he's waiting at the other end to play.
Right arm over. Yeah. Yes, umpire. Where is he actually?
He's just over just room from behind the side screen at you.
An almighty long approach as well, didn't he?
Yeah, he was. He didn't play a lot. I think he was using it as warm up, but he was there. Barnard, who isn't as quick, is in, and he's back defending it slightly back to the bowler. There's no run.
I commentated on him at Derby the year after for Pakistan. He was playing, and when he was called for throwing, there was one or two.
Yeah.
There was one or two occasions where one or two umpires had a little bit of a feeling that he had a suspect action, and it all kicked off, and it was all very unsavoury. I don't think anybody was entirely happy about any of what went on that day.
Barnard in. Slater runs it away out into the gully. There's no runs.
But when he got it right, when he was in rhythm, my word, he was quick.
Yeah. I don't think, to be honest, at that time, or really, there haven't been too many since. I don't think who've been as sharp as he was. No, I always thought when these guys turned up to play in what is effectively amateur cricket, and you come from work for a net and he's waiting to run up and bowl at you or something like that. No, thanks. This one is hit, well, for a chance. Second thought it was going to be a chance, but it's gone through mid-wicket and down to the ropes for 4 more. And again, just a little bit short from Barnard. He didn't quite get the connection, Slater, that he was hoping for. It was enough to go to the boundary, but I think he was looking to put it over the top of mid-wicket. In the end, it brings the same result.
Well, we felt we'd missed out yesterday, didn't we? We only had 9 overs of play here, 40 minutes, compared to all over the country where a lot of places got a full day in. But we're more than making up here.
This one goes past the outside edge. There's a sort of clap and a sort of stifled appeal from Clyde Smith behind the stumps. Better ball to finish the over from Barnard. But 2 boundaries coming off it, and Nottinghamshire are, after 10 overs, in reply to Warwickshire's 93, are 44 for no without loss.
Yeah, these two sides, a reminder, were neck and neck at the top of the table going into this round of matches, along with Sussex. Both had won 1 and drawn 1, and ironically, each had beaten Durham in their first matches. Notts winning at Trent Bridge in the first round, and Durham an exciting 1-wicket win at Chesterley Street last week as Ethan Bamber from the pavilion end, as we look down from our lofty perch, see him push it out to point, and there's no run. 44 without loss, so Notts off to a flyer in response to the Bears' all-out score of 93.
Yes, they started badly in the second innings at Durham, but managed to get away out of it and go on to win that game, but it wasn't going to happen today.
Bamber in again and bowls down the leg side, and it's been tickled fine. That's an easy 4 runs to Asiba. In fact, he didn't tickle it, I beg your pardon. More leg buys, 4 more leg buys down the leg side, and all it needed was a deflection of something. For all the world, it looked like he just tickled it fine. It was just nicely placed out of the reach of the keeper, and away it went. But it's leg buys, Notts won't mind, and already they're at least halfway or just beyond halfway of the Warwickshire all-out total. 48 on the board, and they've come up quite quickly as well. We're only at the start of the 11th over. As Bamber leaves behind a pile of sawdust that's been blown about by the breeze, bowls, and there'll be another run here to Asiba Mead, the Nottinghamshire captain, who always seems much happier with bat in hand than when he's running around in the outfield, losing his floppy sun hat as he was for most of the day. I think we've just said goodbye to the listeners to 5 Sports Extra. Gone off to find another game. A terrific service, isn't it? The county championship. When Kevin Howells is running it, and there's a dedicated block of time where you can flick about from game to game to game, find the best, the stories, find where the games are unfolding. 49 without loss here as Bamber bowls. He's gone round the wicket to Slater, and the first ball's left alone.
Where are they at? They're up at Durham, are they, for this?
Kevin's up at Chesterley Street, for Durham, Yorkshire, but just able to bring in coverage from elsewhere. We've not seen Vishwa Fernando yet. I'm looking for. We've got Ethan La Bamba. Was that Richie Valance? And
Alabama.
And obviously Fernando was the ABBA hit, wasn't it? 49 without losses. Has been played up to mid on, and there's no run.
Yes, it was. It has been. The drums have been played a few times here.
He's only on a short-term contract.
He's finished. This is his last game. Yeah. So just the 3 games. And then for the Warwickshire play Yorkshire in their next game, beginning of May. Bo Webster should be here for that.
Next ball past Slater and through into the gloves of the keeper, and of course Latham, the New Zealand opening bat, is currently broken finger.
Broken a finger, yeah, but not quite sure when they're expecting him back. What did hear that he may be back for the beginning of May, but it seems to me if you've broken your finger, it seems a little premature, but we'll see. Barnard will continue that first over, going for those 2 boundaries. 49 without loss. This is a really good start. Barnard now in bright sunshine here in Birmingham. It really is quite difficult.
Yeah, the Bears bowlers will be thinking, have we broken a dressing room mirror? Or,
yeah, wasn't a great toss to lose, Skip.
What's the other one? A black cat has crossed our path, or whatever it is.
Here comes Bamber looking to try, Barnard rather, trying to get a breakthrough. He's in, and Hamid runs this away to backward point. And as he goes running round, gets 1. That's the 50 up for Nottinghamshire, which gets a round of applause from the crowd. Well, the people who are here, I think calling it a crowd, Dave, is really stretching the point a bit.
Judging by 1 or 2 of the cheers, I think that was possibly the Notts balcony down below us.
I do. There's a group I noticed at lunchtime. There was a group of them here.
Yeah, there's not supporters here, but I think there was 1 or 2 shouts that are.
Yeah. Barnard round the wicket to the left-handed Slater. It turns this through into mid-wicket. There's a gap because the mid-wicket has been posted back onto the deep boundary, and so an easy single.
They've both had a 92, this pair, this season. Slater in the first match against Durham, Hamid last week against Essex, and low scores around those 92s, relatively speaking. Notts have had three different Centurions up to this stage.
James got 1, didn't he, early on? This one is driven back, a no ball called. Just to make matters worse for the Bears, another couple of runs are given away, 53 without loss.
Yeah, James in the first match, and then Verena arrived in time for the second game and got a century in the first innings, and Jack Haynes got his first Nottinghamshire century in the second innings last week.
There's plenty of batting there for Nottinghamshire, isn't there? It's a strong batting lineup. This one is turned into the onside and fielded by Sheikh. There's no run.
Approaching 4 o'clock, teas at 10 past 4. Yeah, that's enough to go and do a quick update for BBC Radio Nottingham listeners in a couple of minutes.
We've still got, in theory, 41.3 overs to go in the day. Just a question whether the light's going to hold to get that many in, you know, especially with Warwickshire's seam attack. There's Barnard in, bowls, and this is cut away by Hamid down to deep backward point for 1. That's all a bit, and another no ball from Barnard. So we know we only got 93, but we're going to get you as many of these back before tea. That's 4 runs in no balls this over, 56 for no wicket. Just 37 behind now, and it really has been a terrific response as Barnard in, and this is run down to Fernando at backward point. There's no run. Dave got to go and do an update. Mike will be just doing a switch. Carry on with Mike till tea, and then Grace will join us after tea. Barnard, a little bit expensive already. He's just bowled the 10 deliveries, but it's cost him, with the no balls thrown in, 15 runs. And Warwickshire really needed breakthroughs, and it's just not come. And in fairness, haven't looked to be really causing too much problem to the bat so far. There's Barnard in. And the wicket bowls. This is off the outside edge from Slater and runs down to the third man boundary for 4 more. 60 without loss. And Slater quickly moves on to 23. Hamid's on 25. And Nottinghamshire trail by just 33 at this point in time.
Yeah, I mean, this really could hardly be going worse
no,
at the moment for Warwickshire, which is... Again, not to say that Notts haven't earned their position, because they have, with some, in particular, some very good bowling. But this is not the response Warwickshire needed.
This next one is absolutely thrushed by for 6 over square leg by Slater, short by Barnard and picked up. I thought he was going to did that in the previous over, but this time he gets hold of it and lifts it away. The first 6 of the match, and picked that up beautifully. And that was a good hit out to the Hollies stand. And there was a man out there, but nowhere near it. And so end of another over, 66. 27 behind Nottinghamshire now, and they are absolutely racing. We've only had 12 overs. This is going along at white ball rate here at the moment.
Yes, and with the weather forecast for Monday not so good, tomorrow looks okay at the moment, and I think we will get the majority of the 41 overs that are indicated today. I think we'll get in. I'm not sure we'll get all of them, but you should get a fair few of them. Bamber starts a new over and he goes wider of the crease, and it's creamed through the covers for 4 by Hamid, with one hand off the bat by the time he'd finished with such a flourish. But that one was absolutely nailed.
I wonder whether Nottinghamshire know that the forecast on Monday is bad, and they're thinking, right, we're going to get on with this as quickly as we can. They're really playing some great shots, and they're just blitzing this deficit down. 23 now, and get as many tonight and give ourselves tomorrow, that we can put ourselves in a match winning, if we have to, inside, perhaps we get half a day on Monday.
Bamber tries again, and Hamidi's forward defends here. There is another part to it, which is that if you are on top, and you couldn't really be more on top than this, having bowled the opposition out for next to nothing, and had the conditions turn in your favour as well, which is, I'm certainly saying that's not the reason that Notts are in a good position, but it has certainly been materially helpful. Then you might as well make the most of it while you can.
Yep.
Bamber responds with a good ball that tempts Hamid forward into pushes at the ball and misses. But at the moment, Notts are missing the good ones.
Yeah.
And whacking everything else.
Anything which is slightly off, they're going for, and so far it's working. Fernando is warming up down below, so this may be Bamber's in his 7th over.
And he has Hamid forward again and running the ball on the bounce to, well, so backward point, more cover point really. He's almost on the crease line. 70 for no wicket. Not just 23 behind after, if you've not been following the cricket all day, Warwickshire lost their last 8 for 33 in 18 overs and were undermined by some very disciplined swing and seam bowling in more helpful conditions at that time. Bamber bowls a stump wider than the previous one, and Hamid sets himself to defend but then doesn't go through with it and just allows the ball to pass. So, I mean, sport's about that, isn't it? When things are running your way, you have to take advantage. Don't wait for things to happen, but make it happen, and Notts are doing that at the moment. Fernando is going through some flexing at mid-on rather, as Bamber runs in to bowl again to Hamid, who plants his front foot, but then lifts the bat out of the way, and it's the end of the over. 70 for no wicket. Notts after 13 overs of their reply to Warwickshire's 93. Hamid is 29 and Slater is also 29. And here comes Vishwa Fernando, whose short spell, and it's not easy dropping in a different country for a short spell like that, into and particularly if it's not in especially familiar conditions. But his spell with Warwickshire so far has been somewhat underwhelming for himself as well as the team, I suspect. So if he's going to make it a memorable 3-game stay, then this might be quite a spell. Would need to be.
2 wickets he's got so far for 211.
Yeah, quite pricey. Well, if he's going to have a moment
This
as
is
a Warwickshire
it.
player, then
Yep.
it's going to be now, isn't it?
So here he is, Barnard out of the attack after 2 overs, which that went for 25, so he was a little expensive. So here's Fernando from the Birmingham end, and he's bound to the left-handed Slater, Ben Slater, who waits, and this first ball is cut away for 4 through the covers. It's short outside the off stump, and Slater says thank you very much and plonks it down to the hover cover. So Loosener has gone to the boundary, 74 without loss.
Yes, and that was quite a loose Loosener. So after all the stretching in the last over, still not quite loose enough, evidently.
So he's.
It's pretty cold out there today as well, although the sun's out now.
Do you think it's colder than he's used to bowling at home? Probably a touch, don't you think?
I would think that's a reasonable suggestion.
Fernando in, and this one he has Slater playing from the crease and just playing it back to the bowler.
Are you suggesting that with the weather he got for the first game here might have lulled him into thinking, well, I don't know what everybody was complaining about.
He was probably told that April in England was dreadful, and yet it was absolutely beautiful.
Yes.
Mind you, the wind was quite chilly, but
his first call home, I don't know what he's going on about when everybody's sneaking and I'm doing 3 games in April.
The more you get to the summer, the colder it gets.
God dear.
This one is a better ball outside the off stump, but Slater doesn't have to play any shot at it at all. It goes through harmlessly to the keeper.
Yes, it would pull you up a bit sharp, wouldn't it, if you weren't used to it. How it's changed.
It's a difficult one. You've got 3 games.
Yes.
What are you going to do? You're on a hiding to nothing, aren't you?
Yes, I mean, I think that's fair enough. And Warwickshire have got this sort of patchwork of 4 overseas players, about which there is some justified excitement. I think it's fair to say they made some good signings.
This one is run to the offside by Slater. They go quickly through for the single as the Sheikh comes racing in and wins the race to get to it. It's 75 without loss.
That's well judged. They've got Bo Webster coming quite soon, I think.
I think Bo Webster is. I was saying to Dave, I think Bo Webster is here for the Yorkshire game, the next game. There's no game next week, and then it's the week after they've got Yorkshire at Headingley.
And he's been in England before, so we'll know what he's going to. Tom Latham would have been here already had he not broken a finger.
How long it takes for a finger to...
No, not all that long, I don't think.
No.
The trouble is you don't have to be out all that long and you miss half the championship.
This one, a shout for LBW. Fernando is good. I'm going to give him 9 out of 10 for that appeal, but unfortunately he wasn't able to persuade the umpire that it was worth the other point, and not out, not even moved.
No, he was quite persuasive.
But Hamid survives. It's 75 without loss, but I think that's about the first one, I think that's Warwickshire's first appeal, isn't it? In this,
they had one for a catch right at the start.
Right at
Bamber's
the start,
first over, yeah.
This one is played expansive push back down and end of Fernando's over. So after the first ball, that was a much better over. And has a chat with the umpire. How could that not have been out, ump? Come on, I'm only here for this game.
Yeah, give us a break.
Give us a break.
Yeah, I don't think it would be very long until Tom Latham's expected, but if you miss a month of the championship season at either end of the season, you've missed quite a big chunk of it, haven't you? Which is
it's really sandwiched into April, May, and basically the end of August, September, isn't it? Most of the games.
Yes. Basically, anywhere you can find a suitable gap.
Well, yeah. When something else isn't on, we'll give you a game.
I have the same approach to packing my fridge. Wherever you can squeeze a bit more in. That seems to be the way they build the cricket season these days. Anyway, if you like cricket, you're not complaining. But Bamber starts a new over, coming round the wicket to the left-handed Slater with a flowing on drive, just to the onside of straight, and it is eventually hauled in close to the rope, and by which time they have completed 2 runs. So Slater up to 36.
This is probably the last over before tea, and gosh, it's been a terrific session.
Yes.
It really has.
It's gone as how they would have scripted it in their imagination today.
Yeah. If you were writing it, people said, "Now, come on, the other's got to do something better."
Bamber bowls Fuller, and it's drilled through the extra cover gap by Slater for 4 textbook runs. What a fine stroke.
That was a beautiful shot. And Slater's raced to 40. He was behind. He took quite a while to get going, and then suddenly he's absolutely rushed through. He's 40 from 39 deliveries, I think that is.
Yes, 34 from his last 20.
Yeah. And took a bit of a liking to Ed Barnard and is carrying on.
Bamber around the wicket and hits Slater on the back pad and his LBW. So it was a quick blooming 40 from Ben Slater. But he is dismissed in what is probably going to now be the last ball before tea, certainly in the final over before tea, by the first one that's really snaked its way back, I think, from Bamber, and it looked to me as though it hit him on the back pad.
Yeah.
And that will be tea.
It will be tea, so...
Yes. Let's at least put a bit of sugar in Bear's tea, I suppose.
They've got something to hang their hats on.
What otherwise was a thoroughly bitter session for Warwickshire, but they have dismissed Ben Slater for an attractive 40, but in only the 15th over of their reply, Nottinghamshire are 81 for 1, so that's just 12 runs behind at the break. Warwickshire would have expected that Notts would have been ahead of them by the close of play today. They might not have expected they'd nearly be there by tea, but nevertheless, at least they've chipped one out.
Yeah, it puts them in a really strong position. We've still got 38 and a half overs to go, so...
Get most of those in, you could be 100 in front.
Yeah, I think with Warwickshire's attack, which is fundamentally a fully seam attack, it's unlikely that we'll get all 38 overs. It's already 4:15, so you would think we'll lose a few of those tonight, but even so, it's set up for this final session for Nottinghamshire to really pile it on and build up, by the close of play tonight, a good lead. The weather looks good for now, blue skies overhead, and all set for a very interesting final session of the second day.
Right, we'll leave you to brew up for 20 minutes and then return with Notts 12 runs behind in a little under 20 minutes' time.
When I play cricket, I feel unstoppable.
This is our turn to be in the spotlight.
When I look at myself, I see this.
You can tell by the looks on your faces, some very special memories.
They really were.
Really
special.
Really good days. Hard work, but enjoyable. And I think it was, we really were quite a close team as well, weren't we?
The team sort of formed in 1999, but you played your first ECB competition as Warwickshire Women in 2001. Take us back to those early days, and maybe I remember you told me the story about how you turned up for selection day at the indoor school.
It was very much self-selection. If you could breathe and hold a bat, you were in. It was a little bit like that, wasn't it?
It was a little bit, yeah.
Because it was the start. They wanted to pull together a team to work with.
I came back from university, which was in Liverpool, and there was nothing, no women's sides anywhere in the Midlands. And the first club side that I actually ended up playing for was Wootton Bassett, which is Swindon. So I used to travel 75 miles for a home game, never mind the away matches.
I think that's what made it special, is the fact that they pulled together a group of sort of 13 people who had played cricket, literally from beach cricket or something in the garden, through to Louise, who played some boys cricket, and then obviously women's cricket at university.
I mean, we didn't really have our own pitch to call our own either, so even our home matches tended to be whatever you could.
Whatever I could.
Club or schools as well. We played at school pitches, didn't we?
School in Halesowen.
Yeah,
King Edward's 5 Ways.
So it never felt like we had a home ground. And obviously, teams do get a bit of an advantage of playing at home because you get to know the pitch, don't you?
Yeah.
But we never had that luxury, unfortunately.
You've obviously had a look around the facilities here for the Bears women, who'll be making their professional debut in 2025. How does it compare to your day?
Poles apart. It's like a different era.
It's like a different world, isn't it, really?
Because this is
fantastic.
so different. It's absolutely fantastic. It really is.
Yeah. I think just the fact that the ladies have got their own space is really important as well, because I think we always, even the clubs that were quite good and accommodating of women's cricket, you always felt like you'd been, they can have that room there, or we'll put them in this changing room. But I mean, on many occasions we'd get to a ground and we'd ask where the pitch is, and they'd just point into the distance. The pitch sometimes looked a bit like it had been grazed recently.
And I think it's been recognised now that the women's game is just as important now as the men's, and what's the point in having club cricket and developing that if there's no extra tier to go? There wasn't that opportunity. Now they've got that, and it's fantastic. I don't think that they've got it easy, because I think we looked in on the gym when they were doing some core stuff, and we just both stood there and said, hips are starting to hurt just looking at it, you know.
Yeah, definitely. The last 10 years has really seen it kick on, because I think if you go back to sort of 2015, it probably hadn't moved that far forward from when, from 2000.
Meeting, sort of bumping into Georgia Davis and Wongi. The last time I saw G, she's actually an adult and she's had a job and everything. And Wongi, I remember coming across them when they were probably 12, 13 and thinking, they're pretty good, aren't they? And I think that they've become sort of icons to younger girls that are into cricket.
Yeah, I think that was part of it. There was nothing that was visible to the younger age groups. And I feel as if we've contributed to it, because there's always got to be somebody that goes first, hasn't there? Somebody's got to try and lay the foundation for those that come after them.
Would a Louise Campton and a Natalie Williams in their prime been knocking on the door for Bears women these days with the right support and coaching?
I'd like to think so, I'd think so. I'd have risen to the challenge.
I think there's probably a handful of that team that we played in that if we'd had the development from the younger age groups and the support and the coaching, then yeah, I think we could have challenged them quite reasonably for their places.
Yeah.
Given them a run for their money.
I think so. I think so.
Get the flag out.
Good as it gets from Hassan Ali. There is simply nothing that the Bears cannot do. Oh my goodness! Oh yes! Oh yes!
Cookie, the big day's getting nearer. How are you feeling?
Yeah, it's been a bit of a challenge to get my head around it all, but I think I'm looking forward to it now. It's going to be very different, very much something I've not experienced before, not been at Edgbaston. But I think I'm ready to go.
You sure you're making the right call?
I suppose only time will tell with that, mate. Yeah, I think so. I think 51, touching 52 years is enough for anybody now. You can't go on forever, can you? As much as you're enjoying it, I think your body starts to tell you when it's time to give it up. But yeah, I think I've about judged it right.
What are you going to miss the most?
Obviously, apart from you, Ed. But,
right, yeah.
Yeah, I think the team spirit, you know, being part of the group in there with these boys, that's the thing that you just don't get in any other walk of life. And I've been really fortunate to have that for so many years. So, not having that chat in the morning, the banter, and just that fun that you have in a dressing room, I think that's really hard to replace in your life. Really, won't be quite the same up in the allotments, I'm sure.
Mate, you've done most jobs since you've been here, haven't you?
Yeah.
Tell me something that stands out from the 52 years.
Cool. I suppose I've been lucky because not just domestically, I've also worked for the club when we've got international matches on the ground. So, you know, being part of that setup as well with England and all the international teams, I mean, that's always been a real thrill. But, you know, being around the group when we've had big successes and going to finals days, things like that, those are real special memories. Trips to Lords, winning county championships here, and actually being able to walk out and hand the trophy over to the captain at the time, that was pretty memorable.
Oh, you've done well. So I was worried then. You were basically saying when we get lost and the big dogs come in and you do the international matches, that's the highlight, is it?
No, that's definitely not the highlight, mate. No, but it's one of those things that sticks in your mind because it's so different. And then, you know, there's a complete flip around. The Warwickshire move out. There's international matches move in. That does push you quite hard. It's a lot of hours and a lot of days.
So more importantly, from a selfish point of view, who am I going to call when something goes wrong?
Well, you'll always have my number. You know, I'll always be on the end of a phone for you. But I know we've got some good guys in there. They're really looking forward to getting stuck in. And we've got a great setup. You know that. There's not going to be anything that they can't deal with. You've got it covered, I know, Wes.
You're too kind, Cookie. Look around, mate. Changed a bit.
Yeah,
since
well,
you
this is
started?
a bit different, isn't it? I mean, it was a two-level porter cabin, I think, when I first arrived. There was nothing on this side. It was the old Hillbank stand. This was the Raybank stand. We didn't have floodlights, so it was all a bit different. It was in the days when they used to play cricket in black and white, I seem to remember, in my mind anyway.
Uncovered wickets?
Uncovered wickets, we've had it all, haven't we? 3-day cricket matches and 4-day games, playing Sunday cricket in between. There's been a lot of changes, not just on the field, but off it as well.
You must have seen a few characters pass through the gates over the years.
Oh yeah, I think those are the things you'll take with you. The memories of the people that you've worked alongside. They'll be something you cherish. Been some real characters. It's hard. I wouldn't mention names, but there's been a lot of very interesting. Let's leave it at that.
So I mean, I feel like I've been here a long time. You looked a bit different when I first turned up. Who's been the main culprit for all this grey?
I'd put it down to probably our physio, Mustard. No, I think it's just a combination of things. But I mean, yeah, we've all changed, haven't we? I probably didn't have any grey hair when you turned up. Maybe it might have something to do with you. You never know.
Yeah, could be. I did hear a rumour. Was it your first day that you were late for?
It was, yeah, it was. I came for the interview August 1973, just after I'd finished school, and came along, and I thought this is a great place to at least start and try and get a job. And I was fortunate; they gave me the job pretty much straight away. What I didn't realise after the interview was that we didn't have email in those days. It was they posted me a letter.
Carrier pigeon.
Carrier pigeon. And it didn't turn up till quite late in the day, but the letter asked me to start on the Monday morning, which was was the Monday before the England-West Indies Test match in '73. So I headed into Birmingham, jumped on the bus that heads out along Bristol Road, and I said to the driver, "Could you drop me off at the point I need to get off for Edgbaston?" And the driver forgot. And then suddenly, by the time I got to the University of Birmingham, he realised he'd forgotten, shouted to me, "Edgbaston's back there about 5 stops." So I had to run from the bus stop all the way back. I was sweating like an absolute pig by the time I got to it, and walked in pretty late for my first day. So it wasn't a great start, but it was quite a challenge because everyone was really busy, and they didn't even have time to explain to me where the gents' toilets were in those days. So I think it took me 3 days before I realised there were toilets in the building.
We better check we're not walking behind the bowler's army,
Yeah.
Keith, so we'll get absolutely
Imagine
crucified for that, wouldn't it?
Imagine getting the stick from the
52
batter.
years, you still don't know not to walk behind the bowler's army.
The boys would love that, wouldn't they? Especially Haney out there, he'd be giving me some stick.
Mate, so I can only imagine all the trophies and the big nights you've had. What is there a day or a certain year or anything that stands out? Obviously you've had like the team in '94 and '93, all those trophies, but any particular day that stands out?
Yeah, there've been so many. I mean, obviously that team of the '90s was incredible. It almost felt like we got a regular booking to go back to the hotel at Lord's because we were there. It seemed to be every finals day. But you know, the strange thing is the one thing that sticks out for me, which is more recent than all of that, all of the memories, was the day that Liam Norwell kept us up in Division 1 and bowled out of his skin. It was one of the most moving things I'll ever remember because it didn't feel like it was going to happen, and then just some sort of superhuman effort. I don't know how that works, but I remember I walked out of the office because I was getting really nervous, thinking it wouldn't happen, and I came across to the stand here behind us, and I went into one of the emptied old dressing rooms that we used to occupy, and I watched from the window from there, and I thought, if I move, it's not going to happen. The magic's going to break. But by the time I realised it was, I got myself back round there, and then the celebrations just went crazy. So, although it was avoiding relegation, it was that sense of being part of something special with the Bears and that fighting spirit, and I thought that was lovely.
That's great. That's great, mate. Well, I didn't have you down for the superstitious type. Do you get nervous when you're watching, or?
Oh yeah, I do. I try not to let you lot know because that's not going to help the situation. But yeah, I get very nervous. I try and sort of keep an eye on what's happening without spending my time at the window watching all the time. But a lot of times there's a nervous energy going on behind the scenes, without doubt. So, but I'm not superstitious generally, but I do tend to keep my fingers crossed.
I'm going to put you on the spot now. Who's your favourite overseas player that you've worked with? It's got to be a tough one, hasn't it?
Oh, there's been so many.
I know you don't like upsetting people.
No, this is the problem, because
you've got to get off the fence.
There'll be lots of them saying, "Why didn't you pick me, Cookie?" I have to say, I've always had a fantastic relationship with my old mate Anton Ferreira, Yogi, we called him. He's been back to Edgbaston quite a few times, and we've had some real good catch-ups, and I think that was a special relationship as well. But now I've been blessed with meeting some fantastic people.
And how many captains have you seen come and go?
Oh wow, that'd be an interesting trivia quiz. How many captains have I think the captain when I started was AC Smith. So I've seen a lot since that time. Obviously not many as good as
I was going to say, who's been your favourite?
Well, I don't want to embarrass you, Wes, but well,
but it's not me, is it?
No, I'd find it very difficult to find anybody better than you to deal with.
Cookster, I think it's fair to say that you're going to be missed around here, mate. I would like to persuade you to do another couple of years, but I guess from me and all the players up there today, like, just a huge.
Well, the umpires are on their way out for the final session in what gallingly, I suspect, for Warwickshire, continues to be improving conditions. So if you are in the area and want to see what might potentially be as much as 2.5 hours cricket, then you can come down. I think you can enter for free or very much reduced after tea. Bring a coat, though, because it's chilly, but a session in which Warwickshire will urgently be hoping to make some inroads, and Notts have everything to gain. With being only 12 runs behind, there are potentially 38 overs still available today. Whether we'll get all of those remains to be seen. The fact that Warwickshire have an all-seam attack, although they won't want to rush, but they can't labour it too long because there are over-rate penalties that have to bear in mind. But 38, you know, you can score 3 runs and over. You got most of those overs in, then Notts could be the better part of 100 runs ahead by tonight. However, we'll see. I'm hanging on for a local radio update probably in the next few minutes. So as soon as I've done it, or as soon as they've called me in to do it, then I'll get Dave Bracegirdle in. In the meantime, Grace Ballinger is here with, from the batter's point of view, Grace, they're just itching to get out and get on with it. Cash in while you can.
Yeah, it's looked a lot easier, hasn't it, for the Notts batters than it did for Warwickshire this morning. Obviously, Ben Slater will be disappointed to get out there after a start. Is it 40 he ended up on? I think it was.
Yeah, it was a nice bright and breezy effort, wasn't it?
It was. It was at odds to the Warwickshire innings, but yeah, Notts looking in a very strong position. As you say, they trail by just 12 runs. Only 14 overs gone. But that hasn't been seen too many times in the county championship.
No, that's true. Yeah, if you have a first innings lead within 20 overs of batting in the first innings, you'd think you're in a pretty strong position, but with Monday's forecast a bit dicey, I suppose there's no time to waste. Anyway, off goes Bamba. Goes round the wicket, and Freddie McCann is defending out into the offside, and no ball. Well, that's not exactly set at a great tone. The third of this innings already. And so, not to go up to 83 for 1. Hamid has 29. The man out was Slater for 40, was what turned out to be the last ball before tea. Bowman was finishing his over, and it's defended into the offside here by McCann. And there's No run. They've now gone a little bit more defensive, as you'd imagine, in the field, with 2 slips, golly quite fine, backward point, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and long leg looking rather lonely. Bamber bowls and curves it into the pads of the left-handed McCann, who jabs it out to mid-wicket. Yeah, they don't get a run. Fernando is waving his arms as if to at least suggest that he ought to be bowling again. We only saw 1 over for him before the break. So he wanted another go. Crowd have gone back to their stations. They're huddled together at the far end, which is a nice place to sit normally to get a bit of the sun, although it's a bit exposed there if it's windy. Bamber bowls, and McCann defends this from the crease and guides it down all on the ground to the gully. It's the end of the over. 83 for 1. So just 10 runs the difference now. I'll sort of linger here in case they nip over for that radio update in a minute, but we'll press on in the meantime. Here's Fernando taking off. Only one very thick jumper. We were teasing him slightly before tea about it can't be easy coming from Sri Lanka, and we've been playing your cricket in the subcontinent all winter, and then to come here for 3 games, so essentially to drop in for 3 weeks in entirely different conditions and be expected to come in and do your stuff as the overseas player. But here he is. So 83 for 1.
Fernando then in for his second over. Hamid awaits. That's a quick delivery to start outside. Often Hamid looks to guide it to the vacant third man, but doesn't quite get anything on it. Races through, doesn't it, off Fernando? It's almost doesn't look as if it's going to rush the batter, then it does. Quite skiddy almost.
Yes, he's not a tall man, is he? He's with a white sort of sweatband on his left wrist, on his bowling arm.
It's in and wide of off stump, wide of the channel even, and Hamid happy to leave that one. Outside the off stump skipper. He's on 29. McCann yet to score at the other end. He's in after the loss of Ben Slater. So one left-hander replaced with another. To the frustration, I'm sure, of the Warwickshire bowlers. They've just got the left-hander out and another one comes in.
There's a look around there at the 2 men out in the deep on the leg side, Hamid.
Fernando in again, and it's a big appeal hit on the pad, but umpire shakes his head. Good appeal there from Fernando. It looked like it hit Hamid pretty straight, maybe down the leg side, but again, we can't really see from here, from the angle we're at. Looked a half decent shout.
Yeah, it looks a slightly better shout than the previous one, but coming from left arm over the wicket, and he's not particularly close to the stump, so he's got to be straightening it a bit. I'm just wondering how hard Haseeb Hamid would have to hit it to these 2 guys at square leg and long leg, because square legs are long. That's a big carry there.
As Fernando bowls and this one straighter, Hamid forward defends to the offside.
I mean, he's not quite on the rope, is he, the fieldsman there? He's about 15 yards in by the time he's walked in. But you'd have to be giving it a fair thump, even with the wind slightly behind you to get to there. And I'm not sure Hamidi's even inclined to do that at this point anyway, but nevertheless.
Don't think it would be intentional if he did. Maybe just rushed off a short ball, but yeah, he'd have to really connect with it. Let's get out towards that longer boundary. In again and tries to work it into the offside. Can't get past Dan Mosey there at backward point, so another dot ball. Ball's passed around the fielders. They look pretty cold out there. Got the old school woolly jumpers on. No shirt numbers makes it slightly difficult for us up here in the comms box, but don't really blame them in this weather. It's definitely warmed up from this morning. Dan Mosley sent out to deep point there for the final ball of the over. Dot ball to finish then. Turns his leg side.
Oh, here we go. We have had 2 overs of the afternoon or the evening session, with Nottinghamshire 83 for 1 and in complete command of this match, now just 10 runs behind. Warwickshire's score of 93 sounds inadequate, and although it was in difficult conditions, it was certainly well short of, at the very least, what they would have hoped for. They were outplayed by the two excellent newborn bowlers, Brett Hutton and Fergus O'Neill, who took 5 wickets apiece and never relented the pressure on Warwickshire at any stage. Alas, Warwickshire's own seamers have not been able to build up the same amount of pressure. Made a slightly ragged start, other than Ethan Bamber, who passed the bat a couple of times in the first over and returned just before tea to dismiss Ben Slater for a breezy 40. But Notts still in complete control of the game, with potentially another 37 overs to face today. Notts at 83 for 1 are just 10 runs behind. Michael Booth has started a new over. I'm going to step sideways here, Grace, and leave you with it for a moment, as Dave Bracegirdle's going to come in off his short run, because he's doing half-hour updates. He's in and out like a very efficient cuckoo clock today. Dave, he'll be back in a minute.
Michael Booth then into the second ball of his spell. He's quick, and that one's back for length, and McCann guides it nicely into a gap in the offside for a single. That's Freddie McCann off the mark then. He's one not out and brings Hamid into face Michael Booth, the young all-rounder for Warwickshire, into his first over of the day.
Hey ho.
Hello, Dave joined me here to my left. First time we've commentated together this summer, eh, Dave?
Well, since this morning.
Booth then in to Hamid, and full and straight, and Hamid defends watchfully. Two slips, third man, deep square, and a deep fine leg then for Michael Booth. Point, extra cover, mid on and mid off. This one again, much like the last, full, straight and defended comfortably by Hamid.
5th bowler used already by the Bears. Notts only used 3 throughout the entirety of the Warwickshire innings. Ed Barnard got off to a dreadful start. 2 overs, no maidens, none for 25. He disappeared for a big 6 into the Hollis stand by Ben Slater. Bowled a couple of no balls as well, so it was a bit of a ragged couple of overs from Barnard.
Here's Booth again, and full and driven beautifully by Hamid. Now that was an excellent shot, and it's raced away through the extra cover boundary for 4. Just got 2 full there, Booth, and got the full treatment there by the Notts skipper.
Lovely shot from Asib Hamid. He'll look to pick you off in those sorts of areas. Completely agree with Mike Taylor in the last over. I can't recall in 5 seasons he's had with Notts him ever being caught either down at long leg or at deep backward square, taking on the hook. Just generally avoids it whenever he can. Looks to open the face, guide it down to third man, work it through mid wicket or square leg, or if one's over pitched outside off like that, he'll crunch you through the covers. There are his principal scoring areas, unless there's one pitched right up to him that he can drive back past the bowler, but taking on the bouncer, no.
Booth in again, rectifies length. That's a good delivery, catches the outside edge of Hamid, but one bounce into the hands of second slip. End of the over, Notts 88 for 1. They trail by just 5 now, Dave.
Yeah, it's extraordinary the way the day has gone for Notts. It's going to be Fernando to continue. I'll be perfectly honest, I don't know too much about Vishwa Fernando. A couple of seasons back, Notts had his namesake, his unrelated namesake at the end of the season, Asitha Fernando, who played 3 or 4 games for Nottinghamshire. Vishwa, no relation, as you and Mike have pointed out, comes from Colombo, so you can't get more stark weather conditions, weather contrast between the oppressive heat and humidity of Colombo and a chilly day in the English Midlands. Here is Fernando. 88 for 1. Comes in, left arm. Slings it down the leg side, and it's just tucked away by birthday boy Freddie McCann for a boundary, and not to one behind at 92 for 1. I don't know how good you are at this, Grace. I'll have a stab. Vishwa Fernando, but his full name is Muthu Thanthrigi Vishwa Thilina Fernando. I think we'll stick with Vishwa, eh?
I think so. That was a good effort, that, Dave.
92 for 1. Into his third over, just found the leg side there of Freddie McCann. He tucked it away for a pleasing boundary. Next one's right on line. That's a better delivery, and McCann steers it out to point.
Not trailed by just 1 run now into the 18th over of the innings. Look like they're batting on a different wicket, don't they?
Well, don't think the bowling has been as accurate, to be fair, up to this point. I think the overhead conditions, although they are clouding over again, certainly before tea it was quite pleasant above us, and Slater and Hamid got off to a decent start, as I say, against bowling that just allowed them just to rotate the strike and put the bad ball away. Next one's turned up to mid-on. Elsewhere quickly in Division 1, Durham really going along well. Yorkshire made 307, Durham are 252. Their captain, who of course used to play for Yorkshire, Alex Lee's 147 not out. Emilio Gay, close season signing from Northants, is 94 not out. Gay got a pair at Trent Bridge, the first match of the season. There's Fernando in again and edged down into the ground. It's not been scooped up at second slip, and they'll take a single. So the scores are level in the 18th over. At Chelmsford, Essex in their second innings 138 for 5, leading Worcestershire by 115. Hampshire are 122 for 3 at home to Somerset, who made 184, and Sussex are still batting. They're 419 for 8 at Hove against the 3-time champion Surrey. Here 93 plays 93. But Notts have got 9 wickets in hand. Fernando to bowl to the Notts captain, who's 33 not out, and very nearly chopped on there, Grace.
Yeah, I thought he had for a minute. He was very casual about it, wasn't he? Hasib Hamid just maybe didn't quite read that out Fernando's hand. He's got a very different action to the other seamers. Left arm international. But Hamid's look fairly comfortable so far.
93 for 1. Next ball on its way now, and past the outside edge, goes through to the keeper. Andrew Parker. Dave, I've just seen a video about a former Warwickshire player retiring. Do you know who he is? No, I need more clues on that, Andrew. I've not seen it and I've not heard anything. That's as vague a question as I've had for much of the day, except from Patrick Anderson, who says, Dave heard you saying that Ben Duckett is going to be available for next week. Who misses out? It's a very good question, Patrick, and I'm glad I don't have to make that decision. Steve Crawley's taking the change in weather personally. After my trip to Southport yesterday, it's hard not to take this weather personally, he says.
Booth then, let's continue from the pavilion end, and that's a decent ball, just tailing away from the left-handed McCann, who's happy to leave wide of the off stump. Scores level then.
Yeah, Alan Surrey says Dane who? I don't think we can sort of have any disappointment at the service Dane Patterson gave Notts over the last 3-4 years, Alan.
Booth in again, and this time left outside off stump, but much straighter. McCann, confident in what he knows where his stumps is.
Dave Destination Europe says happy birthday to Freddie McCann. What a catch this morning. Hope he has a good day with the bat. T, one of our regulars, all the overhead conditions aside this morning, the Notts attack bowled excellently. Bob's used the exact same phrase, exceptional performance from the bowlers, Dave.
I have to agree, as this one, McCann looks to guide to third man, just doesn't quite get hold of it, and Dan Mosley sweeps round from backward point.
Just a little bit of watery sunshine again. We've got shadows around the players. Do really need the light to remain good here and get all these overs in just for the sake of getting the game moving forward. I'm sure Warwickshire would walk off now if they had the chance.
Booth in again and forces McCann forward into defence off stump line. Good delivery there. Doesn't look too dark yet, does it? They haven't seen the floodlights at all so far.
No, I think we'll be
today.
We'll be all right certainly for a while once we've got the clear blue patches overhead. Not too many in the ground, as we've been saying, which is a shame. We asked the schedulers for some bank holiday cricket and weekend cricket, and the weather doesn't play ball. Although, to be fair, the first 2 rounds of matches were played in pretty decent conditions.
Booth in again and short, and I think McCann got a hold of that. It was a diving catch attempt for Kai Smith, and just see the umpire signal here. Yeah, it looks like it was a bat, and it's just a single in the end, but a missed opportunity, perhaps a difficult one for the keeper, but a missed opportunity.
Very hard to see from here, wasn't it? I lost the flight of the ball. I did see him take on the short pitch ball, and I saw the keeper flying through the air, and then I was expecting the ball have to be retrieved from the rope, but it wasn't. It was only just returned from 10 or 15 yards beyond the wicket keeper. So it might have been a chance.
I think he might have got a decent hand on it. Kai Smith behind the sticks, and this is a good delivery to Hamid. He's forward in defence, and that ends the over. Notts now lead by 1 run there, 94 for 1.
Yes, that was the end of the 19th over, so quite an extraordinary turn of events that has got us to this point. Warwickshire bowled out for just 93. They lost their last 8 wickets for 33 runs to date, after all had begun relatively calmly for Sam Hain and Hamza Sheikh. It was never easy to begin with this morning, but he certainly couldn't foresee the collapse that eventually took place either side of lunch. 94 for 1. Vishwa Fernando has been very deliberate in placing a fielder almost square of the wicket, catching on the offside here. Here he comes, the Sri Lankan Test bowler, and this goes through to the keeper, who, by the way, for some reason I thought he was dismissed second ball of his innings, but he wasn't. He got a first ball. Brett Hutton bowled him first ball, so Hutton finished bang bang. So we must remember that, folks, when Warwickshire come to bat again, assuming they'll come to bat again, Brett Hutton will be on a hat trick, and he got a wicket second ball in the first innings. Now we'd like to just complete the fairy tale with a wicket first ball in the second innings. Fernando bowls Freddie McCann. With the field set deep on the leg side, they're almost inviting him just to drop it for a single, and that's what he did.
Yeah, he's got behind it nicely. Freddie McCann playing into the onside off the left arm seam of Fernando. That ball was beautifully timed, wasn't it? Just got right behind it, back of the length, and just turned it into the onside. Risk-free batting so far from the youngster.
Division 2 a century today for Division 2 Middlesex. Middlesex 275 for 4, leading Glamorgan at the moment by 76 at Lords. Fernando to the Nottinghamshire captain. Hamid drops it out on the offside, and there's no run. Phil Britt, Mike Taylor, Dave Brace-Gurnall and Grace Ballinger, your commentary team today for day 2 of this match. G-Bang. I've been reading the new Who's Who, Grace. The new Cricketers Who's Who. Nickname of G-Bang as Fernando bowls, and this is steered to backward point. It's only me that calls you amazing, Grace.
Exclusively you that calls me that. Unfortunately. That's as far as that nickname's gone.
Just mentioned the sun had come out. It's just about disappeared again, or gone behind a cloud. Suddenly it's got a little gloomy, that wintry feels back again. The Warwickshire flag is bristling above the old press box stand at the far end of the ground. 95 for one. Mike will very well remember commentating from that side of the ground. And have popped up in various different pockets of this ground over the years in different commentary boxes. I think I've commentated in 4 different commentary boxes here over the years, but what a welcome addition this was when it was eventually finished. I'd guess, perhaps spouting nonsense, but I'd guess around about 2012, 2013, something of that order. That's Fernando Bowles, and this is eased into the offside. And there's no run into the over. Nottinghamshire 95 for one on BBC WM, BBC CWR, BBC Radio Nottingham. We're on your smart speaker. That's BBC Sounds to play your Warwickshire versus Notts Day 2. And we're on the live stream. I'm sure there's links to that on the 2 counties club websites. You'll be able to look at the pictures and even mute us if you want, if you don't want to listen to the commentary.
Be fair enough, wouldn't it? Be fair enough. Michael Booth then into his 3rd over, the pavilion end. Field spread, 2 slips still in play though. He looked like he got a couple to tail away from the left-hander. Bit of movement as that one does, and McCann looks happy to leave outside the off stump. He's played sensibly in his first 20 balls or so. 20-year-old Freddie McCann. Third man. Deep square and deep fine leg. So field relatively spread, easy singles if he wants them. This one again outside off, and again McCann happy to leave. Seems comfortable with what he's going to leave and what he's going to play at. Seems simple but effective so far.
Mark the Mod's with us, having a lie down now that the grandson's gone. What a day for Notts, he says. Come on. Thank you, Mark the Mod.
This one's straighter, forces McCann to play. Happy to defend, doesn't turn that one a bit too straight. Can't do much with that. Good delivery from Michael Booth.
With some new women's counties very much on your fixture schedule, are the grounds this season that you'll go to that you've been sort of itching to play out, to chalk off for the first time?
I think there's a couple, as Booth is in, and this is full, almost Yorker length and kept out by Freddie McCann. I think I've played at 15 out of 18 in the first class grounds now.
Where have you not been then?
Hove. I've never played at Hove, which I won't play at this year. Taunton, I've never played there. I'll play there this year. I can't think of the other one. It's another. Oh, Canterbury. Never played at Canterbury. I don't think we'll play there either. So get 16 off the list this season, all being well. It's Booth's in again, and McCann plays at that. Thought it would be a run or two, but a great diving stop by Dan Mosley to his right prevents any runs. Gets an applause from his teammates.
It's only 18 cricket county headquarters.
Yeah, and I've played at 15.
Yeah.
So I've got 3 left.
Yeah.
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 That's what it says.
Oh, I thought you said so. I'll make it 16 this season.
I will make it 16 this season.
Which one?
Taunton.
Oh, you are going there?
Yeah.
Oh, great. Yeah.
That's the only one. Because Somerset are a tier 1 side.
Okay.
So yeah, I think we got at least one game there.
Quirky little ground, lots of different pavilions and all the flats, the apartments overlooking the ground.
It's Booth's in, and but he does McCann a ball ends. I'm not sure what happens there. Maybe a little inside edge onto his foot, but didn't evade the stumps by much. A good end to the over. A good over, in fact, by Michael Booth. Knots 95 for 1.
End of the over, so Notts lead by 2. I think we're right on 5 o'clock, so I'll have to make like Cinderella and dash off before I turn into a pumpkin.
Fernando then into his 5th over. Oh, jump in here for Dave's end. Birmingham end, overlooking the city. 2 slips in for Fernando as he bowls. And driven by Hamid, they'll get a quick-ish single to mid-on. Just squirted that one slightly wide of mid-on, brings Freddie McCann back on strike with a bit of rotation in the first ball of the over. Phil will be joining me in the comms box here at Edgbaston. 21 overs in to Nottinghamshire's first innings. They're well placed here in this game.
Very well placed, I think. Grace on there.
McCann awaits and leaves. Shortish delivery, wide outside off.
Didn't even have to just play any sort of shot at that. It's not going to trouble him at all. 96 for 1. Just managed to slow it down a little bit since tea, but 9 wickets in hand. Nottinghamshire in a terrific position here.
Fernando in left arm over, and this one McCann does play out. That's a beautiful drive off the front foot, and it races away for 4. To cover, and that's a really good shot. He just looks so confident in when he's going to play outside his off stump here, Freddie McCann. I think that could be shot of the day for me.
Well, there was an earlier shot which Hamid played, which Dave and I thought was shot of the day, but I think that one actually, timing-wise and position, was, I agree with you, that was as good as anything we've seen. Not shot of the match, to be fair, there wasn't much yesterday, but terrific shot.
It really was, and it also brings up the century for Notts in just the 22nd over, so going at just under 5 and over here for the loss of just 1 wicket. Really very different to the quite pitiful innings we saw this morning, to put it bluntly. Warwickshire. Fernando looks to rectify, and he does, and that's a nice delivery, a much better length than left by McCann.
Well, it looks like Nottinghamshire are putting themselves in a position to win for only the 3rd time in this in the last 25 years here at Edgbaston. It just won the 2 occasions since 2000. They're really in a strong position here.
Fernando in and off the back foot, punched towards the cover point area by McCann. They will get back for a quick 2. Good bit of running there. Quick, actually, the both of them, McCann and Hamid. They made it back comfortably.
Yeah, that second run, I just wondered whether they'd made a mistake when they set off for that. But covered the ground quickly, and in the end comfortably home, wasn't he? He's quickly moved to 14. McCann.
Fernando in again, and as you nick that, it's a big outside edge there from McCann, and we've been praising him. He's looked so sensible outside the off stump, but Fernando gets him with quite a big edge in the end, and he has to go. Looked a good delivery, but Notts 102 for 2.
Yeah, just a little bit of extra lift, the bounce there, which I think may have just done from McCann. Just as you say, just got a little nick through to the keeper. Kai Smith does the tidying up, and the second wicket falls. So a little bit of light at the end of the tunnel for the Bears, but they're Nottinghamshire lead by 9 with 8 first innings wickets in hand. Fernando gets his first wicket of the match.
disappointing for Freddie McCann, 20 years old today, and he just looked so sure and so confident. He looked really composed at the crease, and it's the first sort of chance he's given, and unfortunately...
Yeah, well, he played that wonderful cover drive earlier in the over, but Fernando gets his revenge, and he'll get a lot more scores. McCann, he's going to be a good player for Nottinghamshire. Joe Clark is the new batsman, joining Hamid, the captain, who's on 34, and it's going to be Michael Booth to continue from this pavilion end as it goes a little bit sort of greyer. Got a little bit of darker cloud overhead at the moment. That blue sky we had leading up to tea has moved on and or been taken over with the cloud. And it's the other thing is it's really cold, isn't it, out there? You can feel it through these open windows. We've got open windows blowing in, but it's certainly not very pleasant. The last home game here, people were sat on the far side of the ground in early April, enjoying, with their shirts off, enjoying the sunshine. Here's Booth in to Hamid, who plays this first one back down to the ground in front of him, and there's no run. But today, everybody you look at is well wrapped up with their top coats on, and just keeping warm.
Yeah, we played a warm-up game here against the Warwickshire women's team last Friday, and it was gorgeous. I burnt my face. It was a good 20 plus degrees. It was lovely, but
that behind closed doors, wasn't it?
It was, yeah, unfortunately.
It's Booth in, and this one is played away down to deep square leg for a single. Is that Chase Simmons on fielding? I think it might be. Don't think that's... I just wonder who's off the field. If we could see the numbers on their backs, we'd be able to tell, wouldn't we? So did you win or lose?
I think we lost, but it was one of those games where people bat twice.
Oh, it's one of the... Yeah.
It wasn't really...
It wasn't proper. Wasn't like a proper competitive game. No, I know what you mean. There's Booth in bowls and through. The Warwickshire men played a match here, again behind closed doors, in March against Northamptonshire. And Warwickshire scored 500 and something, 520, 530. And nobody was out. Everybody retired to let them.
It's a tough day for the bowling side, that, isn't it?
Well, in March, there was absolutely nothing, and Northants had a decent side out. Here's Booth in bowls. This one is turned away through square and well fielded there. I think that is Simmons who does the fielding and gets... who's that who's run across?
Looks like a Barnard, doesn't it?
Yeah, he's run all the way across the field from cover to mid-wicket just to say, well done. Oh.
Maybe he's cold.
Yeah, he's run 60 yards, I suppose, probably more than that. Booth in bowls, and this next one is defended by Clark, back down to mid-on. Now Simmons is pushed back onto the deep mid-wicket boundary. In fact, he's going back, almost back to deep square leg. For this final ball, Booth's fourth over. Not got a wicket yet. It's just the 7 runs, though. He's been quite economical. 103 for 2. The lead of 10 for Nottinghamshire. As in comes Booth and bowls, and Clark turns this, but up to mid-on. End of the over. 103 for 2. 35 to Hamid, and Clark still to get off the mark.
So it's 30 overs remaining in the day on the scoreboard. I'm not too sure we'll get that in.
Don't think that's going to take us, in theory, I reckon, to 7:15. No.
Not sure they'll get all that in.
I think we'll lose at least a dozen overs 18 more today, I reckon, with the light. It isn't dark enough to warrant the floodlights yet, but it won't be too long, I think, before they're needed.
Fernando then to continue from the Birmingham end. He's into his 6th over, and first ball, back of the length, pushed into the onside for a single by Hamid. He moves on to 36 and needs to bring a partnership on here with Joe Clark. He's yet to score. Nottinghamshire white ball captain then in with the red ball captain. A lot of experience and a lot of runs between these two over the years.
Durham racking up the runs against Yorkshire, 264 for 1, Lease 148, Inia Gray 105 not out. So making big inroads into York, 107.
Clark drives nicely off the forward delivery from Fernando, but straight to extra cover, no runs taken. That easily could have raced away for 4 had it been a yard or so either side, but straight to, I think that must be Ethan Bamber there in the covers.
In Essex, 156.7 for 5, they lead Worcestershire by 134. That's in their second innings, so that game well on.
Fernando bowls and back of a length, and Clark happy to defend there.
Sussex piling the runs on against Surrey, 429 for 8, 174 for Haynes there. So they've really got runs on the board early in the season, and that's been spread around amongst most of their batsmen who've got good starts to the season. John Simpson got a big 100 here.
Fernando then runs in, and that one's left outside off. There's a bit of shouting going on. Can you hear that? I'm not sure if the effects mic's picking that up. Sure, that must be a bit distracting for bowler running in.
Yes, it was just at the point of as Hamid was Clark was about to play the shot then as well that somebody shouted. Didn't put him off in the end, so it was okay.
As Fernando bowls, and this one's driven beautifully again by Clark. This time it does go wide of cover, and it will race away for 4. Again, a sweetly timed shot from the Nottinghamshire top order. That is Clark off the mark then. And what a way to do it.
Lovely shot, wasn't it? Through extra cover to 4 from the moment it left the bat. 108 for 2, 15 the lead goes to.
Has missed full here on a couple of occasions, hasn't he, Fernando? Looks dangerous when he gets his length right, but
there's a high proportion of this 108 coming boundaries, you know, isn't there?
As he does rectify length there. Clark up on his toes, defends the final ball of the over. End of the 24th knots, 108 for 2.
So Alex Davis got some problems here. He has to try and get Nottinghamshire bowled out relatively cheaply, because it's not going to be a lot easier the second time around, you wouldn't think. The weather conditions don't, over the next 2 days, whilst they're better tomorrow, there's going to be some rain about, I think, on Monday, according to the forecast, but it will help the seamers a little as Booth starts his 5th over from the pavilion end, and he turns that first ball down to long leg. They get racing through for a single, but Fernando does the fielding, and there's just a single.
Looked keen for the second there at first, didn't he, Hamid? But would have been a really silly bit of running. It's comfortably just 1.
109, the lead moves on to 16. Mike's given me the figures on that. 15 4s in boundaries and 1 6, and then 2 4s in leg byes, so that's 17 4s and a 6 That's 174 runs of the 109 have come in boundaries. I thought it was high. This next one is pushed into the offside, and there's no run, straight out into the covers. Barnard does the fielding. 109 for 2. Yeah, somebody down below us in the expensive seats has got a very loud voice, haven't they? They're obviously finding something to shout, either encouragement or derision. I'm not sure which. I can't quite work which way it is.
Not sure either. Maybe he thinks Warwickshire needed a little hand.
You wouldn't want him as your next door neighbour, though, would you?
Plenty of space to move to, though, isn't there, in fairness, around the ground?
Yeah, it's... As Booth comes in and bowls, and this is steered out to backward point, and there's no run. The crowd at the far end, or the people at the far end, let's call it, I think a few of the few have actually left during the last hour. It seems, it was never many, but it seems even thinner now than it was. Wouldn't take you long to count them, would it, Grace?
No. Not over there.
Booth in and bowls, and that's caught at slip, and Booth gets a wicket, and Clark has gone for 4. Taken at third slip. Sam Hain, I think, was there. But it's a third wicket for Warwickshire, so they actually have got a point on the board, so that's their first point of the match. Remember, they've got nothing batting, but they've picked up 3 Nottinghamshire wickets, and just getting a little bit more reward for probably a better line and length that they're bowling at the moment than they did earlier on.
Yeah, he's been very consistent, hasn't he? Michael Booth, he's found some good lines and lengths, but Clark has to go cheaply. It was a pretty regulation slip catch there from, we think it was Sam Hain, and was it second slip or third slip, but Joe Clark has to go. It's a slow walk off for him. He'll be disappointed with that, and it should bring in Jack Haynes to join the skipper, who's on 37, not 109 for the loss of 3 wickets.
So they've gone 81, they lost the first wicket, 102, and now 109. So we're actually just clawing back. There's a long, long way to go, and Nottinghamshire firmly in charge of this game. It was Sam Hain who took the catch. Booth gets his first wicket of the match, and his 9th wicket of the season. So, encouraging performance again from Booth in his 5th over, 1 for 8, very economical. But, that was a nice regulation catch for Hain. It was a good catching height just to his left, and took it with no problem at all. So we've got Davis at slip, and then second slip Yates, and Hain at third slip. As Booth will be bowling to new batsman Jack Haynes. Waits back held high. Is fends this first ball out into the covers, and there's no run. 109 for 3.
Support are getting into it now, aren't they? I don't know if I can't even tell if that's the players or the spectators. I think it might be the spectators.
I think it'll be the players. Do you think? I can't imagine they'd be that noisy. Booth in, that's it, full and well dug out and driven by Haynes up to mid-off. Off the final ball of Booth's over. It's 109 for 3. We've had 25 overs now. We've got 28 remaining in the day.
Seems a long way off that, doesn't it? I'm sure it feels a long way off for some of the Warwickshire bowlers out there, but a couple quick wickets, they'll be more up for it now. Spectators sound like they are.
Well, it's certainly looking a little bit better than it did at 81 for no wicket from Warwickshire's perspective. It's still a very strong position for Nottinghamshire. They want to push on though and get to... They've slowed down in the scoring rate a bit, because when Slater was going with Hamid, they were going along really well, really quickly, but that slowed a bit.
It's Fernando bowls, and it's just guided by Hamid onto the ground, and it will race away for 4. There was a third man, but he was too wide, and Hamid finds the gap nicely there. He goes on to 41. Boundary after first ball the over.
It was a valiant dive from Hayne. Was it Hayne or Yates? Yates, I think it might have been at slip. Trying to get across to it, yeah. It was trying to get over to it to get a hand on it, but just evaded him. Would have been a remarkable catch had he been able to get anything on it.
It's Fernando in, and this one driven beautifully by Hamid on the front foot, and that will certainly race away for 4. Pretty square towards the extra cover boundary. Just got full again, Fernando. We've seen that on a few occasions, and Notts have been quick to punish him. Back-to-back boundaries then for the skipper. Notts 117 for 3.
Yeah, lovely shot. He's played some nice shots, hasn't he? And that ratio of boundaries continues to rise. Lead goes up to 24.
In comes Fernando again, and this one pushing Hamid onto the back foot. Hamid happy to defend after taking 8 runs off the last 2 deliveries.
The sun has come back out, and it's the ground now bathed in sunlight.
It's been on and off, hasn't it, the sun? It's
yeah,
come out for short spells, but I don't think it's warming it up too much.
No, that flag at the far end is still blowing fairly strongly.
Fernando in, and this time forward comes Hamid. Watchful. He defends. Better last 2 balls by Fernando than his first 2, although there weren't too much wrong with the first ball, the over. Maybe slightly wide and guided by Hamid, but just creeped too full on a few occasions, Fernando. Maybe encouraging the outside edge, but Notts have put it away nicely. He's in. Left arm over and straight delivery. Hamid defends back to the bowler.
His final game for Warwickshire. Warwickshire not got a match next week. They've got the week off next week, and then they go up to Headingley to play Yorkshire, but he will not be as part of that team.
Final ball of the over then. Dot ball, back foot punch into the offside. End of the 26th over. 8 runs from the last. Notts 117 for 3.
Michael Booth will continue from the pavilion end. Hannah Dolby comes over and has a chat with him. Good to see Hannah Dolby back in the Warwickshire side after that injury, which kept him out for the opening 2 games. But will take a little while just to settle back in and get in, as it's his first match, whereas some of these are now playing their 3rd game already. As Booth on his way to bowl to Haynes, he's in and bowls, and Haynes drives, nice looking shot, but straight to Hannah Dolby, who has just failed his test as a juggler. Good job he's not carrying a basket of eggs there, but has to go and fetch the ball, but Haynes doesn't run on that fielding error. 117 for 3 it remains. Booze in and bowls, and this goes through that forward defensive push from Haynes, who came down the line and was beaten, and comes down now and gives the wicket a tap in 2 or 3 places. none of which was where the ball pitched, probably. It's a sort of natural reaction. You go down and tap the wicket. You have no idea really exactly where that ball pitched when you're going to do it. Booth in full and dug out from a Yorker length delivery, which was dug out by Haynes up to mid-on. There's no run. And Dolby starting to warm up below us, so maybe coming back into the attack to replace Fernando. It's one of those days where you need to get plenty of warning if you're going to be asked to bowl, because it's so you get everything loosened and then suddenly want to have the ball thrown at you and told to carry on as Booth comes in, and that's wide of slip. Third slip, and races on down to the third man boundary for 4 off an outside edge. It was controlled down by Haynes, but I think it has to go down as being a false shot, slightly false shot, but well wide of a diving Sam Hain. 121 for 3, 4 more go to the total, and Haynes is on his way. He's on 4. Hamid's on 45, and the lead moves on to 28. And Boo turns in this as the sun goes in, as he comes in and bowls. And again, this is fuller delivery, which is picked up and played down between mid-wicket and mid-on, and gets a single. Booth, in the meantime, has gone spread-eagled as he delivered the ball. His whites are now slightly grubby. His knees and his arms and his shirt, he went full length, and he's all right. He's picked himself up and wandering back, but as he delivered the ball, so he tumbled over. 122 for 3. He's in to bowl to Hamid, who has hit that in the air and has dropped at mid-on, and it was in the air a long time. He gets away with it, but gosh, that was I suppose you've got to put that down as being a chance, a real chance.
Yeah, it would have been a good catch, wasn't it? I think it was Ethan Bamber there at kind of a close-ish mid-on, just diving, full length dive to his left, his non-dominant hand. Definitely a difficult chance. I think they'd have been happy if he took it, but he did get a hand on it in the end.
Everybody's going over to say, oh, bad luck, bad luck. If he'd been a player who'd been at the club for 2 or 3 years, they'd all been going, what are you doing with that? Dropping that. But he's given the sympathy as a new player there. So good to see that. But it was a difficult one, but it was in the air for quite a long time, and he did get across to it. He got his left hand up to it, but down it went. And a survival for me to scamper through for a single. He's gone to 46. It's 123 for 3, and it is Hannon Dolby going to join the attack. And Mike Taylor will replace me. So you come in here, Mike.
Will be Hannon Dolby then in for his 5th over of the game. Good to see him back from injury. Fan favourite here at Warwickshire. Ollie Hannon Dolby, and for good reason, as he comes in, and it's a good first delivery, Hamid. And convincingly forward and defends.
Very good reason. He's had a testimonial year last year, Ollie Hannon Dolby, and he's now the, I don't know what the title is, whether is it chief exec or head or something of the PCA.
It's PCA chair.
So he's your union boss.
He is, yeah.
Your gaffer.
Happy with that.
Yeah, he's good. He's a good man.
He's a good bloke to do it, isn't he? Hannon Dolby then. New PCA chair. In he comes, and that's back for length, and Hamid just pushes that to the deep point fielder. Brings Jack Haynes onto strike.
Not an easy job, I shouldn't think, because as well, I mean, the game is obviously changing in so many ways that everybody knows. And everybody's agenda is slightly different, I suppose. All the different kinds of players at different stages of their careers. Obviously, the development of the women's game is developed in slightly different ways, and that opens up a whole new set of things to bear in mind. So there's a lot of different agendas going on.
In he comes. And hits Jack Haynes on the pad. There's a half-hearted appeal, but I think there must have been a bit of bat involved. Hannon Dolby himself was not at all interested in that one. He trudges back to his mark.
The fact that we had about 2 seconds of music in our ear suggests that I will be doing a local radio update fairly shortly. But more to the point, the fact that it was 2 seconds of an 80s power ballad that I can immediately name even though I didn't hear any of the words, it suddenly occurs to me, sitting across from you, dates me horribly, because it was 20 years before you were born, that record, but I could know every word of it.
This is off the back foot into the offside by Haynes, and it should race away for at least a couple. Fielder gives chase and prevents a boundary. Tidy bit of work out there. Not sure who it is. The Warwickshire fielders, and 2 runs onto Jack Haynes' total.
Mosley was one of them, sprinting out to the boundary. They've at least restrained knots a bit in this session. They haven't gone racing on in quite the way it looked like they were going to.
Hannon Dolby in, bowls, Haynes forward, defends into the onside. Yeah, no, they've certainly slowed down that opening partnership. They were flying, weren't they? It's Ben Slater out for 40, a quick 40. But his partner's still there, Hasib Hamid.
But this is fine. I mean, for knots, I mean, they've added, 55 since tea in 14 overs, or 13 overs more or less. So that's still 4 and over, isn't it? So it just feels as though it's been a bit more restrained.
And Dolby in, and much like the last, Jack Haynes forward and defends, and that ends the over. After 28, Nottinghamshire 126 for 3.
Yes, it's still been a thoroughly satisfactory day for Nottinghamshire. But Michael Booth's spell has at least put some sort of control on it. But he's only taken the 1 wicket, almost a second, but his spell is ended at that point, and Ethan Bamber is going to come back at the pavilion end. So, having not quite been able to catch Hasib Hamid, he's now going to see if we can knock him over with the ball as well, or instead, rather. 25 overs potentially still available, so that's an hour and a half's worth. 126 for 3. Might get Dave back in shortly. Keep him working. Bamber bowls wide of the crease, and Hamid defends back on the offside. In pale evening sunlight here, the best conditions of the game. Not that that's necessarily helping Warwickshire very much. Their bowlers would probably like it to be cloudy again. But they have at least restrained Notts' progress a little of late. Notts 126 for 3. That means they are already 33 runs ahead. And success since tea for Vishwa Fernando, who had Freddie McCann caught at the wicket by Kai Smith for 14, and then Michael Booth, who holds a very aggressive spell of 6 overs from the pavilion end and was unlucky not to pick up more than 1 wicket. He had Joe Clark caught in the slips by Sam Hain for 4. Ethan Bamber is just back to try and add to his earlier wicket. He put down just now, Bamber, a very difficult chance at mid-on, which would have removed the Notts captain. Hasib Hamid therefore remains intact on 47, and he survives another chance now, although it was another very hard one, flashing at a ball from Bamber outside off stump and edging it just out of reach of second slip, or possibly even off the fingers of Rob Yates, who is such a fine slip catcher but couldn't quite grab that. So chinks of light for Warwickshire, but they still had a tough day, bowled out for just 93, Notts 35 runs ahead at 128 for 3. Well, he's had a couple of near misses. Hamid, he's survived in the last 10 minutes or so. Bamber having a hand into on both occasions, and now he beats him with a really good one that left him from about the line of off stump. And him coming forward, flexing his wrists, and didn't quite touch it. Bamber raised an arm, not really, I think, almost appealing, but just a minor cry of anguish towards the umpire. But he's very much got Hasib Hamid's attention. 128 for 3. A couple of wickets in the next half an hour, just about keep them in with a shout here. This is it's disappointing for Bamber, though. He's leaked one down the leg side, and Hamid's too good a player to miss out on that, and flicks it wide of Kai Smith for 4 runs to raise his, or is it off the pad possibly? Oh, it's off the pad, so not to raise his half century. But he still shepherded it away for 4 of something. But Bamber would be disappointed to just allow a bit of pressure off there. .132 for 3. Bamber starts again. Straight, slick approach, and he pulls this one a bit wide of off stump. So at the end of the over, Hamid remains 49, Haynes 7, and Knott's 132 for 3, having lost the wickets of Slate at 40, and Sint T, McCann 14, and Clark 4.
Yes, Hamid's got into the 40s without seemingly any difficulty at all, but it's almost stuck in treacle at the moment. Dropped on 45. That very difficult, tremendous effort from Ethan Bamber at mid-on, and then in that over, the nick off the same bowler was parried away. Was it Robbie Yates?
Yes.
Slip?
Yeah.
Got a hand to him very quickly, and it's very high.
And he's as good a slipper as they've had for years, Robbie Yates.
132 for 3. Here comes Hannon Dolby to start a new over to bowl to Jack Haynes, who last week, he blocks this ball, registered his maiden Nottinghamshire century. Went all through last year without getting one, but got that little monkey off his back last week. 142 against Essex. Against Warwickshire, played 5 times in the past, a best of 87. He's got a good record against the Bears. 4 half centuries in those 5 matches, averaging 65 with the bat, so that's pretty decent. Pushes this one into the offside, and there's no run. Here at Edgbaston, he's only had 2 previous first class innings, 87 and 74, so very early in his career to be talking about Edgbaston being a lucky ground for him, but 2 good scores here. There'll be happy memories for him on this ground. 24 years of age, Jack Haynes, in his 2nd season as a Nottinghamshire player after signing from Worcestershire. And Dolby bowls to him now and again, just rocking forward on the front foot. He defends. His dad was a Worcestershire player as well, all-rounder Gavin Haynes in the,
he was a good player.
90s. Yep. We talked post-match last week, and was obviously aware of what his previous first-class best was, and he was happy to go beyond that. So 142 is his best, but as we brought up in conversation, and he laughed about, his dad's best is 158. That's the next one that he wants to chalk off. This is dropped on the leg side, and there's no run. 132 for 3. Notts lead by 9. No, they don't. Notts lead by 39, having bowled the Bears out for 93. Fergus O'Neill, career best figures for him of 5 for 19. Brett Hutton, 5 for 38. And Hutton finished off the innings with 2 wickets in 2 balls, so when the Bears bat again, he'll be on a hat-trick. Potentially. Hannon Dolby, past umpire Lumley. Bowl strikes him on the pad, and given. Hannon Dolby gets Jack Haynes, so his previous Edgbaston form counts for nothing here. Hannon Dolby back into the attack, and he's got Haynes LBW for 7. Pitched up delivery, and Haynes played all around it and has to go. And this has been a good little spell here for the Bears. They've got 4 wickets now either side of T. Slater, the last ball before T, and since then McCann, Clark and now Haynes have all gone. And Hasib Hamid has rode his luck. He's been put down a couple of times. 132 for 4. The lead is 39. And there's a very, very special player going to come out now. Kyle Verreynne. For my money, He's up there amongst the best wicketkeeper batters in the country, although his Nottinghamshire average of about 380 after 5 matches took a dip second innings last week when I just couldn't get my head around it. He came out in the evening gloom rather than a night watchman and was dismissed for 3. I said, as he was on his way out, I couldn't believe he was going on his way out, and I stand by it. I think the night watchman should have come, because as soon as he was dismissed, then they did send out Farhan Ahmed as the night watcher. I think they got that one wrong last week. 132 for 4, and here he comes, Carl Verena.
I suppose you would have reason to think, or your captain might have reason to think on your behalf, that if you've got a batting average of 380, you were almost impregnable. But I take your point. Might they not consider batting him a bit higher? Or, I suppose, because you keep him wicket as well, batting 6 is high enough. But, yes, a very handy player to be coming in at this point. Yeah. That was a very Hannon Dalby type wicket, wasn't it? That just nipped it back a fraction. 50 wickets in each of the last 3 championship seasons, and there's number 1 for 2025.
So 2 slips go down, and Verena defends this one. It's the final ball of the over. 132 for 4. Hannon Dalby with his first wicket. His figures have immediately evaporated from the scoreboard. We've already got Ethan Bamber's figures.
6 overs, 1 for 21.
Thank you, Mike. So wickets being shared around. Bamber and Fernando and Booth, and now Hannon Dalby have all taken a wicket. The only one that hasn't was Ed Barnard. 2 fairly expensive overs for Ed to get his bowling effort for this match underway. I'm sure he'll come back and tighten things up and no doubt get a wicket or 2, but when he came on to bowl, Hamid and Slater in particular took their toll of his couple of looseners. Slater hitting a 6 into the nearly empty Hollis stand. 132 for 4.
But they've just got an opening, haven't they, here, to try and limit. If they could limit not to lead to under 100 with potentially a good day of weather tomorrow. And there have been occasions here in the last couple of years where the pitches have sort of flattened out a bit as the game's gone on. Sometimes they've got very slow, but nevertheless they haven't always been quite as tricky to bat on. Second time round, Bamber starts a new over and bowls wide of the off stump.
It may well be that Nottinghamshire's best chance of winning this game, if there are going to be weather interruptions on Monday, is going to be dismissed for a few runs less than ideally they would have wanted.
Yes, sometimes it sort of forces the hand and of doing that. Bamber bowls Fuller, and beautifully driven by Hamid. Now he definitely has brought up 50 and a thoroughbred stroke to bring it up. It was fullish and invited him to drive it, but right out of the middle for Hasim Hamid. 88 balls for 50.
88 balls, and that's his 9th fall. Second 50 of the season.
Delightful stroke. So, I suppose on a day when it's swinging a bit, I think Bamber will mind him driving too much. But he won't hit many better strokes than that. He's 53, and Bamber bowls to him again, and Hamid is forward sturdily with the bat next to the front pad to defend back up the pitch. I've had to put my coat on in here. I know I won't feel the benefit later on, Dave, but
never mind later on. It's
perishing,
now,
yeah, well,
yeah,
quite.
It is. It's not warm.
Just 2 slips now. The close catches as Bamber bowls Fuller, and this one is driven on the bounce to extra cover. Mosley does the fielding.
And we feel it, mid-duck at our age, don't we?
We do. We do. It's not where the draft is coming from that concerns you anymore at this age. It's where it's going to. 136 for 4 in the 31st over. And Bamber tries again and pulls his length back a little bit. The ball shapes away towards first slip, and Smith takes it with upturned hands in front of Sam Hain at first.
Considering we lost half an hour at the start and then whatever it was, an hour and a half in the middle, somehow we've already seen 12 wickets go down today. And in all likelihood, there'll be a few more.
Well, it's possible. It would make it a little bit more of a competitive game if it does happen that way, although Hamid will be determined that one of them won't be his, and he's taken on the thigh pad here by Bamba. It's the end of the over. 136 for 4, 53 Hamid, and Verena has just joined him, yet to score. Bamba now through 10 overs, 1 made and 1 for 33.
The light is okay, at least for the time being. So it stays like that. So Carl Verena yet to get off the mark, 27 years of age, South African test player, 24 tests. This is his 95th first-class match as Anand Dolby bowls. He lets it go through to the keeper. In 95 first-class matches, he averages nearly 52 with the bat. That's phenomenal. 15 centuries, best of 216 not out. And for Nottinghamshire, I'll say that dismissal in the gloom for 3 last week dropped his Nottinghamshire average to 189.5 from 5 matches. And his best, of course, against Warwickshire at the end of last season, 148 not out against the Bears at Trent Bridge. Here's Anand Dolby to bowl to Verena. Of course, I'm talking him into getting a duck here, but you know the cold hard.
We've all done it.
The cold hard facts are he's a remarkable cricketer, playing some remarkable cricket at the moment. Whether it's domestically for Western Province, whether it's in the international arena for South Africa or in the County Championship for Nottinghamshire, he's been churning out centuries over the last 12 months with great regularity. 136 for 4. Here comes Anand Dolby to bowl to him. Past umpire Longley and turned on the leg side, and there's no run. South Africa through to the final of the World Test Championship against Australia, and he'll have to miss at least one game for that, but otherwise Notts have got him for the entire season.
Which is back how it used to be, isn't it, where you had an overseas player more or less for the whole season. It's slightly gone out of fashion. Well, it's not been so easy to have, has it, in the last few years? It's not fair to say it's gone out of fashion.
Next ball on its way now and driven crisply to mid-on, and there's no run. No, the South Africans at the moment seem to be the ones you can bag. You think of David Beddingham at Durham, you think of Kyle Abbott at Hampshire. You know, they've been pretty much mainstays in all formats all season for the last few years. Notts have got one more game after this one of Fergus O'Neill, and then Mohammad Abbas, the Pakistan quick, takes over from him. As this is hit on the bounce by Verena, fielded by Anand Dolby, who lobs it towards the stumps, but hits Verena, not with any great power, and there's a hand of apologies from from the PCA chairman. Did we establish?
I think the umpires will just have a little chat here, because I think the rules are stricter than they used to be about this sort of thing, and the PCA chair, I suspect, somewhat against.
Who's on the PCA disciplinary committee?
Well, yes, it's
just use a bit of common sense. There was nothing in that whatsoever, and he put his hand up to apologise straight away. Get on with the game, folks.
Yes,
they're all looking towards Anand Dolby. Look.
Yes.
They're going to call Alex Davis over.
It is a little bit like when the boy who's always top of the class drops his pen on the floor and asks somebody to give it back and gets detention for talking.
Yeah, this is almost one of those instances where you think they deserve to have to spend all night filling in paperwork, don't they? For making,
yes.
If you want to make an issue out of this, you deserve to spend all night sat here at Edgbaston in the match referee's office filling in paperwork, because there was nothing in it.
No, not really.
I know you've got to have regulations about, shying the ball at the stumps when it's a danger to the batter, but that wasn't one of those instances.
And I think we all know, we all kind of know what we're looking at, don't we? We know when it's... these things are hard to quantify in statute, but you know when it's somebody's throwing something aggressively, you know when they don't.
Exactly. We're underway again, and Dolby bowls, and there's the best form of retribution for throwing the ball at him, because Verena has tickled it through the leg side, and the ball is going to be, I was going to say, a bit stopped just inside the rope. I think it had run out of steam actually, and it stopped about an inch away from the longest boundary, and they come back for 3. But there was no real danger of the umpire Lungley's speaking to Hannon Dolby now.
See, that's the wrong thing, Ollie, you see. You shouldn't... going in for the PCHO is a good thing. What you really need to be is an ump. if you want to wield some power. I do. I'm teasing. I think the umpires do a splendid job. And
they do.
They are only there to enforce the rules that they're given to enforce.
Yeah. The laws.
The laws. Well, in this case, the regulations in this case, isn't it? Because... it's not, I don't think we're talking about the laws as such, but I'm happy to be taken to task on that, not least by you. 139 for 4. You'll be telling me it's the laws of football next.
Well, I was thinking if Carl Verena had been a Premier League footballer, he would have been rolling around on the floor with the impact of
simulation.
The gentle lob towards him.
Bamber bowls. This won't be a gentle lob. No. It's sort of smacked by Vereen through the covers for 4 runs. Another handsome stroke.
Well, he's taken umbrage. That's 7 from the last 2 balls since he was badly bruised by that fierce throw from Oliver Hannon Dolby.
You have been watching too much football for the last few months. 143 for 4, so Nottinghamshire now lead by 50, which is not yet necessarily a winning lead, but it's potential for growth. Worrisome for Warwickshire. Still 21 overs available today, including this one, as Bamber bowls and Hamid is forward. Seemingly carefully forward, but with for him a satisfying thunk out of the middle of the bat. He still sends the ball scooting up to mid-off. Looks a very well-organised player, doesn't he, Hasib Hamid, once he gets himself in. Even before he gets himself in. Verena, rather, in this case. Compact of build, as you'd expect from a wicket-keeper. Bamber bowls and drills it through mid-off for 4 runs. Doesn't even move. Oh dear, hasn't taken him long to get the bat talking here, has it?
He is quite useful, I would say, having seen him for 5 now, 6 matches. Snooker maximum on the board there. What about that? How appropriate is that on the first day of the Crucible? 147.
Yes.
Floodlights we've got as well, Mike. Floodlights are coming.
Marvellous. Warwickshire
candle power.
Warwickshire snookered. Bamber bowls, and it's guided off the outside edge through extra cover for 4 runs. Not for 4 runs, for 2 runs. It slows down over some bumpy practice pitches. And so they get 249 for 4. Do you remember the test match here when the first ball of the match, Curtly Ambrose bowled it, and it, from about on the length, it went over Mike Atherton's head and over the wicket for 4 bites. And England were rattled out in no time at all.
Yes, I commentated on that.
Did you?
One of these silly little boxes down to the right before this stand.
Tell you why I'll mention it in a minute. Bamber bowls, and it's defended back by Verena. And the bowler fields. I was on a train the following day. There was a chap reading the Daily Telegraph, and when he opened the page, the headline read, "England snookered on 147." And I thought, to be fancy thinking of that. What a marvellous effort by the Telegraph sub on that occasion. So yes, I always think when 147 comes up on the board, I always think of that. Bamber runs in and bowls full. Ooh, this is going the other side of straight for another 4. I'm not sure that bowling fuller like that is necessarily the way forward here to Kyle Verreynne, because if you are swinging it, you're swinging it right onto the middle of his bat. 153 for 4 at the end of the over.
It just seems like they've stung the wasp out there, and the wasp is showing, well, I've got something to give as well. The last 7 balls, he's gone from 0 not out to 17 not out, and he's played some glorious strokes. That was a fairly chastening over from Ethan Bamber there. 150 up, 153 for 4, 160 is the lead.
And he didn't really do a lot wrong. If you think it's a day when it's swinging, I want to pitch it up and see if it'll swing. Swung after he hit it.
And then Dolby bowls to the Notts captain, Seba Mead, who's on 53. Just having a look, I've got no communication from our bods back at Radio Nottingham. The sports show finishes at 6 o'clock.
Knock off early merchants.
Well, no, I thought they might have just have wanted to sneak another one in before the top of the hour, but there's Hannon Dolby bowls, and with the open face chopped away by Hamid down to third for a single. I think Hamid will enjoy watching Verreynne from the other end as much as Nottinghamshire supporters do.
I should say so.
There you go, Kyle, you have another knock.
The WM are on till 8 o'clock because the Villa game that doesn't. Oh, it kicks off at 5:30. So yes,
well, yeah, Radio Nottingham have got continued sports coverage this evening.
It's the ice hockey.
It is. It's turned away on the leg side. That's generally teased them that ice hockey isn't a sport. It's just, ice skating with a bit of thuggery thrown in, but they don't bite as much as they used to. 155 for 4, but as I understand it, the Nottingham Panthers, don't know how many lads they've got in from Newark this time round, but the Nottingham Panthers are in semi-final cup action on Radio Nottingham this evening as Hamid works this behind square on the offside now run.
Yes, it must be quite late in the ice hockey season. So
yeah, I'm not aware of any Newark lads being in it, so my interest has not quite yet peaked. 63 the Notts lead at 156 for 4 if you're just joining us after a hard day down on the allotment or something. Warwickshire bowled out for 93, just 2 bowlers did the damage. Brett Hutton with 5 wickets, Fergus O'Neill with 5. Notts openers put 81 on, but the Bears have roared back in this session. This is Verreynne driving, and Hannon Dolby has to dive, throw himself dramatically and quickly to the floor. Otherwise that would have been underneath him. I don't think we're ever going to get an eyeball-to-eyeball confrontation between 6'19" Oliver Hannon Dolby and the slightly smaller wicket-keeper build of Carl Verreynne. Hannon Dolby turns at the top of his mark. The Birmingham end will come in past umpire Longley bowls, and this next one's pushed into the covers. End of the over, 156 for 4 as we knock on the door of 6 o'clock here at Edgbaston. "19 overs remain." I was just waiting for it to change there. 19 to go. So it's going to be an hour and a quarter if we were to get them all in, you'd imagine. Something of that order.
Yes, we're doing well, I think, to get that many.
But then again, if we were, it's just because of what we can see and what we've heard.
Yeah.
I think if we were playing evening cricket right now, you'd expect it to go on a bit longer, but
yes,
we've already got the lights on here, so I don't think we will.
Bamber starts a new over, and Hamid shaped as if he was going to play at that, but I think probably made a sensible late decision not to, and scooted through to the wicket keeper. Just 2 slips now. The light, every just now and again, the light just seems to ebb and flow a bit.
Yeah.
If light can ebb and flow. 156 for 4. Bamber bowls a little bit fuller and a little bit straighter. And Hamid forward with bat and pad together. And perhaps edges it into his front pad and away on the offside safely.
Lyndon James due in next. He registered 125 in the first match of the season against Durham. Then the Aussie, Fergus O'Neill, Farhan Ahmed, Brett Hutton and Josh Tong also got a 50 in that first game.
Bamber bowls well outside the off stump this time to Hamid. And he doesn't offer a stroke. Yeah, they've made some runs, haven't they, Notts, in the first couple of games?
Yeah.
And even allowing for an uncertain weather forecast for Wednesday, there's a fair bit of time to bat here if they won.
Monday.
For Monday. What do I say? You don't know what day of the week it is, Taylor. It's usually fairly accurate. Off goes Bamber and drifts onto the pads of Hamid, and he's going to get 1, squeezing it through square leg. And they jog through for a comfortable single. Hamid, who's looked mostly in control, apart from those 2 tough chances he gave about half an hour or so ago in fairly quick succession. 1 to Bamber at mid-on, and 1 off Bamber to Yates at second slip. But they were both pretty hard ones. He's now 56, and Varani's back on strike, and he's forward defending. A ball from Bamber, which goes back up the pitch towards him.
Day 3 tomorrow. Should be a day where they can get in those extra 8 overs. That was the plan for today, but with the late start this morning, that was quickly aborted. But if we do get underway at 11 o'clock tomorrow, it will be a scheduled 104 over day.
Yes, be worth coming tomorrow. Some good cricket to see. And as Bamber completes another over with Verena pushing out into the offside. 157 for 4. Probably the best weather of the weekend. So come and enjoy Easter Sunday here at Edgbaston.
I think Notts will be hoping for a morning session of bright sunshine and clear skies, and then the remaining 2 sessions of tomorrow cloudy and overcast again. Presumably they'll be bowling again by then. You don't always get what you want though. And Dolby to continue with those white wristbands on each arm. Here he comes in now and bowls, and Hamid defends. Always seems to have the shortest of short sleeves, Oliver Hannon Dolby, when he runs in.
It's because he's got the longest of arms.
Yeah, the short sleeves almost pull up to the shoulder blades like a vest. Began his career with Yorkshire, but very much made his home here at Edgbaston. He's been here more than a decade now, I would say. 157 for 4. Short, and he does take on that leg side pull, but angled it down into the ground, and there's no run. 158 for 4.
He's given outstanding service to this club, hence the testimony. I don't see many players get to testimonials or benefits, as we used to think of them. But Ollie's was widely celebrated last year.
Yes, of course, John Simpson had one with Middlesex a couple of years ago and then moved down to the south coast. Sussex. Next ball's just run out onto the offside by Verena. Hamza Sheikh doing the fielding. 158 for 4. Notts in this innings have lost Ben Slater for 40. Freddie McCann 14. Joe Clark for 4 and Jack Haynes for 7. Verena has 18. Captain Hamid is on 57. Warwickshire bowled out for 93. There's Hannon Dolby in, and Verena defends. For Bears fans, there's no gloating in saying that score, because Nottinghamshire have been they've been better in this game, but they've had so many hammerings on this ground. Of course, you know, flip competitions last year at Trent Bridge. The Outlaws were bowled out. Was it just 59 at Trent Bridge?
Oh
booed
gosh,
off?
yeah. That was a strange day, wasn't it?
It was indeed. And I think the year before, the Bears get a record blast score against Notts at Trent Bridge. It's not been easy playing against the Bears in any format for Notts over the last few years. Just looking, Notts have only won twice here this century, and funnily enough, 2005 they won here and went on to win the title. 2010 they won here and went on to win the title. Just I'll leave that out there. But they've had a lot of hide-ins. Of course, back in 2000, the county record first wicket partnership of, was it 405 between Darren Bicknell and Guy Welton was put on in a drawn match here. This ball is just steered to backward point by Hamid, 159 for 4. End of the over. Thanks very much for everybody who's been with us today, either just listening to us or sat watching the pictures on the live stream, or just popped in and out from time to time, or you've taken the trouble to send some communication in. Thank you very much, and we'll hope you can join us from just before 11 tomorrow morning.
I'll see this over and then perhaps have a change in it. See if Grace and Phil want to come back in. With still potentially as much as possibly as an hour's cricket to go. We'll see. Bamber bowls and Verena, he's guiding this to backward point, and he's going to get 1. And after a spell where Warwickshire seemed to be on top in the moment, if you know what I mean, they picked up 2 or 3 wickets in quick succession, created some other chances. It's all gone a bit flat from their point of view again, and Verena and Hamid are just picking off runs in a fairly low stress way.
I mean, neither of us thought there was anything in that lob from Anandol back to Verena, but that's when it changed.
Did really. Bamber bowls, finds a thickish outside edge but from Hamid, but he was angling the bat down into the ground quite carefully, so it was all under quite sufficient control to get it safely wide of the slips and to bring him 2 runs. So he's 59. It's 162 for 4.
The ball after that, the final ball of that Hannon Dolby over, he hit for 3. Then he hit the next ball at the start of the new over from Bamber for 4. He took 16 from that over, and Notts just suddenly wriggled off the hook again.
Made his point. Bamber venturing fuller again, this time to Hamid, who is set up to defend it almost from the moment the ball leaves his hand. So there's no run. Still, quite a few of the people have come today. There hasn't been a big crowd, at least in the areas that we can see. I think there's quite a few people in the pavilion that you can't see, which is always hard to bear in mind. Here is Bamber forward and just playing slightly round his front pad here, Hamid, but safely into the leg side. You can just now see the first signs of the floodlights casting a shadow on some of the players. Which doesn't mean that you're necessarily close to the light being too poor to carry on, but it's the first suggestion that it's starting to fade just a fraction. Off goes Bamber, scoots in again and beats Hamid properly this time. I think he did play at that. Just flinched the bat out of the way, but the ball had already gone past. Still the odd one, isn't it? Just nips it tight.
Yeah.
Just a little bit. But although the conditions, I think, are easier than they were when Warwickshire were batting, I think it would be fair to say the Notts bowlers made the Warwickshire batters play a lot more than they would have liked to. Bamber bowls wider of the crease, and he hits Hamid on the... oh, no, he doesn't. Was it popped off the thigh pad, or maybe he just loved it? But see what the umpire signals. No signal, so it's going to be a run to Hamid. He's 60, and Verena is 20. It's 163 for 4, with 16 overs remaining by the board. We shall see. I think we might have a double change here. So Gracie's going to come forward, and when she's settled in, I'll bring Phil in on this microphone as well at 163 for 4, and providing there's no major mishap for Notts in the remaining overs, and not quite a perfect day, but not far off it for them.
Hannon Dolby then in, and Hamid forward takes an easy single. Just under 16 overs left remaining, as long as time and light allows. Floodlights on here at Edgbaston, but looks fairly bright, still plenty of blue sky, so it's looking a better picture than it did this morning with the cold and the rain. South African wicket keeper awaits Hannon Dolby at the end of his mark and runs into bowl. Good delivery. Slightly slower maybe. I doubt he'd bowled any change-ups here. Might have been just out of the hand and defended watchfully. How do you say his name again? Hannon Dolby. Into his 10th over, he's picked up the 1 wicket. Been relatively economical going at just over 3 and over. He's in again, and Verena defends off the stumps. Happy to defend there.
The lights on the scoreboard are standing out a bit, aren't they? Light's not great. I think it's playable at the moment, but I'm not sure, Grace, how much longer we're going to play here tonight. I don't think we're going to get all those overs in, that's for sure.
Lincoln's Hannon Dolby again from the Birmingham end, and again defended by Verena. 2 slips still in play. Looks windy out there. Can see the wind blowing the players' trousers, and the flag opposite us here from the pavilion end where the comms box is. Notts leading by 71. Good day for Notts, maybe one to forget for Warwickshire, particularly being bowled out cheaply for less than 100. Again defended. Hamid thinks for quick single from the non-striker's end, but thinks better of it. Last thing they need here is for Hamid, who's holding this innings together. He's 61 out. He does not need to run himself out at this stage of the game. No need to be reckless.
Absolutely not. Verena looks very solid, doesn't he? A century in the last game. These two Warwickshire desperate to break this partnership.
Hannon Dolby in again, wide outside off as Verena leaves that one to finish over. Not 164 for 4.
Warwickshire continuing with a complete full seam attack. We've not seen any sign of a spinner in this game so far, and just wonder whether we might get possible couple of overs from Yates at the before the close, just to squeeze a couple of extra overs in, because what have we got left? 15 overs remaining still, which is best part of an hour. Don't think we're playing at 7:15, that's for sure. Bamber starts a new over from the pavilion end on his way to Hamid. He's in and bowls, and that's outside, just goes past the outside edge of the bat, gets a little call from the slip cordon, but he didn't get anything onto it. Through to Smith behind the stumps. There's only 2 slips in place now. There's a man at deep backward point, a man out on the deep square boundary, and then mid-off and mid-wicket, and then a man down at long leg and a cover and a mid-wicket. As in comes Bamber, and that's a beauty, and that beats Hamid right through. He goes to play it, and the last minute, just give him the benefit that he took the bat away right at the last minute there, but it drew him across and just moved away from him.
Yeah, dangerous ball from Ethan Bamber. He's kept his pace up throughout the spell, I think. He looks just as quick as he did at the start of the day.
He's really settled in well here. With to the side, this again just it's going to be squirted away for a single into the sort of gully point area. There's a man out back at deep backward point, but he's a long way from where that one finished, and in the end Hayne had to come running round from second slip to do the fielding, but not before Hamid had got another single. So 62 he moves to 165 for 4. Varania is on strike. He's on 20, and he's on facing as Ethan Bamber is into him and bowls, and this is not quite where he was intending to play that one. He was looking to play it away through the offside with a big flourish, but got a bit of an inside edge on that when it squirted out towards mid-wicket, and there was no run. 165 for 4. Bamber in and bowls, and this is short, and it's pulled away by Varania down to long leg, where Hannah Dolby does the fielding and gets a good clean pick up and throw back to Kai Smith and restricts them to a single. 166 for 4.
Yeah, smart bit of fielding down there from Hannah Dolby, just sliding to his left, taking it on the bounce. It was coming at him at some pace. It was hit pretty sweetly, so does pretty well there.
Wonder if he's okay, because he's now kneeling. He's sort of got crouching down with his hands on his knees, and he's talking to one of the physios down there. Bamber in bowls, and so Hamid lets that one go through outside the off stump. There's no shot offered. It's end of another over. Another one ticked off. 166 for 4. The lead is 73.
Looks like there'll be a change of bowling. Hannah Dolby has stayed on the pitch, so hopefully he's okay, and it's just a tactical decision as Michael Booth comes on. He bowled brilliantly in his first spell. He's now changed ends to the Birmingham end. 6 overs, 1 for 14 so far.
Yeah, I would suggest he's the pick of the Warwickshire bowlers so far. Not just from his analysis, but I think he actually made the batsman play at more deliveries than some of the others. Didn't give that width, which some of the other seamers have given, particularly early on in this innings.
Notts then lead by 73. They're going to want to keep increasing that lead in the final hour or so of the day, and Warwick should be happy if they could get another wicket or two before the close of players. In comes Michael Booth, and this is short outside off and crunched away by Varania, and he's not been given a chance to settle into his spell from this end as that races away for the boundary.
Well, that just shows that. Having said he was the tightest of the Warwickshire bowlers, hadn't given too much. A nice short one outside the off stump. Help yourself.
Yeah, he's not going to miss out on that one.
No, 170 for 4.
Partnership just starting to build here. 38 between the pair. Gonna want to keep that continuing. 170 for 4 as Booth's in, and this is a better delivery. Varania forward, defends into the offside, no run.
getting themselves, Nottinghamshire, into a really strong position here. I know the lead's only 77 at the moment, but there's 6 wickets in hand, and they've still got plenty of batting to come. And you just kind of worry a little bit for Warwickshire here.
Booth bowls and Barania back in defence. Yeah, it's almost impossible, you'd think, for Notts to lose from here. I think draw perhaps most likely with the rain, but if the rain stays off, I don't think the forecast is awful. Notts could be in for a really good chance here to go probably quite convincingly at the top of the table if they got to win their way here.
Yep, I agree.
Really good opportunity for the East Midlands side as Booth's in again, and this is played through the mid-wicket gap. It will be at least a couple, as I think that's Dan Mousley sweeping out there, gives chase, and it will be 2 to Varania. Nice looking shot. Booth just pushing slightly full.
Moves on to 27 now. Varania. Hamid is on 62. 172 for 4.
Booth to Varania, pushes into the offside. No run. It's getting slightly darker as the overs go by here at Edgbaston. Floodlights on. In the skies, plenty of blue sky, but just no light, really. No sunlight as the
No, it's
evening draws in.
getting softer and softer now, this light, and it's at some stage this
Booth in and short and tried to be crunched through the offside again. He nearly chopped it onto his own stumps there, Varania, but gets away with it and runs a 1 to finish the over. So decent over there for Notts, 7 from it. They are 173 for 4.
at some stage in the not too distant future, I think the artificial light is going to be taking over from the natural light. The umpires will be keeping an eye on that, because when that happens, then not allowed to play. There's very, very few people left in the ground now at the Birmingham end. 2 or 3 more getting up and going. Full credit to them, they've stuck it out on a cold old day. Our man at the back of the Hollies stand is still there, which is reassuring. As Bamber comes in and bowls, starts a new over, and this one draws Renya forward and he pushes back down the wicket, and Bamber fields, half fields, but no run. I'm intrigued to know what that building is right opposite. There's a building with cranes on the top going up in Birmingham. It looks as though it's about, it almost looks like there's holes in it, and it has a look that it's toppling over a bit to the left-hand side. I have to find out what that is. This one is driven to extra cover. Mostly does the fielding, and there's no run. See that shorter one there, Grace, which is in the middle with the cranes, 3 cranes on the top.
Yeah.
I don't know what that is, but it sort of looks, it doesn't look quite upright. I think the angle makes it look as though it's toppling over a bit.
Yeah.
So clearly not, but isn't the most attractive building which I've seen from a distance. Anyway, here comes Bamber, and Perenya turns this one into the onside, but there's no run.
Looks like it's got a while left till it's done.
Just a yeah,
Wouldn't
just
want
a
to be
bit
going in there just now.
It really does, yeah. Lots of cranes in Birmingham. Have been a whole clutch of them over to our right, and another lot in front of us, and then some more over to the left. A lot of building work going on. It's not all to lift the bags of rubbish, that's for sure. As Bamber in and bowls, and this is glanced down to fine leg by Varenya. They'll get a single. In fact, did it come off his? Yes, it did. It came off his slide pad and ran down there. So 1 more to the total, but not to him. 174 for 4. So Warwickshire still managing to keep that deficit down below 100, but we'll see as this next one has Hamid playing across his stumps and into the onside where Sheikh does the fielding, Hamza Sheikh does the fielding. You can see the impact now quite clearly on as they walk, the players walk, with the shadows from the floodlights beginning to stand out quite clearly, which is always an indication that the lights, the floodlights are really beginning to take impact. This one is in, and that's cut away to backward point quite safely by Hamid for a single. He will keep the strike. It's 175 for 4, and we have a dozen overs remaining. The umpires are just having a little chat with one another, and I just wonder whether they're beginning to think that this light is now such that it's no longer the natural light. Going to give him another one, certainly.
Just the one over then for Michael Booth from the Birmingham end. Perhaps he'll be coming back on at the Pavilion end and replacing Bamba, because it wasn't a bad over. I doubt they'd be taking him out the attack. So you're seeing Ed Barnard, who bowled 2 expensive overs earlier on, 2 for 25. Interesting to see how he comes back from that.
Well, certainly 2 no balls in those 2 overs, didn't he?
Barnard in and turned into the leg side, square of the wicket, and Hamid wants 2, but Varenya sends him back for just 1.
A good decision. I think he would have struggled to make his ground. It would have been a close run thing, so that was good decision. Varenya said no, and Hamid put his hand up afterwards to say, yep, well done, thank you. The last thing they want at this time of night is to throw a wicket away on a run out.
Barnard in, and Varenya tries to push this one through the covers. Can't get hold of it properly and can't get past the fielders for any runs to be scored. Partnership now up to 44 between the skipper and the South African overseas. Hamid's looked in brilliant touch here at Edgbaston today. He's played nicely. He's played the full deliveries particularly well. Barnard back in again. Good delivery. Squares up Varenya. Another dot ball. Looks like skipper might be trying to signal to one of his bowlers, and the bowler not quite noticing down there, or maybe to the Pavilion.
Bamba's now signalling to the Warwickshire dressing room about something.
As Barnard bowls, and very similar to the last, Varenya defends towards mid-wicket.
I wonder whether they're going to have to bowl perhaps Robbie Yates at one end, just in this light. We'll see.
As Barnard bowls and guided into the offside for a casual single. Just rotate the strike, looking comfortable at the crease here, the Nottinghamshire pair.
Yeah, they're slowly accumulating. They're not really taking and quite right. When you're trying to signal to the dressing room for something, can't be. Do you think another sweater? He's probably been in the cold out there.
Barnard, good line and length. Dot to finish the over, so a better one than his previous 2.
Yeah, much better, wasn't it? Just 2 runs from it, so much better over from him. Now, Alec Davis is running off the field now. Chase Simmons has come on to substitute So it is Booth going to have a bowl from this pavilion end. So he has switched ends. The umpires haven't spoken at the end of the over, so they're happy. The light's still okay. So Booth will start his 8th over, with Warwickshire trailing Nottinghamshire by 84 runs now. And this partnership beginning to get a little irksome from them as in he comes first one. This is up in the air and this could be a wicket. There's a man under it who has taken the catch, and that is a terrific catch down a deep square leg, and it is Verenia who's gone. Michael Booth has got the wicket. A shorter delivery which was pulled mistimed up in the air, but it was hung in the air, and is just trying to see, is that Fernando who took the catch down there? I think it might be who got underneath it, but he dived. I think it was, and he dived full length in front of him and took it with both hands stretched out in front, and so Nottinghamshire lose their 5th wicket, and just a surprise shot there really from the way it was, because he was obviously looking to play it over, pick it up and hit it over the mid-wicket boundary, but just got underneath it. Hit it a long way, but it was mostly up rather than projecting across, with any distance to it.
Yeah, it was a bit random, wasn't it, in fairness? It didn't look like that short of a delivery. Obviously took it on and just didn't quite get a hold of it. And it's not a great time to lose a wicket, really, just as partnership was beginning to build. Both starting to look settled at the crease. Albeit they've had a good day, they just haven't managed to build any sort of meaningful partnership today, have they? It's just been Hamid and a couple starts around him. I mean, they had a decent partnership before they lost a wicket, but since then, no one's managed to stick with him here. And that's all they need to do, really. Hamid's going nicely. All they need to do is stay there with him and rotate the strike.
So Carverania goes, and he goes for 28, and it was Fernando who took the catch. So good catch down there. He's out on the just backward square leg boundary, and he had to run in a good way. For a second, I thought he'd completely misjudged it, and in fact, in the end, he had to dive and throw himself as far forward as he could possibly go. Here's Booth in to the new batsman. And it's James, it's Lyndon James who's the new batsman coming in. Plays the first ball back, and there's no run. So a 5th wicket for Warwickshire. Then not quite letting Nottinghamshire get away, are they? They're just keeping a check on them at the moment. We've had some wickets fall today. Just there were 2 down at the start, so we've had 13 wickets today. There's Booth in, that's full, and that's well dug out by James. And fielded off his own bowling by Booth, who takes his 10th wicket of the season with that wicket.
Yeah, he's been consistent, hasn't he, Michael Booth?
Yeah.
For Warwickshire, he's done a good job.
Turns and is in and bowls, and James plays this one back into the onside. There's no run. 177 for 5. The lead is 84. And still some of the people in the crowd still got plenty of voice left to shout and try and encourage one side or the other, and still haven't worked out who they're encouraging and who they're trying to put off. As Booth in bowls, and that's a beauty, goes past the outside edge of James' bat and through to Carl Smith, and there's no run. And Warwickshire making a change by bringing in a 3rd slip. So just putting a little bit of extra pressure on. All this, by the way, was while the captain was off the field. I think Davis went off the field, and And Warwickshire got that wicket as Booth is in, and that's left outside the off stump. End of the over, 177 for 5. Booth got the second wicket during it, and he takes his sweater as he walks back and gets a pat on the back from the Kai Smith wicketkeeper. The umpire's quite happy to carry on. We're getting through these overs bit by bit. 10 to go. Still don't think we'll get all 10 in, but we're getting more in than I thought we'd get here, Grace. Actually, the light act has got no worse. In fact, if anything, daft as it sounds, it maybe got slightly better than it was 15 minutes ago.
Ed Barnard then into his 4th over. So playing a miss outside the off stump from Hamid, who looks frustrated with himself. Maybe thinks best to leave those alone a bit more convincingly, but he's looked good here. He's 64 not out. He'll want to be not out overnight for his team here.
He's the only player in the match so far who's reached a half century, and he's looked the best player as well with his shots.
Back foot defence and a quick single taken. I say quick, Hamid was pretty casual in getting to the other end, but Lyndon James had to get his skates on a bit to get towards danger end. But just dropped into the offside. James to face Ed Barnard for the first time. 2 slips in. Almost a catching mid-wicket. Barnard bowls and James forward, defends into the offside nicely. Gets full body behind that. Plays it well under his eyes. Just gone 6:30 here at Edgbaston, so long day's play here after about an hour or so of a rain break around lunch as Barnard bustles in, and again Lyndon James forward and defends comfortably. 2 men out on the offside, square in front, out on the boundary. We've typically seen them behind, but square leg in front here, whether that's for Barnard's bowling or Lyndon James, not too sure. And also fine leg out, no deep third man and no one else out near the rope otherwise than those two. Barnard back in and driven nicely by James, but can't get past the extra cover fielder.
Yeah, he's got a much better line here, hasn't he, than he had in that opening spell. He really was all over the place in that first spell, but in fairness, Slater got after him a bit, didn't he? He got took a bit of a liking to him in his first 2 overs. Forced him out of the attack, but he's come back in this second couple of overs much better.
Last ball of the overs bowled, and it's a dot to finish, defended to mid-off by James. End of the over, knots 178 for 5.
So, I think Davis back on the field. That wasn't the substitute fielder wasn't Chase Simmons at all, so it's Davis is back on the field, and Michael Booth will continue from this pavilion end. He's in and bowls, and that goes right through Hamid, makes him hurries him, and good lift and pace from Booth. Bowling very well, Booth. He's got into a nice rhythm here.
He's got a nice run up, hasn't he? He's got a nice repeatable action, and he just gets in, bowls a decent pace, bowls a heavy ball at times, and yeah, I've not seen much of Michael Booth in person, but he's been really impressive today.
Yeah, he got in some games last year, but I think he's developed on this year quite a bit. This one is run away up the outside edge. Kept it down low. I won't say that was an edge. I think that was more of a forward play with a deliberate trying to run it behind down to third man, and there's a man down there this time, so that prevents it being any more than just a single. 179 for 5. So Dave's going to come in a moment. Grace, so get Dave in. And is Mike around here? Yeah, so we'll get Mike in here to finish off the day. This next one is played up to mid-off, where Alex Davis does the fielding. And there's no run. So 7 or 8 overs still to go in the day. We'll bring in Dave. Join me, and once Dave's settled in, I shall make way for Mike Taylor, who can see you through to stumps. As Booth is in and bowls, and this is played out. A nice looking shot by James out into the offside. There's no run. 179 for 5. Haven't let them get away in this period after tea, Dave. They've built up a steady lead, but they've not sort of raced out of sight.
It's all going to come down to the Warwickshire second innings.
Yeah, absolutely.
Says he's stating the obvious. I mean, they're going to have to carry on well with the ball in the morning.
Smooth in, driven nicely by James, but straight up to Alex Davis. Deepish mid-off, and there's no run.
If they let Notts get amongst the top order very early on, then there's probably only going to be one winner. But from here, Warwickshire could certainly get something out of this. Just one more ball, Phil, and then
Michael.
I think your stint is done. Been good to work with you again, and
I'll see you in the morning.
Yeah. Seems like we've been here a long, long time, but we've seen a lot of rainfall.
This next one is Runaway. That's the end of the over. That's the end of me for the day. I'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you, Phil. Phil Britt with us on BBC WM, CWR, Radio Nottingham, on your smart speaker, on your telly box as well. 179 for 5. Another over comes to an end without the umpires feeling the need to wander across and have a chat. Umpires Middlebrook and Lungley out there. Letting the players get on with it. I'm Dave Bracegirdle from Radio Nottingham. The great man Mike Taylor back alongside. We'll take them home, Mike. We'll take them home.
Yes.
Bring some much needed energy to the proceedings, because it was just starting to get for everybody, I think, a long old last hour here as Barnard from the Birmingham end bowls, and Seabermead, the Notts skipper, pushes it out onto the offside. No run. How many balls are we going to actually do before they go off, do you reckon?
Well, I like to think that we're sort of like a pair of cinema ushers coming in to shoo everybody, while the credits are rolling. Come on, please go home.
Yeah.
Turn in with the broom, mop up the popcorn.
Sort your bits and pieces out.
Yes,
know where
come
your
on.
coat is. Make sure you got your car keys. Don't leave your mobile phone behind as Hamid pushes this onto the offside and scampers through for a single.
You're a natural. You got the job. Don't.
Well, we had the snooker maximum. In your best darts referee's voice, Mike, what's the score?
It is 180 for 5.
Oh, you'd barely reach the second.
No, I wouldn't reach the second.
Barely reach the second row of the arena
think.
with that. You had to give it some with the old
I don't think I
180.
could do it. Oh, yes.
Lyndon James yet to score. He's been out there for, what's that, 15 deliveries? That is hard to see on the scoreboard. Next one goes through to the keeper.
Yes, he nearly followed that one. This is quite a tricky time to come out and bat, actually, because the light isn't... It's not terrible, but it's not great. And it's in that sort of slightly milky light you get with the floodlights on, don't you, at this point in the day? So it hasn't got noticeably worse in the last 10 minutes, but it's not an easy time to bat.
No. Not too many left in the ground. Tip my hat to those that are here still, if I was wearing one. 180 for 5. This is drilled back to the former pair, now a bear, Ed Barnard.
He might have frozen to the seat, to be fair, because it's the brisk wind. Never mind whatever it says, 12 degrees or whatever it says.
There's one person in the stand away to our left. It used to be the family stand, I don't know if it still is.
Yes, I think it is on certain days anyway.
I think the family have gone home. There's just one left on his own in there.
Yeah.
Barnard in again to Lyndon James, runs this to backward point. Fielded by Fernando, the catcher. Really good catch as well to dismiss Verena. Didn't he look pleased with himself? As Barry Davis once famously said, just look at his face. He was thrilled, Verena, well, not Verena, he wasn't thrilled. Fernando to catch Verena.
No, it was a good catch.
Little Sri Lanka versus South Africa duel fought out on the playing fields of Birmingham. Barnard to conclude his 5th over to the tall Lyndon James, former Oakham School pupil, and he's off the mark, just dabbing it down in front of him, and scampers down to the other end. 181 for 5. Notts lead by 88 with half their wickets still in the hutch. They're hoping they've still got half their wickets in the hutch when they come back tomorrow morning.
17 balls to get off the mark, Lyndon James, but he'd be quite happy with that as long as he's there to come back tomorrow, which might be the best batting day of the match, because as I think I mentioned earlier, the pitches in recent years, not all of them, but some of them have tended to sort of get a bit easier to bat as the game's gone on. Booth starts a new over, scooting in from the pavilion end, and has James coming carefully forward to defend back to him.
It'll be balmy tomorrow, you see.
With an R or an L? Might be both.
There'll be Hawaiian shirts on display at Edgbaston tomorrow for the first time this summer.
Yeah, I've been watching too much darts. 181 for 5. Is the darts season finished? Does the darts season ever finish anymore, or does it just kind of like continue? A travelling show. James comes forward, pushes away on the offside, and there's no run.
Hammer and nail in the wall, stick a board up, and away you go.
Yes, I'm not sure I can imagine you being sort of the new darts crowd who turns up dressed as a traffic cone or whatever.
It's a bit of a challenge if you actually go and want to watch
the darts. Yes, I like watching the darts on the television. I don't know whether watching it in the arena would be quite for me, but you don't knock it till you've tried it. I know a lot of people do like it. I understand why. Here's his turn off his pads by James. This is going to get his most authoritative stroke so far, and Fernando denies him a boundary with some nifty footwork. It looked as though he was trying to take care not to tread on the rope as much as anything else, or indeed tread on the ball, as Glenn McGrath famously did here once.
Yeah.
But he came down to 2.
Watching a properly orchestrated Poznan is one of the great sights at sporting events, but not when it's 45 Teletubbies and Minions in front of you, obscuring your view of the big screens.
Yes. Booth bowls short. Oh, and that climbed awkwardly on James, and it was very well taken by Smith with 2 hands above his head. Oh, that was quite awkward. He's a bit sharp, Booth. He might be the quickest of the Warwickshire bowlers, I think, or at least as quick as Bamber. And because he's not a particularly tall man, but he does get the odd one to bounce a little bit.
And where have you found him from?
Durham University they got him from. He's South African, I think, by birth, but was studying in Durham when they first got him in. This is much fuller. Oh, good response by James. Drives him handsomely straight for 4. Only just missed the stumps. Got the umpire's attention. And zipped away for 4 runs up to the pavilion rail. Good shot.
That's 7 to the 187. You've got your lead. Well, 7 to the 87. 94.
Good stroke, that. So James up to 7, and Booth hurls himself in again to bowl to him outside the off stump. It's the end of the over. 187 for 5. So a lead of 94. James 7 and Hamid 67. One of the things to enjoy about Booth is that he bowls every ball as if it might be the last one he's ever going to bowl. He runs in and hurls his whole body into it.
That's what you want, especially at this sort of time in the day. You want somebody who's able to run in and keep going, bring some energy.
And especially when it's not been a great day from Warwickshire's point of view, so
Barnard bustling into a mead keeps this one out. No run.
So to have somebody visibly still striving away like that, I think there are still some rough edges to knock off. But he started this season well. Played in the first game of last season and then immediately was injured, which sort of stalled his momentum a bit. And he played quite a bit in the one-day cup, where he bowled well, but didn't play all that much in the championship. But he's made a good start this season.
Barnard bowls now, and Hamid again with that very familiar open-faced fiddle down towards third for 4 runs. Nicely played, nicely executed, and it just keeps both his individual tally and the team score moving along. He's into the 70s now, Hamid, 71. Not a 191 for 5. Steve Crawley from here on in. I'm going to rename Kyle as Style Verena. The man has bags of it. And just a 53-year-old, I think, is coming tomorrow. Forecast good for tomorrow. An extended day's play tomorrow. We could well see a result.
It's not beyond the bounds.
It's not. It's not. I'm firmly expecting the Bears to rack up a big score second innings. It's pushed into the offside, and they'll scamper a single. 192 for 5. It's the hope that kills you, as they say.
Yes.
Not 7-1 here since 2010 in the county championship.
I don't think there's anything too scary in the pitch now, is there? It's the most of the danger yesterday and earlier today was through through discipline of line as much as anything else, but from swing. Rather, I think they did nip a little bit off the pitch, but it was more in the air, I think.
Barnard bowls, and another lovely shot through the offside from Lyndon James. He might have hung around for a good long time before getting off the mark, but he's played some nice shots now. Crunches this one into the fence at the base of the Holly stand. He's on to 11, 196 for 5 knots. Just ending the day with a bit of a flourish here. The Bears will like to have the last say, and if they can pick up another wicket, I think they'll be quite pleased with how this session has gone. Knots were 81 without loss, remember. Barnard in again, and Lyndon James defends.
Yes, I think it was always likely that if they got most of these overs in, that they'd be 100 in, or Notts would be 100 in front. But for Warwick at least to knock half of them over in what clearly are better batting conditions than they were.
Yep.
But there's no reason to think that Warwickshire shouldn't be able to bat for much of a day tomorrow once they're required to. It should be harder to bowl them out the second time.
Final ball of Barnard's 6th over, and he's squared Lyndon James up a little bit there, but the Nottinghamshire batter able to defend it. Finished in most places. Division 1 scores, Durham ending 264 for 1 in reply to Yorkshire's 307. Big undefeated century for the skipper Alex Lees. They've finished at Chelmsford, where Essex in their second innings 233 for 6, leading Worcestershire by 210. Finished at Southampton, Somerset 184, Hampshire 194 for 3. Poised to have a big first innings lead. Booth drops this on the leg side, sorry Mike.
Yes,
they take a single. At Hove, Sussex 435 all out, Surrey 70 for 1, still playing there. Division 2, Derbyshire 307, Northants 236 for 3. Kent 318 for 7, replying to Gloucestershire's 472. There was a century there. In fact, he's undefeated on 144 for Ben Compton, latterly of Nottinghamshire. Next ball is Booth down the leg side and just fended away by Lyndon James. Just check, there was bat, yep, 198 for 5. At Old Trafford, Lancashire 263, Leicestershire 105 for 1, and Middlesex 353 for 4. At Lords, Glamorgan made 199, century there for Max Holden, 85 for Leos Deploy.
Been a few runs about today. Not particularly here, where we've had, is it 13 wickets we've had today? Booth balls outside the off stump.
Yeah, it is
13, isn't it? Yeah.
Mead with comfortably the top score in the game. Only one to reach 50. He's now gone on to 72.
Maybe we are going to get all these overs done. Fair effort. Well, fair play. The umpires have done their best here. Booth bowls a bit shorter, and up goes Hamid on his toes. Played that very well. Guided it down to third man for one run. When he had that little run in the England team early in his career, he was compared a lot in sort of nature to Michael Atherton. And there are some Atherton sort of strokes in him. He's very efficient at guiding the ball down to third man like that. And deflections, I seem to remember Atherton was like that. Booth bowls a bouncer, but it's a harmless one for James, who bends underneath it. $199 for 5. Four overs left of a long day.
Yes, it has been. It always seems longer when you don't start promptly hanging about in the morning, and didn't get going until 11:30, and then went off early for lunch, came back late after lunch. Then there was a break between innings.
Booth bowls. So looks like it took James on the pad, did it? But it's nipped off down to long leg. Maybe he just flicked the bat in front of the pad. Booth quite liked it anyway. It was a slightly false stroke, and it is one run to James. So 4 from the over, and 200 he's raised for Notts. So they are, without really seeming to hurry of late, clipping along at 4 and over now, or 4 and over averaging, which is very satisfactory from their position in the game, leading now by 107.
And Dolby's going to have one last tilt. And they'll be bowling initially to Lyndon James. Mead 74, Lyndon James on 13. 4 overs to go, so big man will have stuck his hand up and said, "Come on, I'll take the last 2 for you, Skip," from the far end. James on strike. There's 2 slips, 3 more on the offside, saving 1, 4 on the leg side, 2 in, 2 out. And there comes Hannon Dolby. Bowls now to Lyndon James, wide enough to be left alone. They'll be ticking them off. 23, or a maximum of 23 legal deliveries left in the day. This pair of Lyndon James and Asiba Mead would happily walk off now, were they given the option, which of course they won't be, but they'd love to think they've completed their day's work and can start again afresh in the morning. 200 for 5. Just got to be a little cautious between now and the close. This is dropped on the leg side, fielded at mid-wicket. There's no run. Morning began with the Bears on 34 for 2. Lost Hamza Sheikh to Brett Hutton, who at that stage had got all 3 wickets. The next 5, though, were taken by Fergus O'Neill, the Australian, and then Hutton came back and got 2 more, 2 in 2 balls to finish the innings, 93 all out. There's Hannon Dolby bowling, and this is turned onto the leg side for a single by Lyndon James. Sam Hain comfortably the top Bears scorer with 43. So when Nottinghamshire began their first innings 93 behind, they looked to openers Asiba Mead and Ben Slater to get them off to a rip-roaring start, and that's exactly what they got. 81 were wiped out before Ben Slater fell the over before tea to Ethan Bamber, and then afterwards there were wickets shared by Fernando and Booth and Hannon Dolby, and Booth got a second one. Mead has remained resolute. He's there now on 74 on strike. Extra man put in on the leg side. This is sent a long way down the leg side, nicely taken by Kai Smith.
Yeah, Hamid's looked a high-class operator today, hasn't he? He's looking complete command, with the exception of about a 10-minute spell when he had those 2 very hard chances that he offered, but nevertheless they were there. But that aside, he has rarely looked in much bother.
Hannon Dolby bowls to him and drops it on the leg side. There's no run. It's best at Edgbaston, believe it or not, in red ball cricket before today was only 41. Does have a century here from that List A game in 2021. But at last making runs in the county championship at Edgbaston. The Nottinghamshire skipper who won the toss 10:30 yesterday morning. And Dolby bowls to him, and this is chipped up in the air, and that hasn't quite carried. Suspect from the reactions out there. Look at Anand Dolby just stomping away from the scene down to the boundary. He's not looked at anybody. He just popped up on the leg side, and that fielder throwing himself forward at shortish mid-wicket just about got a hand underneath it but couldn't hang on. Is it Sam Hain?
Well, I think it might be. Well, a few things about that. Firstly, it was the first time they'd tried any sort of really unorthodox field in this innings, and they'd put two players reasonably close in at mid-wicket there, maybe 20 yards from the bat, not very far apart, and it popped to the slightly squarer one of them. Looked like he edged it into the pad and it looped up. Here's Booth starting the third from last over of the day and bowling a wild bouncer, which is well taken by Smith, diving to his left. The other thing about it was that I think we would see on a replay that the fielder sort of took two strides before he moved, in that it looked as though firstly he wasn't quite sure where the ball was flying to, and sometimes when it's come off the pad like that from a deflection it's hard to judge it. And we seemed to be picking grass out of his studs afterwards, so maybe just slipped slightly. Booth bowls, and that's a good one, and they think it's nicked the outside edge of James's bat, but umpire Middlebrook is not of that opinion, and they're very disappointed.
We've had a lot of those today.
There's been a few of those,
times,
yeah. They really like that one.
Impossible to tell from here.
Yes.
If you were just making a decision from high in the stand and we're going solely on the fielder's reaction, I think we'd have had about 5 or 6 extra wickets today.
We would. But Hannon Dolby in particular is a bit upset that he didn't have Hamid in the last over. We'll see whether he tries that plan again if he comes back to bowl. The remaining over from that end, Booth bowls and on a length and straight, and James defends it back up the pitch. 201 for 5. So whether it is just at the point where there's a little bit of dampness started to come down on the grass, it just seemed as though the fielder slipped slightly as he was trying to get after it, and that made the difference between him catching it or not catching it, because he was at full stretch, probably about a foot short of being able to get there. Booth bowls and it's pushed away into the offside by James.
Floodlights are just gaining in intensity, aren't they? You can see shadows all around each individual player now, as each particular floodlight casts its own shadow.
Yeah, the 2 overs remain, and that probably would take us to about the point of where you couldn't play any longer anyway.
Yeah.
I would reckon.
I think we've just gone a whisker past 7.
Off goes Booth, passes the umpire, goes slightly wider of the crease and takes James on the pad, and they'll have a leg by as it runs down towards long leg. And Smith, the wicketkeeper, has gone after it, gets there first before Ollie Hatton Dolby, who it's hard to believe has ever been grumpy in his life, but he's cutting a slightly irritated figure at the moment by his most genial standards.
It might be if he's got to go and present himself to the match referee.
Oh, yeah, well, he might have that as well, mightn't he? Yes. Is it Simon Hinks, I think you told me it was, wasn't he?
Yes.
He was a good player, wasn't he, for Kent for quite a while? Opened the batting for a few years. He's driven not quite out of the middle by Hamid, and it's well stopped by Mosley at backward point. It's the end of the over, 202 for 5. That was a maiden with just the leg by in it. And Hamid is 74 and James 14.
Yeah, in case you're wondering what we're referring to, I guess it's an hour or so ago when Carl Verena was at the crease. In fact, he hadn't scored a run up until that point. Hannon Dolby bowled to him, have all pitched up, and we've all seen it 1,000 times or more. The batter, Verena in this instance, just pushed it, drove it back towards Hannon Dolby, who fielded smartly off his bowling, and I'm sure will say that, you know, maybe he thought Verena was out of his ground. It lobbed it back towards the stumps, not with any great force, and it struck the pad of Verena. Neither Mike nor myself thought there was a great deal in it. We've all seen it many times before as Hannon Dolby bowls and Lyndon James defends, but there are regulations against such things now about throwing a cricket ball and endangering a fellow professional, and the two umpires got together and called over Alex Davis, the Bears skipper, and it's fairly clear that some paperwork will have to be filled in, and Oliver Hannon Dolby will get a rap across the knuckles.
Yeah, and I do understand the reason for the regulation, because it can be done as an intimidating thing. However,
there's a gentle throw back towards the pads as he comes in again, and there's a baseball type throw at head height. I think there's a world of difference, isn't there? 202 for 5.
And there's also a valid attempt to try and run a chap out.
Yeah.
I mean, do you remember? You'll remember this, but Roger Harper running Graham Gooch out in the bicentenary test, which at the time was, and when he did it, and it's worth, if you don't know, or if you're not old enough, not as old as me and Dave, it's worth looking. I bet it's online somewhere, because it was a fantastic piece of field by a great fielder, Roger Harper, the West Indian spin bowler, to run out Gooch, who'd made 100 and odd.
Hannon Dolby bowls to Lyndon James, beats him on the outside, goes through to Smith.
And it was in exactly that manner, because Harper was also the outstanding fielder of his generation, wasn't he? He fielded the ball as it was hit back to him by Gooch, and in one movement threw the stumps down and ran Gooch out. It was a magnificent dismissal. But at the time, it was thought almost revolutionary that anybody could react as quickly as that. And then it became part of the game. But I wonder if this regulation almost guards against it, which would be a shame.
Big tall man. If you took one look at him and said he was a West Indian cricketer, you'd swear he was a fast bowler.
Absolutely.
Hannon Dolby bowls, Lyndon James eases it out onto the offside, no run.
And it had sort of exaggerated action, didn't it? He was an off-spin bowler who got a lot of bounce. The problem with being the spinner in that West Indies team was the opposition were usually 8 wickets down by the time anybody looked at you. But he was a decent bat as well, wasn't he, Roger Harper? I have it in my head that he played for Northants as well.
Yes, he did. Yes,
Did he? Yeah, Northants.
So who were the teams in that? Was it England against the rest of the world 11?
I think it was MCC against rest of the world. It was a great game.
Yeah, 1987-ish.
Yes, exactly that.
Next ball is eased into the offside by Lyndon James, and there's no run.
I spent 4 days of my summer holidays watching it, and then the last day was a rain-off, if I'm not mistaken. It was all set up for a great finish on the last day, and all the great players of the time played in that game, and most of them, it was very high scoring. Gatting got a big 100, Gooch got 100, Alan Border, I think, got a big 100. Everybody, they all dipped their bread. They all had a good time, and it was all set up for a big run chase on the last day, and it chugged it down all day. Which, if anything summed up 200 years of cricket, that was it. Look, there's 3 short mid-wickets in now. Here we go.
We must revisit that at some stage and pull the scorecard up. Yeah, I'd forgotten about that game. End of the over, end of OHD's sterling effort today. We've got 1 over left. Nottinghamshire 202 for 5, and that's a lead of 109. Just pretty much 5 minutes or so ago told you what's happened today, but in this innings, Slater out for 40, McCann 14, Clark 4, Haynes 7, Verena 29, 2 wickets to Booth, 1 apiece to Hannon Dolby, 1 to Fernando and 1 to Bamber. And Michael Booth has the honour of taking us to stumps.
Yes, and we're going to get the full quota in. Well, we really didn't think that was going to happen earlier on, so there's been a sunny finish to the day, at least for Nottinghamshire, as the first ball of Booth's over is pushed into the offside by Hamid.
The full quota minus the 22 or whatever it was that we'd lost, because we lost 8 between 11 and half past, and then I think we lost another 14.
Yes.
Either side of lunch.
But nevertheless,
great effort.
Been a good effort.
Yep.
Booth bowls Fuller, and it's flicked into the leg side by Hamid, who stepped across towards the off and then just played slightly across that and hit it firmly to mid-on. There'll be a sliver of good news for the many Aston Villa fans in the Warwickshire team when they get off the field, not least for Dan Mosley, because they are battering Newcastle at the moment at Villa Park.
Okay.
So that'll cheer 1 or 2 up. A lot of Villa fans on the staff at the moment. Wide of the crease goes Booth, angles this into Hamid, who is forward defending unmoved.
And you'll be venturing in a different direction tomorrow before returning on Monday.
Be at Old Trafford with Wolves, won the last 4 league games. So that'll be on BBC Radio WM tomorrow afternoon.
I wonder what the score's going to be on Monday morning when you return here, if indeed you do return
Well, I
here.
should look forward to it. Be a shame not to. Booth bowls. Hamid played a slightly awkward stroke there, as if he was trying to leave that, and then ended up jabbing his bat at it, but nevertheless retained some control and guided it away to backward point for 1 run. But I'm not quite sure that was his least textbook stroke of the day, probably. So Booth is still putting it in here in the final over.
Yeah, it's been quietly impressive. 13 overs, 3 maidens, 2 for 33.
Started the season well, and he flings down another ball outside the off stump for James. That it sort of lolloped off the pitch a bit, that, as if the pitch is just starting to get a little bit tired. And it goes through harmlessly to Verena. So this will be the last ball today then. And Sheikh enthusiastically at mid-on. Rubs as if he's trying to juice an orange, trying to get any last bit of shine out of it. Throws it to Booth. Off goes Booth right out to the return crease, angling that into James's pads. And he's going to end the day with a run. So he'll keep the strike for the morning. He'll be 15 at the close and Hamid 75. And the Nottinghamshire captains had a splendid 2 days. Won the toss, let his bowlers do their stuff, and now his innings of 75, the bulwark of their 204 for 5 at the moment. So Warwickshire bowl with some vigour in that session, but they have only really slightly put the brakes on what is going to be a very significant Notts first innings lead. They lead by 111 at the close of the day at 204 for 5.
Yeah, I think my old mate got to know him really well towards the latter part of his life. David Shepherd, the umpire, did a few sportsman's dinners with Shep late on, and got to know him pretty well. I don't know how he would have spent the night with a lead of 111 on the board.
Uncomfortably, I expect. Bless him.
But that's where we are. 5 wickets left. 204 for 5. Notts, of course, will be interested as well if they can. They've got some wickets in hand in those bonus points tomorrow. Need to eke out as many bonus points as they can. They won't necessarily want this game to peter out into a rain-interrupted draw and find themselves just getting the same amount of points as Warwickshire from this one. They'll want to make sure they get to at least 250 and 300 if they can and beyond. All that's for tomorrow. Very much enjoyed your company, Mike, and also Grace Ballinger and Phil Britton. I'll be back in the morning just before 11, God willing, and hope
I'll be on the M6.
Hope our listeners will join us then. Safe travels, everybody.